be ready to deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
Are you ready for mind-blowing CrossFire action? The second season is here, and you better put your helmet on. A massive prize pool and spots to the regional finals are at stake. Starting from June the 1st, 8 ambitious teams will have 7 weekends, fully packed with intense fights. Who will top the leaderboard and secure spots for the playoffs?
Man, we have only one goal: win all matches.
We will do our best to secure the playoffs.
And who will be eliminated?
The last season wasn't easy for us, but we remain positive and we want to get the best show for our fans.
It's time to break the ice for us and show what we're truly capable of.
Tune in on the 1st of June and support your favorites.
G'day guys, welcome back. It's another day, another week of CFWL. Day 2 of week number 5, and things were cracking along nicely yesterday. Well, I mean, look, it did take a little while to get through yesterday. It was one of the longer days, wasn't it, Nao? But we are here again for another day of competition, and we've got some good games today.
Yeah, we do, mate. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, yesterday, a bit of a marathon, no two ways about it. A little bit of a long day, but all in all, we enjoyed our CrossFire action, so we cannot complain. Second day, of course, of this week about to commence. We got some pretty decent games to bring you in what is actually quite a hotly contested standings right now. We'll show you where things are on. It's a bit top heavy in the sense that 3BR and LCK still both yet to pick up a loss, which is pretty insane. Both sitting on 21 points, and of course, they will be playing later today, so that might shake up. One of them might be picking up their first loss of the season, or maybe it's a tie. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
We'll have to look at that one. Of course, unKnights and Anubis find themselves as the other 2 playoff spots currently, but by some pretty fine margins, 13 points and 11 for unKnights and Anubis respectively, and then not too far behind, Lazarus on 10, GV on 8, 7 for TBI. I mean, it is pretty close towards the mid to lower end of things. That's very likely to shake up towards the tail end of the season.
Yeah, look, but in saying that, actually looking at the matches today, I think both unKnights and Anubis do have favorable on-paper matches that they should be able to win. Probably would make that same argument, I guess, for Lazarus, so it may not shift the needle all that much, but definitely looking at today, you do have to ensure, if you are one of those teams that's in the 3, 4, and 5 slot, that you are getting the 2 and 0, because if not, as you said, it's very close in that position, so very easy to go slipping down the standings. And here are the matches for tonight. So Lazarus TBI to kick things off. TBI, off the back of a pretty good game yesterday, they were able to get the better of Swamp pretty comfortably, 2 and 0. And Lazarus suffered a 0-2 loss to Anubis. So I'm starting to wonder, actually, maybe is there a bit more of a conversation to be had around this matchup, which traditionally I would probably look at and say, it's not really a match that I think is going to be too, like, out of this world.
Sure.
I would say I thought Lazarus probably has been the better team throughout this season, but then, you know, Lazarus didn't do too well yesterday against Anubis. They kind of look to be in all sorts. And now that I'm looking at the last matchup between these 2 teams, TBI did actually manage to 2-0 them. One of the maps, to be fair, was a 13-12 win, which is very tight, of course, but look, a 2-0 is a 2-0, so TBI probably looking at this as a very big opportunity for them to continue off on their fine form that they had here yesterday. And I think if they play like they did yesterday, and Lazarus kind of comes up with the same sort of play style and ability and whatever as they did yesterday, then I would be starting to question whether or not I actually do believe that Lazarus are the favorites going into this, which was like my initial, you know, gut feeling. But now that I'm thinking a bit more about it, I'm really thinking, okay, this one actually could be quite spicy.
Yeah, I mean, if they pick up a win here, they're actually very much able to kind of start sort of climbing their way out of that relegation battle that they kind of find themselves in with GV and Swamp right now. And that for them is pretty huge, right? I think if you can start to get that pressure off your shoulders, start to talk about whether it's either, you know, survival in the season or pushing towards potentially even making a playoff run, that would be huge. Take a look at the TBI roster across the side who were here last season, had to climb their way back up through that relegation battle alongside Anubis to kind of reclaim a little bit of a foothold here in the CFWL. But they're a side who we know and love. They've been around for a while. There's some notable names who are kind of on the come up, especially from this Egyptian scene. Over towards Lazarus, same thing. All of these players have been here before. All of them have played many a season within the CrossFire West League and actually have a lot of name value around this Lazarus side. The only issue is, while they do have name value, it just doesn't always seem to click.
Yeah, Dirty in particular yesterday was the one that I think we obviously need to highlight. He had back-to-back MVPs, 2 really, really good maps, and was obviously a big reason why TBI was able to get over the line so comfortably against SG. On the other side, for Lazarus, did anyone really stand out? Well, I thought maybe Vise had a couple of good moments. He seemed to be the one that you would, look at and say, well, he might have, if things kind of got rolling a little bit more, was the one to potentially push them over the line if it was anywhere close in any of those matches. But look, Anubis were pretty comfortable in that game in general, so he wasn't able to do enough on his own. Maps we're going to find ourselves on are going to be Port and Compound. As we said yesterday, we see a lot of Compound when it comes to CFWL. It's probably the most played map at the moment. Both teams played it yesterday. TBI obviously won on it. Lazarus did not. Lazarus also played Port yesterday, where TBI did not. And so Lazarus kind of just looking to run it back here and see if they can maybe just look at what happened yesterday, make some amends for that, change things up, and come into this game against TBI, which I would say definitely is a weaker team than Anubis, and show us some kind of good performance this week.
Yeah, no, I agreed. I mean, you look at these maps, they're kind of as standard as they sort of come, right, when you look at this. I think it's the same sort of notion I spoke about yesterday, where it's a very good litmus test to see how a team actually looks. Lazarus, team composition wise, looked a little rough. They just weren't seeming to work with each other very, very well. So I'm looking at this and thinking that there is a real strong opportunity here. And for Lazarus, I think for them, we spoke a lot about how for TBI it's about climbing your way out of relegation. Lazarus, on the flip side, it's about actually avoiding relegation. They currently find themselves in 5th, so just kind of above the drop. But they're also, like we said, only 1 point behind Anubis. Anubis are expected to pick up a win in their game later on today. So if you look at it in that sense, for Lazarus, if they want to continue that conversation about playoffs, which is where they see themselves as a team that should be making their way towards playoffs at the very least, then yeah, I really feel like I look at this and say that for Lazarus, this kind of feels must win. TBI are a side that they have to be beating. They have to come into this with all the confidence to say, we're the better team. We see ourselves as the better team, and we need this. Because if we don't, Anubis actually can pull away at least far enough that those kind of games and decisions towards the tail end of the season won't really make any difference.
Yeah, look, 4th would definitely be the goal for Lazarus. That if as a minimum goal, right? They managed 5th last season. They'd be thinking, okay, well, we did pretty well last season, but obviously your goal is always to improve and go in the positive direction. So that next step that they would be able to then take would be, okay, let's make it into playoffs. Obviously, if we make it to playoffs, we see what happens. That's just how it goes. But you're not necessarily expecting much more. But at least as a realistic goal, making playoffs would definitely be on the cards for Lazarus. It's weird though, because like for them, they've got those teams that are sort of around them that are potentially going to be contesting for that spot. Anubis obviously being one of them, and then GV the other. Now GV was able to outperform them last season under the name Encore, but then they've sort of fallen a little bit by the wayside, it seems like, this season. And obviously Anubis, who didn't quite do so well last season, are now doing a little bit better. So you would think normally, okay, GV, the team ahead of us, they have sort of slipped a little bit. We should be able to move in and take that 4th slot, which unfortunately is not kind of the case, because it seems like Anubis have actually kind of leapfrogged them a little bit, and they're up into the top 4 at the moment. But maybe that will all change today. Let's see if there's going to be any shenanigans, any mishaps maybe from Anubis in particular will be the one that we're keeping our sights set on, particularly if Lazarus is able to 2-0 this matchup. But that's a conversation for later on as we do head into Port, first map of the night, and another big day of Crossfire begins.
Oh, well, another start for HTC. We'll kickstart things. Skill of his own. Strong angle, pretty aggro angle as well, and where can get peppered. Yuto is pretty common. You also kind of get swung by Multi, but gets a freebie for kill there. No one close off the trade, and already not a good start for TBI, who now down to 4. Looks like want to group up and head towards B. But yeah, I mean, all in all, bit of a tentative one where they just go poker information and actually cost them the numbers advantage. And now they've got to try and work things here from 4, which is not always the easiest.
No, certainly not. Eyes peeled to see what Dirty's going to be able to conjure early on in this series. HCC has already found King as well, so it's getting even worse for TBI as things progress. But like I said, Dirty was definitely the highlight yesterday for TBI, and if anyone's going to be able to bail them out of trouble, it might well be him on that entry roll here onto the B bomb site with the Orm in hand. Hasn't been able to connect that first shot, and he'll fall as well. That is a very clean round indeed for Lazarus, and you can instantly tell that they mean business today.
Wow, not even a single casualty. They made it, like you said, so simple, so clean. And that's all that you really want. Come into a round like that, set the tone. And come into a game like this, set the tone as well. Massive, massive stuff. Nope, I'll answer back with the pistol to kickstart things on towards HTC. This time, the sniper not getting the luxury in via that mid-rotate. It's a pretty aggro little rotate from him. I'll get on a dodge, but for a moment, it's a little bit risky there. Looked like they wanted to get aggro for a second, Lazarus, but they opt against it. They pull away and overextend, and they're kind of more than happy to give TBI this early controlling towards B main, but not committed too much to a fight. A bit more of an A-lean is what Lazarus have got, and so far it's the wrong read.
Jin, a bit of a job to do here. He's got multiple members heading in his direction. I don't know that they're going to be aware of him so close, but still, Booker good to grab that kill. TBI, a couple of low HP members though. They aren't still feeling too confident about this push into B, so they'll reroute themselves back in towards that blacklist spawn and slow things down a little bit, which is fair enough. They've still got over a minute to play with. Well, back to 3-on-3, which Lazarus should be feeling pretty happy about considering the circumstances.
Yeah, full B lean here now as well. One via mid, but if they were to pop out A long, they get all this control kind of for free. But still, what is the play here? TBI, you got 45 seconds and just look a little bit indecisive where to go. Gainer, he is tagging, needs to be careful. Dirty. Sniper, spots one crossing, not going to commit to the fight though. He's just kind of toying with him for information. A lot of decent tag damage being dealt here. That's just taking a fair decent amount, of course, now or so of TBI. C4 is going towards A, but they've got a good hold of the cross now. I mean, Vise alone should be able to deny this. C4 getting across, peeks in towards mid. Nobody spot. He just misses the timing. 15 seconds, though. We've got to go. TBI have to try and cross towards the site and then get a plant down and not giving themselves a lot to work with. He's looking the wrong way, and Vise will actually let Gainer and that C4 cross.
Yeah, Dirty was the one carrying the C4. They've managed to get that plant down, so that's good as far as TBI is concerned, but very low HP on both Dirty and Gainer. This should be a very doable retake for Lazarus to put themselves up 2-0. A lot will come down to whether or not this shot from Dirty is going to connect, and if he can fire it off before a stray bullet does connect onto him. He's been spotted out by Loons. All he really needs here is the one little tap for Dirty, holding his nerve. Now it's onto Madison. Quick trade straight away. Love to see it, but he's lost a lot of HP as well, and the spam through. It's going to be good enough. Lazarus will win the round by the skin of their teeth, but 2-0 is the lead.
Wow. I mean, very scrappy round there, but all in all, I mean, TBI even getting a C4 plant there, at one point felt like it wasn't going to happen. That's 17 seconds as they were trying to cross. As ended up working in their favor. I think Vise, if he just held on the fort, he probably alone would have been able to stop them. But in the end, it doesn't really matter. King once again, this pistol going to get the first, but HDZ this time answering back. Sniper in hand, quick pop shot, and a quick find. Vise spotting Gainer out long, doesn't commit to the fight, and thankfully just falls away.
It hasn't been an easy task for either of these teams so far. I mean, I guess the first round was solid for Lazarus. Madison gets caught on a timing. But then again, Gainer gave up his position in doing so, and so Vise will find himself an easy trade. Still looking pretty good here for Lazarus. 3-on-2, with Jin locking down at the B site for the moment. Whether he's actually going to be able to stop them from working their way in, but Vise has been called across to help on out, and HCZ on the fast flank as well. Time working against TBI right now, even though they've got a lot of time in the round. The fact that Lazarus are moving so swiftly through the map is causing that to be perhaps a little more restricted than they believe it to be at this point in time, and there's no way they can now exit B. HTC is set up in the warehouse. Plenty of information for Lazarus, and it's just about doing this dance around the boxes to try to make sure they can finish things off, and they do. 3-0. It's looking pretty good if you're a Lazarus supporter tonight.
Yeah, but at the very least, Lazarus, for me, a lot of confidence in now the two main points of this kind of first half, whereas set the tone early into towards rounds. Even if they lose them as advantage too, they're responding kind quickly, but it's the retakes that are giving them a lot. This time, Madison will kickstart things to one of his own. He had a pretty poor game yesterday, so good to see him finding a little bit more confidence to get into his fights early. Much better start. He had single-digit kills on one of the maps yesterday, so it really wasn't a good showing. I think it was like a 0.36 KD off the top of my head. It was a rough one. At the very least, he's looking individually more confident in his own ability thus far. Only got 1 for 1, but the damage done towards Booker's good as well. And TPI forced to sort of just pump those brakes ever so slightly. Where do they want to go once again? Gainer falls away from mid. Potentially could have had a timing there on towards Vice, but it doesn't matter. Dirty's going to catch him regardless with that sniper. Good work. Numbers again. Now taking for TBI.
This has got to be the round that they convert. Don't want to be going down too hard too early. 4-0. It starts to get a bit, worrisome at that point. 3-1, certainly a different story. Loons is going to be jump spotting the warehouse and not spotting anything out just yet, but looks like it'll be a correct read from Lazarus that this will end up being a B finish. Nice shot though from Dirty, and even though Jin is here, he's going to have to work a miracle to try to win the round. HDZ in mid. His position, I believe, was known. He fired a shot. He's got one there onto Gainer, but 1-on-3 for the retake through the smoke with an Orm. I just don't think that's going to happen. And it will be TBI surely to grab their first round of the map and of the day.
Unless something drastically goes wrong here, but as long as they don't overfight, should be fine. Smoke's starting to fade now, ever so slowly. He's behind HDZ. He's got to hit a couple of bangers. It's not going to happen. And I'll collect the 1, so 3 alive. TBI going to get there first, like you said, and I think that's good. It's just a round in which may not have started so well with Madison getting the first, but at the very least they recouped him, were able to make things sing in their favor, and that's all that really matters. Madison again. Hang out here via at mid-elbow. TBI, I should have learned kind of that he likes to play quite aggro there, so how much do you actually want to face him? We'll see, but under the kind of the 2-minute mark now. No committal of the C4. Bit of presence towards mid. A little bit via B, but a deep smoke is just kind of keeping at least Bever at bay for now. That seems to be the kind of the standard finishing place of TBI towards that B side, where they get at least a little bit more of a look in. A-Long can be treacherous, but it looks like they are going to want to try and test this. It's a really dicey place to try and play up against, especially HTZ now posted here with that sniper.
I just this test over toward A-Long. Not been a position that TBI have really explored too hard just yet. So maybe HTZ will be caught napping. Let's find out. First shot not quite going to connect, and now that Util can cause a bit of an issue. Luckily, he'll be getting the comms relayed through from Vyze to say, you don't need to worry. There's no push, no cross. And in fact, TBI have been sent back in toward middle. Done a bit of damage though. Loons tagged, HDZ down low, Madison also tagged. Overall, pretty decent exchange, actually, as far as TBI is concerned. And now with Dirty starting to come online, the job does get a bit more difficult for Lazarus. Ends up being a 1-for-1, though. Jin was spotted, or heard at least, and so Gainer's going to slip in behind him. Jin, has he turned around in time? Or it seemed like he might have been aware. He had a spider sense tingling, but couldn't land the shots.
Bevan out. Going to be the first to pop out. Madison, get 1. Good work. Reset his aim there as well. And time ticking, fellas. They're trying to make a move, and in comes 1. Gainer only good for the 1. As Vyze still alive here. Backside going to try and play out from stairs. Swing in the corner, catches the head. That's a lovely shot towards Dirty, and he doubles it down on towards Booker. Beautiful. Vyze rotating the quick trade, and actually a 3K on the site itself gives Lazarus yet another round.
Yeah, Vyze, just such a reliable player for Lazarus. Fast becoming my favorite player on this team. And it's for moments like that where, you can really see that round swing the other way. If he just drops and it goes, 1-for-0, it's 2v1 post plant then, but he just locks it down and makes it look so clean and easy. Lazarus are up 4-1. They continue to run away with the map. There was, again, some inroads made by TBI, but just not enough to really get us too excited yet. And we're Waiting to see that TBI from yesterday show up, and I don't know if they're here.
Bro, I agree. So far, we really just haven't seen enough out of them, which is making us feel kind of confident. That's all. It's tough. Tough work. Oh, hang on, though. King. Tags. Manhattan doesn't want to at least commit to that fight, but it's good information that he's gained there. 1 minute 20. Once again, we're at least looking towards kind of splitting via B, but I think I get the C4 on the side whether that is the right call. And now there's making a little move out towards A long. Feels like they are just going to pull away, but the only thing with this, you know, you go towards A long, there's 2 players here, one of which being that sniper of HTC. It's never going to be the easiest thing in the world. Having a look in. Nothing in towards B thus far. I mean, TBI, at the moment, it seems like their own worst enemies themselves. They just cannot seem to find a way into getting a little gap here. Jin, jump peeking on the corner. Flash going to come over as well. He's hoping desperately to get a fight, but Lazarus so well-tempered. They're not giving him anything. And a swing on the corner. Down goes King. They've got to commit to A now.
Confidence levels definitely building as we go on here for Lazarus, and HTC Vi's doing a good job of holding on to that A site. This time, HTC is able to turn it on. And you look down that scoreboard, and pretty much everyone is contributing right now for Lazarus. Madison, Jin, Vi's, HTC all having good days. Loons hasn't really been particularly tested. This will be, I imagine, a tack timeout coming through from TBI.
Yeah.
I mean, if nothing else, they need the time to have that chat, whether it's a timeout or a tech pause or whatever, but got to find something pretty quick smart.
Yeah, it is attacked by TBI. You can see them, you know, getting pretty vocal here. No surprises really at all. I mean, this is not going well at all. They absolutely need to change things up, at least their approach. I mean, right now, they quite constantly get lost so quickly. You know, these mid to late rounds actually where we kind of see the worst out of TBI. The start's never normally too bad because they have a confident call out of spawn. This is what we're going to do. This is where we're going to go. And then the second there's any sort of hiccup along the way, it kind of falls apart. And very quickly, things look a little dicey. So yeah, I mean, for TBI, this is a big conversation they need to have. Lazarus, honestly, nothing needs to change. So far, so good. Everything has looked not exactly what you'd expect from them. They've come in with confidence. They see themselves as the better team, and they're proving exactly why.
Yeah, TBI as well as, you know, same as that conversation we were having yesterday about Anubis. I think they're a bit of an emotion-based team. You know, they're a bit of a momentum team. That's why they looked so good yesterday, right? When they got rolling and when they were rolling, they did so well. But immediately you can see how it changes, right? When things aren't going the way that TBI would have liked. Look at the body language. Look at the conversation that's happening. You got heads in hands. You got some sighs. You've got some frustrated looking faces. And we're only like a quarter of the way into this first map. Let's be real. Like, we're not even through the first half.
It's true.
So it's going to be a long night if TBI already starting to have some words with one another, which it definitely looks like they are.
Pretty emotive, all right. This is the maybe slightly kind of damning thing to a degree. I mean, they really do look, you know, pretty on edge. You know, if your mental breaks kind of this early, it's kind of never a good sign, right? I'm pretty worried already about what we see. I mean, TBI, they've not given us a lot to kind of go off, so I think for them, they realize how dire things look at the moment. Yeah, something's got to change. That's the fundamental thing we're saying. Lazarus already guaranteed the bare minimum a lead here. The way they're playing so far, I can expect potentially even maybe more.
Well, nothing seems to have changed up too drastically for TBI, at least in the pace of the rounds. It's another slower approach. HTC is going to spot a few of them out. He'll actually cop a bit of damage for that information and decides that he doesn't want to be sticking around too much longer. In the end, though, TBI aren't pushing their way toward A, and credit to Lazarus. They haven't sort of over-rotated. They haven't gotten too ahead of themselves off of that info.
Popping the way through. for a little bit of fight as well. Jin. First contact's going to be his. Gainer spotted for a brief second. And Jin will take a tag through the wood. Let's fall away in time that it's not too problematic. But there was a moment there where it maybe could have been. TBI will pump the brakes once again. And might go for a bit of a double pump execute. Second chance looking in.
Off we go. TBI straight out the gates from the warehouse. Immediately, they're going to be met with a headshot from Jin. No more than that from him, but you've still got Madison on the site. You've got Loons there as well to find that trade, and he starts to come into his own now as well after that pause. Nice double. And another round on the board for Lazarus. It's going to continue to hammer nails into the coffin of TBI.
It's dicey, isn't it? 6-1. Not a good little scoreline to find yourself at. HZ took around for a bit of a fight there, but we'll get away. Either way, this is not good. I mean, this is already looking like a very quick start. Kind of 2-hour day with a pretty one-sided showing. I mean, TBI could barely scratch the surface thus far. The one round they won was actually a pretty good one, but they just kind of feel completely unable to replicate what happened. It was a very solid call on a spawn where the execute towards that B site was really decent. They used kills like that, in all fairness, off Dirty to give themselves the numbers advantage. Now they've got it again. Potentially, here's where the second could come.
TBI haven't been too good at navigating even the advantageous numbers positions. I'm not prepared to count my chickens before they hatch. Spam through, though. We'll catch Jin. And surely from here, 5-on-3. That one might be a little bit too much to bring back for Lazarus. So we should see a second for TBI. Not going to go anywhere too quickly, though. Happy to take their time. And that's going to give Vise the chance to push his way forward. Was he spotted on that cross? I think almost certainly he was. But either way, Dirty holding the line gets an easy freebie. Rounds just sort of petered out into nothing. It's kind of dissipated for Lazarus. And a 2v5 for Madison and HTZ. Even if they were to rotate aggressively over to the A site early before TBI make their cross, this would have to go horribly wrong for TBI to lose from here. With Madison going down in mid, that all but seals the deal.
You're right, and yes, you are. HC4s. Now, that's a very solid round coming through from TBI. You know, that is they're being pretty rare, is the main thing, but all in all, absolutely take it. TBI, if they can get a 6-3 tail end at half, I think we could talk about some small positives. Arguably, still not good enough, but better than nothing. I think, for the most part, they've looked a little dicey in this game. This tack pause has changed them, though. The mentality looks a lot better. King, nice find. Loons gets caught off guard again.
Yeah, but HTZ knows that he needs to get aggressive as well, and so he's able to catch Booker, bring it back to the 4-on-4. Is a little bit wary of jumping back out into A long, which could end up being a problem for him, though he's not really being pressured. That fight's actually gone in the direction of B, where Bever has actually just crept his way out. Madison waiting for that perfectly timed positioning, and he's going to survive for the moment as well. Vise will be there to help, or at least to try to trade. He can't get much done. Looks like the flash coverage was really quite good from TBI. Now it's on to HDZ, who may have the element of surprise coming in from behind, but Gainer on the off angle will catch him. And TBI do a pretty decent job of at least salvaging that half back into a position that is decent enough. You know, a 6-3 blacklist side of Port. You can work with that.
Yeah. I think it's one of those where we can say it's better than nothing. Is it good enough? We'll have to wait and see. I'm not a huge believer just yet. I need to see them coming towards this second and starting well, but you can see them starting to get fired up a little bit, which is the main thing. This is like we know it can compete. We know they have at least the ability to do so, but it's been few and far between. The main thing for us, though, can we see this side get that consistency? And are we going to see Lazarus respond in kind, right? They are a very decent team themselves. One who for the most part, that first half was a really easy showing from them. They weren't really being made to work all too much for anything bar basically just kind of final 2 rounds. So I just don't look too concerned just yet, I think is the main thing for me. And once again, coming towards this, start well. I don't think there's really going to be any sort of problems.
First round will tell us a lot. Let's see what kind of presence Lazarus can bring on this Blacklist side. It's going to be a deep smoke outside the warehouse from TBI, so they'll take that area of the map pretty comfortably. That's it, Lazarus. Obviously, they have plenty of time to work with here, so they're just going to wait that smoke out. Wait everything out, really. Any kind of aggression from TBI, but not going to get it. Very, very default standard setup from Lazarus. Waiting to see if there's any push. King is thinking about it. I don't see Lazarus getting a freebie in this round at least.
Yeah, I mean, he was quite aggressive, King, via mid to in that kind of first half. Actually, where he did a lot of his best work, but this time he doesn't really want to be overly so here. So a minute to work with now. Decision has to be made for Lazarus. They're not really committed to anything, but they are going to have a little look in the direction of B. It's the right call as well, it has to be said. Only one player here, just out of Booker. Second is tempted to rotate over in just a moment. Yeah, Lazarus are going very slow about this. There is now 2 towards that B site, so or at least maybe gone a little bit too slow, and in doing so, actually going to go back towards A, in which 3 reside. So, going to be a harder fought site, in all fairness, popping out. One of which, of course, being Dirty, and that sniper. Trained on the angle, shot and a fine, nice one from Dirty. Pop flash over the corner as well. Trying to bound in this direction, and he will fall, in all fairness, but it's Gainer and Bever from above. Beautiful work from them. Jumping pistol gets clipped out of the sky, but Gainer will trade nonetheless. Lazarus pretty massively overthink that situation. They take forever to do anything, and, well, it doesn't work.
That was a pretty solid hold, though. It has to be said from TBI. It's a good sign. Need to have a solid A side hold if you're going to make a comeback on the GR side of Port. Often, all it takes is 1 or 2 good rounds from your sniper there, and then it's no longer an option. Now, Lazarus, they've recognized that maybe B's going to be a better play, and that certainly seems to be the case with how this round has started. 2 opening frags. Sure, it's going to be a fast flank in from King, which hasn't been spotted out by HTZ, but to come back from a 2v5, someone's going to have to pull off something special, and you'd say it will probably have to be King. That is being watched by Jin, though he'll get the headshot. 1 kill, though, for the information. That's probably good enough as far as Lazarus is concerned.
King, swing. He will fall, so better from Lazarus. A quicker round, right? I just think sometimes you see this happen quite a lot, where a lot of teams, they spend too much time baiting out Utah and not just committing to a numbers game. You barrel in towards the side of that, you can actually just play the trade game. Super aggro. Rely on fight, and more often than not, it does seem to work. In that instance, we kind of saw exactly that. Barreled in towards the B site. TBI couldn't really deal with the level of numbers at the very least, and the round's taken. Madison. Good joint out towards A long. There is a bit of support as well. In all fairness, around that corner, this is a committal play off the rip, but it's Dirty, and that sniper they've got to try and clear first. They're swung out. Bever will deliver. The sniper of HTZ gonna outshoot that of Dirty, but it's still looking good for Gainer. As he doubles it down, he looks for more. On the site itself, Jin will fall and leaves it all down to the sniper. HTZ, a known quantity now as well with that earlier kill. This 1v2, not impossible. It's going to be tough. He's just going to fall away.
Yeah. It does have a minute and a half, so there's no reason to really push the issue in this particular moment. Can take his time, wrap around. I mean, I should be aware of this wrap being a possibility, but it seems like they've completely ignored it. I mean, they had all the info that there was nobody on long. Why have you got 2 players looking in that direction? Well, TBI, they've been bamboozled, and now HDZ, his fancy footwork, just has to try to find Beva. That's the big problem, because he doesn't actually know where Beva is. Maybe he spotted him around the corner there. He wants to take the fight. The challenge was accepted by Beva, and then in the end, no one really connecting what they needed to do. HDZ is going to go hunting. Timing doesn't quite favor him in the end. Shot's not connecting. So TBI will get another. I liked the way that he played it. I'm even surprised that TBI didn't sort of have in the back of their mind that, yeah, it could take him this long to sort of wrap in through mid. Once 5 seconds has passed, we need to be keeping an eye on that.
Madison, I'm looking towards mid once again. I mean, the testing A early didn't work so well last time, but I don't have an idea of a bit of a weakness. HDZ, as he gets that opener, the sniper over towards TBI falls, and other hands are dirty, and that's going to make things tougher. Running and gunning Beva, hoping, but he does not realize there's one below him. That's a much better execution towards the A side. There's a peak flank still coming through. King could be the difference. It might just be 2 versus 3. It takes a lot of damage. And number's still good for Lazarus, but there's a chance.
Gotta take it as it comes. Booker, King desperately need to get themselves an opening pick on this retake, and really a lot of this is going to come down to Booker. He's the one with the HP, and he's the one looking for that pick as well. It will actually be King to get the kill. Booker took the first contact. Now he's been flashed out. Madison ducking around behind the boxes, and now Vise and Madison with a big advantage. Just need a 3-2-1 swing. Vise is going back and forth. I mean, time's obviously out of the picture now as well for Booker, and so he'll drop, and Lazarus creep 1 step closer. 8-5.
Getting close now to the finish line, but there's been a couple of moments here which I think for TBI they'll be kicking themselves. A shot from Booker, and he's going to make it 2 in all fairness. King comes to support, and Booker makes it his 3rd as he falls away. Still alive in all fairness. In comes Gainer for support. And doing so actually giving away a couple of kills. We're still a 2 versus 2. A very quick start to this round. Really already could be a very quick fin. I mean, 2 versus 2. They're rotating in via mid. And TBI both in a double stack over towards A now, but the bomb didn't rotate away. It's just HTC that's gone to have a look.
Every opportunity to just walk into B for free right now for Lazarus, but easy to sit here and say that when you've got all the info. Same cannot be said for the guys in the server, so they're going to be waiting patiently, using the time available to them, hoping that TBI is going to get active. But honestly, if I'm in this position as TBI, I'm kind of just hedging my bets, saying, yep, we'll stick on the A site. If they rotate into us, we're going to have that 2-on-2. If not, we've got the 2v2 retake. That's better than just going hunting, walking into an angle that's being held and giving up your life for free. So I don't see TBI moving unless they have to. Now it comes down to what the decision is going to end up being from Lazarus. And they might be playing into the hands of TBI by going toward A.
Weird one, isn't it? Both sides seeming very nervy, but 40 seconds. Jin and HDZ trying to make a little bit of a move through mid. And the rotate's coming back on the other side. Beva will get the first. Jin will answer back. Surely he's got to know that he's not towards that B site. Surely. I think he might just be killed from behind, and he will. Weird round. And yeah, seen off at the tail end. They're in so much wrong information in their heads, thinking that it was a complete kind of hold in some way still towards B, but TBI had long gone back over towards A.
Yep. I mean, could have just been a bad call from someone. Maybe someone had a bit of a misread. Happens. It's not the worst situation for Lazarus. I mean, they've still got a few rounds the advantage to play with here, so no need to get particularly caught up on it. Forward position here from Beva. Lazarus aren't overstepping either. It's just another standard round.
Nice and slow. Start things off as per. Again, they like to look towards A early. That's been a bit of a change where for TBI, their, I guess, primary focus was over towards that B site. We'll see. Gain a bit of context for him as he is looking towards mid spots 2, I'm pretty sure, and dips away. A couple of pop shots, but nothing too major. Grouping, going towards B. Only one here. There's a second around that corner. It might be a little late, especially if they pop their way out. HTZ, he posts up, doesn't see anything with the sniper. So this is good information. There's no one playing main itself. They can barrel on through. There is now that second player's rotated over that a king to help out Booker, but this fight's going to be huge. Booker just jumping on the corner, not committing. Just trying to spot him via window. 35 seconds are about to come in.
Well, have to make it an effective one. Booker flashed off the line, but turns away from it nicely and cleans up Madison. There is an exchange, though. Jin is activating in mid, and he's been able to cause quite a problem, but he's got to be aware of that. Rap coming in, the rotation through is going to be enough to get him. Still Vise for 2. Keeps it in check. 17 seconds. That plant needs to go down. Loons has to push his way forward, and he can't do it. Lazarus looked like they had the timings, but maybe just a bit of a misplay of a second or so there for Jin. Needed to turn around a little bit earlier and take the fight against those rotators. In the end, gets cut down for free. And so we'll get another pause. This will be presumably another tack timeout. This one from Lazarus, yeah.
Yeah.
Confirmation through on that. And it's a tight map to start the day.
It is. And it, at one point, really didn't look like it at all. I mean, we were kind of struggling to see the TBI side get off one round. You know, we were kind of saying there was a point at which even getting 3 at the tail end of the half would have been a really nice saving face, which they did, in all fairness. And well, now we need to see some things change. Lazarus, tack time out, but and no real words, in all fairness, nobody speaking. Kind of just chilling there. I'm assuming the coach doing the bulk of the work, but the players just sitting and listening. TBI, though, a little bit more vocal over here. I mean, you can understand why as well. They've actually been able to bring things back into quite a contentious point here where we look at this and say, arguably in terms of momentum right now, they are the ones leading the fight. I mean, they're looking like the better side, and you can understand why Lazarus feel the pressure right now. We're in a real tough spot.
Yep. But another chance for TBI to chat as well. Can be a bit of a double-edged sword, right? With TBI still being that team to try to make this comeback happen. And, you know, it hasn't exactly been a perfect game from TBI either. So if there's anything that they can iron out, they're going to get the chance to do it now as well. Looks as though Lazarus have more or less finished up their discussions. They seem to be, I think Lazarus seemed like a very kind of chill team, right? Like they seem very calm.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, honestly, whether they're winning or losing, emotions don't really ever seem to change over there. So, I guess not too worried or too stressed by at least what we can see from Lazarus. TBI, a little bit more emotive, and sometimes that can be a really good thing as well. At the very least, for now. We're heading back underway in just a second, and TBI are starting to chip away at the deficit quite rapidly as well. A good game of CrossFire. I mean, a good way to start of the day as well. A pretty long one. These two sides, at least for the moment, feel inseparable.
Got to lock in. It's a pretty tight map at the moment, but the way this is headed, we would have an OT on the cards for sure. Wouldn't half mind seeing Lazarus just throw something a bit quicker in the mix. Like if they would go quickly towards B in this round, look at that setup. It's just one player there. They have been conditioning TBI throughout this half that they're going to play slow. They've played slow every single round. So maybe not off the back of a tack timeout because you're expecting potentially a change up there as TBI. But I think a bit of a quicker round actually wouldn't go astray. And look, this isn't an all-out rush, but it might just be a faster round from Lazarus than what TBI are expecting. Contact play into the B site would be perfect here, and that's exactly what Lazarus have gone for, but King is able to hit his shots anyway. That's the one thing you can't really anti-strat. The strategy itself, though, seemed to be perfect, seemed sound for Lazarus, but when someone steps up and hits their shots like that, there's only so much you can do.
Fair play, TBI. Closer and closer now to stealing away this map for at one point, which felt kind of unlosable. Jalee's going to start well here. Gainer gets caught, but we're all tied square at 8 apiece. And, you know, at one point, we were kind of saying like 6-1 for Lazarus. To put it back to an 8-all scoreline is a pretty triumphant run of form. Even considering that Lazarus started the second half actually relatively well as well. So, this is tough. Really tough. We'll at least have some sort of knock-on effect to the mental, especially if they are to lose this map as well for Lazarus. They'll be kicking themselves knowing that they should have closed it out. But from either of these two sides, it needs to be 2 in a row flawless to avoid the extra round on the board. I feel like that may be the case as well. They have been pretty neck and neck.
Looks like we're going to go back to that default playstyle of Lazarus. Slow things down. But with the player advantage, definitely every possibility TBI are now going to be forced into making some sort of aggressive move. I mean, to be fair, Booker's position could be considered such. He will be very isolated if this push comes through from Warehouse and you're really relying on him getting 2. He'll be able to get the information early, sure, which will allow King to come back across to the B side. But if he goes down for free, it's going to be bad news indeed for TBI in this round. See how this goes. Booker, can he line a couple up? Well, first headshot was a good one, but Vi is quick on the trade. Does a good enough job, and a lot of this now comes into Jin's timing. He's watching that mid-cross. He's seen a couple go over and has called Lazarus back over to the A bomb site. But TBI have read into that play as well, and they are set up and ready to go. Dirty. Orm in hand. Flash off the line. It's going to pop in his face, but it won't do too much damage. He has allowed that cross onto the A side, and this is where it gets awkward. Much more difficult to hold. No shots come through from the sniper, and it's just King left alive, coming back across from the B side to try and save the day against a 1-on-3.
Yikes. I don't know if this one's going to be possible, especially with that C4 down. 30 seconds to work with. Smoke of his own out towards long to at least try and give him a little bit of coverage to make his way forward. He spotted the loons, I think, for a brief second there. XDZ as well spotted. Pop shot. That'll give away the ruse, his position. Spotted the back of one as well. Swings back in. This catch loons, but he's immediately traded. And it will, just like that, be Lazarus back into their winning ways. And now, only one round away from this map going in their favor. Should have been closed out arguably a long time ago, but all that they'll care about at the tail end is if they do take it. TBI looking to now push it towards overtime.
Big round ahead here for Lazarus. Has been a little bit touch and go in this second half. I'm not, you know, super locked in to say that Lazarus is going to get this one. I feel as though this map kind of deserves an OT, right? Like it's been heading in that direction. Wouldn't be super surprised to see it go there. Lots of nades getting tossed out in mid. Couple from the Blacklist side and then a flashback in response onto Jin. He's just trying to keep some presence there in mid. This is not a bad setup from Lazarus again. Booker is going to be asked to double down, and he can't do that. This is bad news, but King around from the back, causing some problems. It's 4-on-4. Jin strikes on a nice timing. He needs to do a little more work than that. The rotations are coming across. It's an absolute mess, but Jin, the flick around onto Beva has potentially saved the day. Still, King in from behind. He's scary. This is such madness. Vice will take the fight. He's going to drop now as well, and Jin, low on HP, will fall. Oh, my word. It was just like a pitched battle on multiple fronts. I don't know how many different individual skirmishes were happening there. I can only imagine what the comms were sounding like, but you think about the intricacies of that round, and yeah, TBI are frustrated with it. I mean, the timing on the push into warehouse from TBI, well, first of all, from Lazarus was really good. Then the re-aggression or the recontest coming through from the mid-con from TBI was a good timing as well from King. He gets one there, and that's maybe not enough, but then Jin's working in mid, cutting off those rotations. If Jin's not able to hit that flick on the 180 as well, man, like there's so many little tiny things in that round that if it goes one way or the other, it completely changes the way the round plays out. But in the end, Lazarus get the dub, and I guess that's all that really matters. They get that 10-8, and that's what the score will reflect, and that's what everyone will remember.
Yeah, exactly that. A little bit of a marathon, though. I think, we were looking at that, and both of these sides just felt for a long time a really kind of, you see the difference between maybe the top teams like a 3BL and LCK, maybe even unKnights to a degree, where they come into those games and they set the tone early. Each and every round is played at kind of a pace in which is to their standard. But both of these two sides, they're very slow, which is sometimes a good thing, but you can see for the most part, they really lose control of the round or the rotations. They get to these points where you see them in kind of the mid to late round, kind of have no idea about what sort of setup they're even dealing with, and it is pretty costly. So, I wouldn't mind a little bit more pace coming out from, just because we've got kind of 2 minutes played of not a hell of a lot, right? At least try and put a bit of pressure on somewhere, bait out rotations or something of the sort. But in the end, all that Lazarus will care about is the map being taken in their favor, and of course, now heading in towards Compound with a bit of confidence under their belt. So we'll see whether things can change. TBI, though, honestly, a very decent resurgence. That second half was much better. Final 2 rounds of the first half was good, and then they kind of chained that quite nicely in towards a little bit more off the back of it. So maybe there's a world. TBI may be slow to wake up, but warming up, we'll have to wait and see. But Lazarus, I think they'll be kind of thanking their lucky stars a little bit that they were able to see that map over the line, because for a large portion of that second half, it didn't feel like it was going to happen.
Yeah, you'd definitely be breathing a bit of a sigh of relief there, I would say, if you're Lazarus, because it's always tight when it comes down to that one last round, right? Like, it's look at how close this was. Jin was 13 HP, right? And that's the difference between a win and a potential loss still, right? If that goes through to OT, kind of tend to agree with you. Like TBI, I see them potentially getting that one over the line. It was not a bad performance from anyone really on TBI. They were performing across the board, and Lazarus just had that little bit of extra X factor coming through. Gainer was doing a lot of the heavy lifting there, but not quite enough. And so Madison comes away with the goods, at least in the head-to-head, and presumably he'll get the MVP out of that one as well. What I will say, though, is that wasn't quite clean enough for me to say, yeah, definitely Lazarus going into the next map, which would be Compound, if I remember rightly. I'm for sure going to win this. So I still think there's a world where we find ourselves with a 1-1, but again, Lazarus, maybe they're happy with that, because last time they played against TBI, they did drop 0-2 there. So I guess a 1-1's better, right? Like in that case. And if they can go ahead and get more than that, then, well, we'll see how things play out on Compound. And that's something that we're going to have to do in just a moment. It's time for us to take a short break, but don't go too far away. Compound is coming up next.
spotted one. There's another right on top of you there, Stoxy.
Just doing what he's doing.
Has to get at least one. Good for one. Good for two. Green's good for three.
But again, he can't find more than one, but it's a big day.
Well, here we go. It's time for map 2, or it will be in just a minute. Lazarus are going to be looking for the 2-0 against TBI, which is what was done to them earlier on in the season. It would be a dish best served cold in that sense. But for Lazarus, I don't know, man. Like, is that enough to convince you that they're going to get the 2-0 tonight? Because I certainly am not over that line just yet.
No, it was actually a quite a shaky performance generally, bar the start of the map. The start of the map was really good. And it kind of quite rapidly fell apart. We look at this Lazarus side who were so confident for us, kind of coming off the rip. 6-1, we were thinking, yikes, you know, this could be one of the quickest kind of games we've seen all season. And it very quickly fell apart. You know, then went to a 6-3 half, which is still very good for Lazarus. And then rapidly fell apart. We hit 8-all, and it was anybody's game. And even that final round to get that 10th, even then, you know, down to Jin hitting a kind of pretty ridiculous 180 and then a good trade off the back of it. I mean, we're looking at the real finest of margins for me. So all in all, I'm not actually fully convinced about Lazarus. They play this quite kind of slow style, which doesn't really affect TBI at all because they also do the same sort of thing. So, you know, really pumping the brakes and trying to make your opponent feel uncomfortable, it just doesn't work. Where you see the teams like kind of 3BL or LCK, for example, they'll fly into fights pretty early because they know they can put pressure on with numbers. Heading in towards Compound, I need to see just a little bit more of that. Try and utilize these number of advantage situations to actually take kind of these preferential duels. Just play for the trades.
Yeah, a lot of things had to go right for Lazarus to win that last round. That's, I think, easier, quicker way of putting it. But they're going to move on to the blacklist side of Compound, and Gainer, he wants to shut him down straight away. It ends up actually only being the 1-for-1. So no harm, no foul really for either team there. Interested to see what Booker is up to. He's pushing in from pillars, and I think he's got his timing nicely. He does get that first, but not the second. Don't mind, though, seeing TBI put a bit of pressure on Lazarus early in the round. We're back to 3-on-3 now.
It is good. The only issue is, I guess, when you go for these sort of more aggro plays, like you're hoping to get kind of a 2-for-1 trade scenario. The fact that they've only got 1-for-1 maybe isn't rewarding them as much. Now they're spread a little bit thin for my liking. Either way, though, all goes eerily quiet off the back of the initial few fights that came through. Bever still showing some face around mid. Still just not a huge amount to work with at the moment. One minute now. Lazarus not giving up anything. They're just holding out mid and hoping an overextension or something of the sort goes awry.
Yeah, patience. Once again, is going to be the name of the game for Lazarus, and it worked out pretty much, I guess, for them on port. So they're not really going to change too much up on the blacklist side of Compound, it seems. The decision has been made, and it's going to be towards the A site that they're going to go. There's only the one player defending that side. It will be very tough for King to trade effectively here. If he gets a 1-for-1, you're still at a disadvantage because the plant's going to go down. So in an ideal world, he'd be looking for the 2. Not going to be the easiest of tasks, particularly when he's got so many angles to watch. There's the first, but not the second. And Fires has been the king of the trades so far in this round. That'll be his second clean one. And as we find ourselves, there we are. 2-on-2. TBI quickly trying to come across the rotate, but definitely at the disadvantage.
Spam. Very good. And Obi Loons gets one, and Vise will see off his second. Lazarus, a positive thing, is starting well towards map number 2, because the big thing that we're kind of worried a little bit about, I guess, was TBI were heating up. Tail end of that map number 1. It looked like, for the most part, actually the better side. So at the very least, the Lazarus do take first blood in their favor. Very important for their own kind of personal confidence. way though, TBI, you can at least see what the intentions are in a few of these rounds, right? You know, that kind of aggro start that we saw, which is really nice. The taking a bit of forward control, happy to take fights. That's a sort of a better way to approach this kind of slightly more defender-sided mapping away. So I don't hate it. TBI, well, it may not have worked out in that 2v2 at the end. The idea is there.
What's Booker up to here? A little bit of a conversation with Beva, maybe. Going to have a little bit of a look in after that forward smoke was tossed in by Lazarus. Booker ducking in below the window. I mean, this is actually not a bad setup at all for TBI. They've rotated that extra player across to B. You have King, who can assist as well, and good information on mid from both Gainer and King. In the meanwhile, Dirty holding the long angle at A. Not really seeing too much, so it seems as though TBI have a pretty good idea of what Lazarus is trying to work right now. Flash, it is going to catch one, but Booker turns around straight away and finds the double clean as a whistle. Beva doesn't need to do anything more than just back out here, maintain that numbers advantage, and TBI will be happy with it.
I think so. 4v3, and but you two going to be thrown by Loons to try and at least give a bit of coverage in this mid-cross. I mean, C4 is not being committed, though. This is the big thing. It's all good. They're making a little move through mid, looking towards B and all the rest, but they need to go back and get that C4 before they commit to it. HDZ, exactly that. Jin. 10 seconds, fellas. We really got to go here. That gives us a lot of time. Swing in the corner. Good for one. Beva will trade on. Beva and Gainer combine to shut them down. I mean, realistically, they're going in with only 10 seconds on the clock. I think that was too tall an order regardless, but good little response there. Good shutdown and nice work all in all. TBI tied up.
Yeah. And now we're back to square one for Lazarus. The mission begins again, work their way slowly through the map. What though, it is going to take a while to get through this map if that is how long it's going to take them to get into those sites. It is not really going to be contested by TBI this time around, just a little bit of presence being shown. Early mid control is going to go the way of Lazarus. Yeah, that smoke is going to keep them from pushing further into A or B, but they can use that time to clear out pillars.
For now. Grouping up here, Madison. Loons and Vise. Here's Beva and Booker on the other side. Not a huge amount on offer, at least for the moment. I say that. Nice swing. Booker will find one. For a second as well. Might just get it in a moment. They're coming around, but they jump on the corner. And Loons will find him in the air. Nice shot. Made a fortune, but you take it all the same. Double flash and an aid behind it. So they're trying to keep Lazarus at bay, but we're inside of the minute mark now. Not got a huge amount of time to work with. They've got to try and commit to this once again. Last time out did not work successfully. They do as well. Have HDZ holding with the sniper to try and catch people in the flank. He just about tucked his head towards pillars before, I say that, before Dirty makes a move. Nice find. Good proactivity from him. And now they have to know they're committing here towards the B site. Beva holding. Headshot angled. He goes up the stairs and it'll catch him off guard. King's still here though. And King delivering as best he can. Has to try and buy time. It's 20 seconds and a 2 versus 2. As he's dancing between the servers themselves. Still alive. Nearly gets a kill as well before he does die. As King put into a 1 versus 2. Dirty got to try and do it himself. C4 goes down.
Loons. Oh, wow. Tight. Loons not prepared for that swing, not quite enough. The shots aren't going to connect on his side, but quickly round the corner. Catches Dirty, and Lazarus have another. Man, it is just not obviously a repeat of the last round in the sense that we get a different result, but very much down to the wire again for Lazarus. That one, I think there was, what, 5-6 seconds left when they were planting the C4, so Not a whole lot more time in comparison to the previous round. Big aggression out on the pillars this time around from TBI, and that has worked just like a charm. It's about the fastest round you're probably going to see on this map if Jin goes down pretty smart here, and Gainer will ensure that. So from one extremity to the other, we've gone from perhaps the slowest couple of rounds you'll probably see to maybe the fastest. And now we're at 4 rounds deep.
All tied. 2 apiece. A little bit of a quicker one. Not working as intended, and I do hate to see it. Here is the real weakness for TBI. Is still the thing that kind of Lazarus are trying to figure out, in all fairness. They just don't really know where these gaps are going to open up for them. We'll see overall, but I mean, so far, TBI not looking too bad. I like the little bits of aggression we're seeing out from them. I like what we're seeing them get a bit proactive in some of these kind of mid to late round situations. Nice. Either way, pillars. Here's where Lazarus is going to once again have a little move in here. This was a common angle for them. Booker, met for smoke. Got one of his own. You're going to take control. I'll do it myself.
Not willing to push through the smoke, which is fair enough. HDZ is waiting in the window, and you've got Jin pretty far progressed towards A, so this might end up actually just being a sort of reset back over on the A side of the map for Lazarus. Smoking left side. HDZ's not spotting much out on the right side. It's going to receive a flash. Now that util goes on in Beva. Yeah, the timing on the flash was just a little bit too late there from TBI. Lazarus have got their opportunity now, and they're going to go back toward that A site. They know it's going to be weakened. King able to double down, and Dirty, no more. So we're back into, well, a numbers advantage for a second there, but not for too long. Oh, goodness, it keeps going back and forth. Fires quick headshot onto Gainer, and now Booker alive solo. He's got to get it done. 26 seconds left here. Lazarus not pressured by the time. They get another one over the line, 3-2. TBI, these rounds are really like hanging in the balance. They could have won a couple of them, but Lazarus are pulling ahead.
Yeah, a couple of mistakes just being made by TBI that are costing them these rounds themselves, and that's another mistake made. Dirty. Bit of an aggro peak there will cost him his life. And he falls early. Lazarus set for the tempo, and once again works out well for them. Have an opener. Do they want to commit towards this B play where they are a known quantity as this pack, or pull away, regroup, reset, which has been pretty standard for the Lazarus side. So yeah, they're going to do exactly that. Going to dip away, reset, and they don't have to commit to it, which honestly I don't hate at all. Question is, of course, now what am I going to do this? Vice, I think just a pixel of him would have been spotted on the cross there. Might be enough.
Well, the setup in mid is a big one. TBI, I know Lazarus have been exploiting middle. Gainer, he wants info. He's thinking about it. He's actually had a bit of a look there into mid. Could be false info. King now. Oh, difficult to double down with a entry path like that one from Madison. You're never going to be able to turn and get Jin as well, so numbers will persist for Lazarus. And Jin through this smoke might just find Booker. He will. Was able to progress cheekily up quite close to it. So now it gets even harder for TBI to lock down. They're going to rotate away from the B side. It'll be a bad call. Lazarus well and truly headed in that direction.
Get the side. Take that for free. There's a big flank coming through, though. That's the main thing. I think Bevis Utah just missed there for a second. In the world, that shot shouldn't have missed, though, because HD could be in trouble, pulls the pistol out, and gets the flank. Now they know the last player is Beva. If those two little sort of micro moments could have worked in favor, it could have been a completely different scenario. If HTZ would have fell to the flank, who knows what would have happened, but he doesn't, pulls away, the pistol gets the kill, and that round is sort of one off the back of ACC. 3 very important kills in tandem, and especially those ones right at the end. Nice work on the sniper as Lazarus extend their lead to 2.
Gainer is not seeing anything in mid. Lazarus in this round are very much going to be rewarded for that slow play. If they were already out mid, maybe Gainer finds an angle and catches 1 or 2 of them. But now they seem well aware. What a beautiful flash. Madison, though, isn't able to capitalize on it. Booker's there to assist. Lazarus are going to actually have to fight quite hard for this position, but nade goes in onto Gainer. First couple of shots will be good, but Booker with the double. Even though Lazarus knew the setup was there, they're not able to crack it. HTC missing the shot. It's Booker's round. Jin can't do anything about it with that initial spray, but recalibrates quickly and now has to begin the 1v2 in earnest.
Still doable. Only issue for Jin is just that lack of C4. Everything else is, I mean, a real possibility. You know, at least he's crisp, but yeah, just no C4 is going to make this really difficult. Go for the long flank as well, but hey, got a minute to work with, so he's not in any rush at all. Still maneuvering. Looking like, yeah, is he going to wrap all the way through B? My God. Yeah, he's going for the long flank. From A long all the way to B long. 45 seconds. He's not got a limited time, though. He does actually need to still keep a steady pace here.
It's going to be difficult to double down with the positions of King and Beva. Spacing is good. Needs that first headshot cleanly. Won't even get that. So TBI peg 1 back, and we continue to go tit for tat in this matchup. It's going to be a close game. You can get that feeling again.
You see sides. Honestly, fair play to them. Pretty inseparable. In 1 round in it again. Gainer. A lot of priority for him has been in and around that mid control. For better or for worse, he's been pretty aggro about it. HTZ using the vents to have a little look in via the left and right hand side of mid, but not a huge amount on offer just yet. However, first fight taken there as Booker just dips away. Vestal as well got support. Double smoke is going to come down as well. Also, just rotate or even maybe bait in a couple of fights.
Well, King, pixel angle. Utilized well to get the information and then to back away safely. Don't need to get a kill there. Just show a bit of presence. Lazarus are going to be forced to slow down again, and then they're going to be hitting the site with very little time remaining. Another sub 1 minute round before things really start to kick off. Lazarus, losing a lot of HP through the smoke on that initial cross. They're going to go toward B. If they can get there, Booker's the only one defending it. Somehow they have actually managed to get in without losing a player on that cross. That's bad news indeed for TBI. Bev up quick, though, on the re-entry. He's going to catch one off. Jin jumping into the site, lose down as well, and that is a fantastic timing from TBI to make that retake happen. Lazarus thought they were away scot-free, but TBI just pushed the issue before Lazarus can really get set in the site. No bomb plant, obviously, and HTZ with 20 seconds here has got Snowball's chance in hell of winning this round. Good headshot, though, onto Beva, and one onto King. That's going to start to get scary, though. He does have a player wrapping him behind, and the time is just surely going to be a little bit too much. It would have been interesting if he had another 15 or 20 seconds, but not to be this time around.
Yeah. Maybe, I guess, if they were both playing out by a side as well, potentially could have isolated those fights too, but I think fundamentally probably would have been caught by the flank regardless. It's a 4. Game tied, heading to the final round of this half, and these two sides still on absolutely kind of a neck-and-neck level. Nothing really been offered up. Bit of a spell in the box there. Jin not over-facing. Offers a little bit of his own back, but not really committing all too much to it. Dirty King both were playing out via long. It's now just Dirty. He's gonna post up there. And with the sniper behind that smoke, he might start to get a little active. Same thing as well. Booker and Bev have been playing close up via pillars. They've got to be expected. This is a pretty standard set that they've been going for the last couple of rounds, where they take this kind of quite aggro doors control, but they play off the back of their crossfire. And in come Lazarus to come and test it. They're not exactly going quiet about it, popping through their own smoke, and it might work against them. Bever gets two, looking for more as well as he pulls out the pistol, and he will get a third before falling. Not bad for those two, but it still is a 2 versus 2.
Yeah, awkward positioning here for King now. He's got to cover multiple angles. Vi's spotted, cannot commit. He's got the C4, so kind of going to have to wait for HTZ to try and push in and take that fight. It is happening now. Vi's will drop. That's bad news for HTZ. Even if he gets this kill, he's going to have to go up and retrieve the C4, and that'll put him exposed to Dirty, whom he has absolutely no idea of the whereabouts. 45 seconds, though, does mean it doesn't have to go anywhere too quickly. Might actually be able to get away with the C4 recollection. Dirty's gone all the way over to 8.
Yeah, this is weird. I don't know, a bit of a misread maybe, but we're going to plant out here, and actually the real possibility is set up a decent post plant. The thing is, he's got kind of the wrong idea. No missed shot, but now at least he knows exactly where Dirty is coming from. Second time of asking, same result, another missed shot, and that will be TBI with the retake. Maybe a little bit too much confidence in the flicks, but doesn't happen. A scrappy round, but it will be TBI who take a slim lead heading in towards our second half, and a very back and forth game. I'm kind of expecting it to be exactly the same heading in towards our second half.
All right, well, quite evenly poised, as these teams tend to be. Big matchup. Ooh, what's going on?
Oh.
So resetting.
Tech pause, head set.
Ah, we couldn't go through a night without a tech pause, could we?
Oh, no.
That would just not be allowed.
No. Can't be having that. Not around there. Yeah, hopefully we can get back in as soon as, but we don't know just yet. We know it's tech pause. We're not too sure of what nature. What we do know, though, is that this game is pretty evenly matched. TBI got an ever so slight lead. It's tough, but
yeah,
a slim kind of situation where kind of coming into the second half, it at least feels like it should be more of the same. There's been a game in which neither's had really given up all too much. Fun to call, but TBI, yeah, that slim 1-round lead. If they can make it a 6-4 start and, go into the second half with that sort of confidence once again, then similar to what we saw in map number 1 where they went on a decent heat streak, maybe it could be the same here.
Yeah. Yeah, Lazarus got to dig deep a little bit. They had that clutch factor, that X factor on map 1, and don't know that I'm really getting the same sense about Compound. Do get the feeling that Compound's maybe a little bit more of a comfort territory for TBI as well. It's a map that does pretty frequently pop up for them in not every series that they're playing, but I'm just clicking back through, and it's probably about 60-70% of the series they've played. They're actually getting onto Compound. Whereas for Lazarus, let's have a quick look. It's also fairly frequent. Yeah, it's actually quite similar. Probably about the same split between these two teams, and so
yeah,
both should be feeling pretty happy with the final map. And I suppose that is what we're getting, like we're seeing it be represented on the scoreboard. 5-4. It does indicate both teams are pretty comfortable on the map. They're putting in the hard yards. Another tight map certainly on offer, and another potential overtime map if we're not careful here.
It's these two sides. We kind of came in talking about what our expectations were. We were sitting just before we went live about what games we thought might be the kind of the closest contest, and we were both kind of talking about the LCK 3BL game, right? You know, the two heavy hitters at the top, but this sort of middle of the pack brawl between TBI and Lazarus is offering an extremely close game. You know, we had all the rounds in regulation in towards that previous map, and this one I potentially even have the same vibes around it, at least for now. Feels like it will. In towards mid, not a huge amount there to work with there. Getting a hell of a lot of confidence, at least for the time being. It's just weird they didn't want to finish. You know, you got 3 towards A, 2 over towards that B side, and both of them playing pretty aggro towards Lazarus.
TBI, ooh, nice little bit of chip damage from that nade onto Jin. Looks like it'll be mid-aggression, and HTZ timing on the shot is good. So TBI lose 1 on their initial push in toward B. The flashes are keeping them at bay. This is great counter-util usage from Lazarus. Corralling them back into the angle that HTZ is holding, and he is not missing those shots with the Orm. Still, though, TBI are trading effectively on their way in. Been a bit cleaner here from Lazarus. Madison catches Booker, who's trying to re-aggress. Don't know if that was necessary in the 3-on-3 post plant, but now the numbers shift back in the favor of Lazarus, and it does look doable.
Maybe. I mean, Bever's low. That's the one thing's a little worrying, and now he's the only one left alive. It's going to change things up. So there was a mere moment where potentially something could have worked out there, but it's not to be in the end, and we will once again all tied square. 5 apiece as Lazarus draw first blood in the second half. C4 going down is a positive sign, at least for TBI, but all in all, not good enough in that post plant. Too low on the HP bar there for Bever. I made his life so impossible there, that real brief kind of tail end 1v3.
Another slow start to the round. Lazarus are not going to be moving out of their territory at all. Happy to just play back for the most part and give TBI the time to work through the map. It's good though for TBI, unhindered. Don't need to be expending too much util to take control of pillars.
Yeah, not a huge amount. It's early fire. I mean, Visor's first contact is going to be massively important here, in all fairness. Got to try and make this one stick. Can't really afford to make any mistakes either. If he is to fall without offering up too much of a contest, they will be worried. They're going to rotate at least briefly back towards mirror, then they're going to go back towards pillars. Makes your question, kind of, what is the play here for TBI? I've seen them at times. And they're the ones kind of setting the tone, at least, or on the attack, that they can get just a little lost, and this is kind of what we feel right now. Obviously in mid and towards B, they're not committed to any. They're now going for a split. Pop flashes come through, but they kept it bay, at least briefly.
Good stuff for Bever. And he's got himself another one. This is all starting to come together for TBI. Plan's going to go down, but HTZ and Madison, they have no chance at all. Dirty hiding behind the box is going to provide enough of a distraction for Gainer to swing through there for the headshot. And that is a pretty decisive round from TBI. And if Bever's going to play like that, well, might not be long for this world for Lazarus. But we've seen TBI with the lead before, and hasn't lasted very long. So there's
True.
HTZ to confirm some suspicions.
We shall see. Oh, yeah, you're spot on. Sniper, HTZ holding in via mid, looking towards the vent. Not a huge amount there. All in all, though, it's via mid. You can see that shot there. Very quick. Only had a pixel to work with, but it was enough. Once again, Pillars is where they look. This time without the C4 again, but that's where they're heading towards. 1 minute 30 on the clock. TBI, these slow rounds that netted the one prior is what matters most. They still got that 1-round lead. They're still trying to fend off the kind of the catchback of Lazarus. Popping through, King going to be caught. The one for the pistol is a possibility as Jin just dips his head away.
Yeah, still not sure that they really want to commit to this B site, though the C4 has been picked up and is headed in this direction, so they might just be giving it a crack. No push on the other side of the map from Lazarus. They're not 100% sure that TBI are still hanging around here. TBI will shift away. Maybe just leave Gainer here. Cause a bit of a ruckus. If he can grab a kill, probably pull a rotate. Maybe that opens the door up for Booker and Beba to work into A. A few things will have to go right, though, for TBI if they to get through this round.
Yeah. 25 seconds, though, fellas. We do have to make a move here. Yeah, now or never. They are going to go back over towards B, but so late here. I mean, they're going to be popping in towards the site with, what, 10 seconds on the clock? I mean, it's not good considering there is 2 players towards the B and a third. Only around that corner. Fires to be first contact. Little A-bird, but we'll get the kill nonetheless. Pistol pulled out. Doesn't really matter. Time too far gone. I mean, it couldn't even have got a plant down, even if they wanted to. I don't get it.
Yeah. You had a minute. They had a minute in the 3-on-5, and they were sort of milling around outside of B for more or less that whole minute. Yeah, there was a little bit of a peek into mid for a moment there, but like, if you're going to make that call, right? Look, end of the day, when you're down 3-on-5, you're never going to make a good call. Like, it's always going to be a rock and a hard place, okay? And you just have to choose something. But if you're going to make that call to go B, at least do it when you have the time to win a round.
Yeah.
Do it when there's 30 seconds left on the clock. You know, and then if you get those opening couple of entries, you think, okay, well, at least we haven't lost the round to time. Anyway, beyond that fact, early opener for TBI, but brought back quickly by HDZ. Not sure he gets out of this one alive, though. Booker's going to try to chase him down, and he knows that he's done some real damage, though he overcommits for that, and Madison is there to punish.
I'll flash on that corner. Still hoping to try and make something work, but right now, not a huge amount offering up. 1 minute 25. All goes quiet. 22 remaining for TBI, though. It's not good signs. That's saying the least. Pistol pulled out. Fight was a little messy. HD will get a quick trade. Going to come through, though. Beva, all alone. 1v3. Let's be honest, I don't see this one happening at all. Would require a bit of heroics. Has a C4 at the very least, which is a good thing to have on your back, but anything else, I don't really think this one is going to come to fruition. So, swing in a corner, it does get one. It's a consolation, it's nothing more, but
good effort from Beva, but never going to be easy. HTC going to be pulling out that Orm again and having a little bit of a look for another opener aggressively into pillars this time. It won't obviously be of much benefit because TBI are not headed in that direction, but 7-6 the scoreline. Lazarus ahead again by the barest of margins. They will be starting to think about eking out a very, very close 2-0 tonight, but again, end of the day, 2-0 is a 2-0. Wise behind this smoke in a good spot to strike. Gets the first cleanly. Second and third will line up nicely. Thought for a second there he might not get any more than that, but it was all good in the end. And this is going to put Lazarus in a winning position. No doubt about that. Birdie has got other ideas, but he doesn't have the C4. That's going to be a big problem for him that he's going to have to figure out in the next minute and a half or so.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sold on that one, it has to be said, but 1v2 is doable. Opting for the Orm and keeping with it in this fight is a big call, in all fairness. Let's see, has to go and get the C4. It's a tough one to try and recover as well. just in the situation they're kind of in with it, but it is now doable into the 1 versus 1 as he does catch Madison back turn. So, round on, 55 seconds. He got plenty of time to work with too. Not going to completely count him out. Barreling over towards B. Still needs to go and pick up that C4. He's going to take the long route to go and do so.
I mean, if he pulls this one off, that'll be quite the spiteful round for Lazarus to lose. Bit of a tilter. 30 seconds, though. He's kind of done everything right here. If he actually collects that C4 last minute, he's actually cleared out the A site. All of this just comes down to the timing of HDZ and whether or not he turns to check, and he's not going to do it quickly enough. He's on the move now. Oh, wait, Dirty's headed in this direction. What is going on? There's 15 seconds left, man. Is he aware? Has he spotted HDZ? He must have.
Whoa! What?
No!
What? No!
Are you kidding?
What just happened? What's actually just happened?
Has he run out of bullets, or has he thought he's killed him? We're going to have to see on the replay here. He must have thought he killed him.
Oh my god, that's a great shot, in all fairness, but what?
He has 3 bullets. He has 3 bullets.
Yeah, why has he stopped shooting?
He had 3 bullets. He thought he killed him, I guess.
Oh, that's a rookie error to be making. And it's carnage start for this one. Pistol pulled out, and the C4 dropped yet again. Lazarus 2 rounds ahead, 2 rounds away now. And off the back of whatever just happened in that previous round, this one is looking equally as bad for TBI as they're now down a man.
Yeah. Well, back to the 2-on-2 at least. Man, these rounds, yeah, you can never really get a great sense of who's on top in this matchup at all. It just feels like every single round comes down to a really tight finish. However, he spotted Jin. Has made a bit of noise potentially there. No, Jin not aware. And so Beva gets the free opener into B.
Man, still a weird round, but a 3v2 being thrown away by Lazarus would be pretty damning. It's not done just yet, but I was going to have a little look in. He up on his way over. First fight's going to be better in this corner. That C4 down, and the first fight not looking good as he gets caught on the jump up. And it will be TBI winning it out, but you both at the ends of these rounds have been, a little lackluster. Especially in that one, right? You got a 3v2 advantage, and then they kind of just throw away the fights there, Lazarus. Tough to see, but good work from TBI to still keep things competitive. Keep it a 1-round game. Get all the rounds in towards the one previous. Seeing it again. Here, this one might be more of the same, where at least all the rounds of regulation, if not more, are required in this matchup between these two. Hot flash is good. They're in towards the side. Hang on.
Yeah, but they're in a real crossfire setup now. Got HTC on one side. He's actually going to be backed up by Madison as well. And then Vise is coming across alongside Loons. The fight in mid will actually go the way of Gainer, which keeps TBI in the mix here. But they are so encircled, and they have to fight their way through this, which seems to be working pretty well for them, to be quite honest with you. Low HP for Gainer, Booker, and King, but they're getting the kills when they need, and they're bringing it back to potential 8 apiece. Lazarus have got to go, and it's not gone well at all. So the faster play working out for TBI here. We've got ourselves another 8-8.
Sometimes all you need to do is just step up that tempo a little bit. Oh, 8-all. Similar to what we had in towards map number 1. Might just be getting that storybook ending. TBI didn't start 2 when it got hit to 8-8. They lost it out in some pretty damning fashion with a couple of real rookie errors. This time at least. Kills found for HTZ. An instant trade going to come through from Booker. So, or for Booker, may I say. So he was the one to fall. And minute 45 is TBI kind of having routes to go both ways here. They've got a bit of very passive pillars control. Bevan looking around, and same thing as well for Dirty. Looks out here via long. Let's see when anybody overextends, but Yeah, I mean, at least at the moment, looks unlikely.
Big round ahead for both these teams. Obviously, the opportunity to, just have a little bit of a buffer going into the last round of regulation can help settle the nerves. Lazarus had that advantage, and they were able to convert on that advantage on port. Can they do it again here on compound? Secure 2 10-8s back-to-back over TBI. Would see some very unhappy TBI faces if they were to lose in the same fashion again. They've worked hard for that comeback to bring it back to 8-8. Let's see if they can be rewarded for it. Jin, free shot straight away into the head of Gaynor. Can't double down just yet, and he continues to swing for more and more fights, but the fight in mid has gone well. Lazarus maintaining the advantage, and then some as well. Util's getting tossed in the direction of TBI to slow them down and allow the rotate across. It's good. Madison's got one more. And it looks sure now that Lazarus should have the lead and the chance at another map point after this round, unless they give their heads up. C4's been picked up by Beva, and he's trying to fake that he's exiting. We'll come back toward B. Woons hasn't spotted him just yet. Now Will and Vise gets the job done. It is again Lazarus that are up 9-8.
One off the back of a numbers game, fundamentally, but similar scenario, similar story to what we saw at the tail end of map number 1, where it's Lazarus the first side to lock themselves in towards map and I guess series point in this sense, and ever closer now. Bit of a conversation being had here by Lazarus. I'm assuming a pause of a tactical nature, as especially if you're TBI here, you want to get at the very least a tie. You want to push in towards that OT, try as you might. But yeah, I mean, when we look at it, Lazarus, this is kind of where they seem to do their best work. They come alive in the kind of dying embers to a degree of games. You saw the same thing happening towards map number 1. It was a bit of a slow second half, but fundamentally, all that matters is whoever takes the map itself, and it's looking advantage good. Here is Lazarus time out. A tack pause called by them, one in which as well, TBI have a bit of a conversation about themselves. One more round is all they have to call to get this 2-0, which for Lazarus in terms of their push for playoffs would be huge.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at the very least, it would put them quite securely again in 5th at the end of this week, in a worst case. Obviously, that sort of depends on what happens for Anubis and unKnights and whatnot over the course of today. But TBI, such a good start to the week yesterday against SG. They looked like they would be, maybe a potential match for Lazarus, and they have been. But I'd say they'll be really disappointed if they walk away without any points on the board here. It's an interesting time to call attack for Lazarus. I wonder what they're sort of talking about. What are you...
It's true.
What do you do here? Do you go back to default? Do you go back to standard, expecting TBI to think you're going to do something different off the back of the tack? Or do they have a pocket strat that they need to have a conversation about? Obviously, TBI, they've always got a lot to say as well.
No, you're spot on, though. I mean, it is a real bold time to call for a pause. I think, especially considering you've kind of got momentum in your favor. So this sort of break opens the door up a little bit more to maybe even the playing field in terms of where things sit. But I think maybe on the other side, it could be a mental game here. Lazarus want to put that real pressure on the shoulders of TBI, and these guys sit here and think and feel a bit of that pressure, and of course in doing so, potentially meaning mistakes creep in towards this final round of regulation. Question for us being, though, off the back of Lazarus' pause, have they got something in the locker? Have they got a bit of a pocket strat for this? They'll need it. They want to take this in regulation. Going towards overtime and putting that inherent risk back out there, I don't think you want to be doing that.
Yeah, just a good opening pick could make the big difference. So maybe that's the conversation. Where do we send the sniper? Try to look for the early fight. Let's see. Lazarus. Can they break the hearts of TBI once again? And it seems they might be able to. There it is, exactly as we said. HDZ. Where does the sniper go? Early. Well, straight into mid was the answer, and there was no shortage of options to take a shot at. It's a very good exchange for Lazarus. They barely lose any HP. They have the numbers advantage now, 5-on-4, and pressure is on TBI.
That's good. We do see Lazarus with, at least a pretty rare for them, double sniper setup. That both get aggro early into the round. Lose needs to be very careful. Very careful indeed. He will get caught and a missed shot by HGZ. Started well, but the second isn't great as Gainer will double down and the numbers go back in favor and now securely. I think this could be more rounds required here. Madison pokes his head out. It's not good enough for a fight in his favor, and the C4 will be able to go down momentarily. Oh, he's making a move, but he's going alone here. He's not even waiting for that support to come over, so he's looking for a little bit of early information himself. And nothing on offer. 30 seconds to try and do it, and he will at least get one. But flash out is not bad either. To the head of Bever, tapping away, getting mighty close as well, but they're not quite connecting. He needs a hope and a prayer as Madison comes in. He's all that's left. Madison needs a 1v3, and he only can get one. So 9 all. More rounds needed.
Well, I suppose it was a long time coming, right? If it didn't happen there on port, it was something that we sort of looked at in that first half and said this map is pretty close compound as well. So we are likely to get it here. Even if we didn't get it on port, it's really just been back and forth, 1 for 1 pretty much every single round. Or if maybe Lazarus pulls away a couple of rounds, TPI very quickly bounced back, but no consistency in terms of being able to put rounds together for either team. It often leads you in this direction, and so we're going to go into that overtime. Bit of a disappointing one, though, for Lazarus. They started well with that opening pick, and then just a few missed shots. Too many missed shots, really. Not even just the one, but
it's tough, isn't it?
Probably more than just the one to allow that to come back.
Yeah, I mean, kind of a big conversation as well needs to be had when you look at Lazarus and the way they approach. I mean, HSD falls back. They get the opening kill, which is great. Good proactivity. Then they fall back, and it honestly just comes down to a couple of missed shots that were very costly in the site itself. Loon's playing into his vents, gets nothing. HC backside, a shot he traditionally usually hits without too much of a worry in that time. Doesn't even get close. Gain of just a little jiggle peek is enough to bait out the fight. But overtime begins. At 9 all, anyone's game once again. TPI would love to take a map away here. They'd love to be able to do so. Questions, can they? Gainer thinks the answer is yes. He'll get the first and fight. He's a lucky man to still even be alive. Got to be only like 1 HP.
Yeah, this is where it starts to get a bit annoying for Lazarus, right? You had the chance, perhaps feel like you should have closed it out. Now you got to play out a full overtime and lose the first player straight up. TBI have that renewed sense of gusto with the chance to win the map. Whereas it's a bit of a different framing for Lazarus. It's all contextual, depends on how you think about things. Information is going to be there for TBI. Booker's having a bit of a look. Really not seeing too much. Eva also not seeing much in mid. So big stack over toward the A bomb site. That doesn't need to move. TBI well set to defend this push from Lazarus. But keep an eye on the timing of Loons. If he can come in at a pretty decent timing, it could make a big difference. Unless Kainer's just going to hit 2 clean shots like that. They will turn around and watch for Loons, but there you go. There's that timing. He doubles down himself. We're back into the 2-on-2.
Noble potentially swing on the corner. Bever tagged low. Now spotted surely a dead man walking Bever at this point. Booker though, desperately looking for a fight. He runs out of ammo, has to pull out the pistol, not good enough for the kill. Last one is Bever. Loons will spam and Loons will see it off. And it's the age-old classic. You lose the final round of regulation, but you find the first into overtime. Lazarus, the first side to crack into double digits.
Kainer's going to get aggressive into mid alone. This is a very risky play. Should get 1, maybe not 2. Loon's turning around. Just managed to get saved by Jin. That is a very, very near thing for Gainer. Seems to be confident at the moment, backing himself.
We'll see, but at least for now, quieter. Early to mid round off the back of that opening killer piece. I mean, Loons are so low, he kind of can't afford to be too aggro. Deep smoke via mid. Might disrespect it though. They will. They go through it, and it's costly. Very costly indeed. Looking for that third, unable to do so. Madison or Trey, but Bever and King, who combined, they've done enough work. Loons, all that's left. I mentioned it earlier that he's low, and yeah, Deadman walking. Seen off TBI onto back. 10-all. And continues this back and forth affair. I mean, at the moment, these two sides have been so damn even.
Continues in that same fashion. Golden points an option now too. Doesn't seem like it would be too far out of the realms of possibility. Lazarus TBI 13-12 on Ankara in their first meeting in Season 2 of 2024, and we might see a similar scoreline here on Compound as well. Just have the lead in this round, that's for sure. Vise is going to give it up, though. Bever just on and off timing, catching him, and there was no one in position to trade. Lazarus back into the 4-on-4 now. And trying to make life a bit difficult for Beber. The nade landing on his head, going to give him a little bit of a headache. C4's been left towards the backside of A, and Lazarus doing their job of now clearing out long.
Bever, look at him. A C4 not down or not kind of collected right now. It's committed. Where is the end goal here? Because they're already deep over towards A. Which, in all fairness, isn't bad, but it doesn't really matter right now. They've got to go get the C4, make the kind of the long old road up, and in doing so, it allows a couple more bodies to show some more presence here. And it feels like Labs as well have kind of conditioned them to be finishing towards this A site. Watching the corner. Not bad. King will be first contact. He can get at least one here. Will be okay, but he falls off. Goes away, and in doing so, leaves his teammate potentially quite vulnerable. Looking for more fights. Will get traded. And King comes back to die. If he had held for half a second more, he probably gets a kill for free.
Well, bomb plant's going to go down. 16 seconds left on the clock. Lazarus are nothing if not consistent with their timing. Ever though, has caught HDZ. That will open the retake up somewhat. Still enough time to be thinking about this one, and TBI will send Dirty in first. The spam, not really too much of a concern for Jin. Loons, however, a big one for Bever, and Dirty will fall as well. It's Lazarus that claim the lead at the first half of OT. And for all that work that TBI put in, maybe it will still come unstuck.
We'll see, but yeah, all in all, this game's still on a bit of a nice edge. I mean, for Lazarus, they're the one to me that look at them and say, you know, kind of got the most to lose, I guess, in this situation. They should be coming in towards, I guess, this sort of a matchup, this sort of a game, and really not face too many problems. And I think at the moment, we look at it and say, it's closer than it should be. TBI, they're not a bad side, but in the grand scheme of where the standings are right now, Lazarus are the team to look out for with a potential, you know, playoff team who could actually make that little run. And yeah, I think not maybe showcasing the talent that we know out of them. I mean, this has been kind of unfortunately Lazarus for a little bit. They have the name value. We know they have these decent rounds here and there, but it's just not all that consistent. Something that really is eluding them at the moment. Either way, 11-10. It's a slight lead. It's TBI. Look to try and respond in kind off the back. What is a pretty decent half by Lazarus, all things considered.
Gainer. Just going to be checking pillars while the rest of the team tries to work into mid. It's just going to be the Wolfpack approach toward the B site by the looks of things. Vice is going to be dangerous in that position. In the end, they are turned away, but the timing here from Vice is pretty good. The information's certainly going to be there for Lazarus, though. The problem is the shots are not. TBI just steamroll their way over the bomb site.
Jin, last man, what do you do? Let's be honest, not a lot. Once again, looks like we're going to be tied up here. Would require heroics. It ain't going to happen. Oh, the 2 though ain't bad. 15 seconds to work with. Jumps with a pistol, but seeing off. There was a moment where maybe something could have come to fruition, but it's not to be. And it's again another even game. We're all tight square, and honestly becomes very difficult to call. 11-all. Hunting for the 13, but not a huge amount of off. I mean, early couple of kills looking good here for Lazarus. To once again continue this back and forth affair between these two sides. Neither of them really able to put up the big thing we're looking for, which is just a bit of consistency. Consecutive rounds on the board. They've completely eluded both TBI and Lazarus.
Yeah, I think we're going 13-12. That's my guess.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Just feels as though we're headed in that direction. But 4v3 right now for Lazarus should be enough to make them feel confident about giving them at least another map point attempt.
I mean, for now, we're in at 10. Off the back of the initial, I guess, lackluster fight for TBI, there, something that has kind of been a bit of a consistency for them. We saw in regulation, they do just get a little nervy about making a move here. And they're to be slow. Only one man looking towards B is a really big call here. If he dies, I mean, it's not doing enough to bait over rotations towards A, at least for now. I mean, Lazarus are more than happy to sit up in this kind of 2-2 split, and a sniper of Jin. Easy work for him. A freebie. Bevan might be joining him sooner rather than later as well. Flash is good. Vital play up close as well. Headshot angle, which favors him massively here. Spots and drops. And the last man's Booker. They're giving them ice to 1v1s, and very simply, Lazarus are taking them. Again, another map and series point going the way of Lazarus this time. Second time of asking in this map. Can they close it out?
Well, off we go again. Gainer a little bit isolated here in pillars, but no push from Lazarus. They again will just default back to what has been their tried and true, which is more so a reactive playstyle than proactive. If it gets them over the line tonight against TBI, that'll be good enough.
In towards mid. TBI. Have a little look in, and again, not a huge amount on offer, at least for the time being. And that smoke. We'll stack here. Now we tested second. Flash is really good. Madison and Vi trying to combine. Madison needs to get a second in, but he can't. It's actually Dirty who doubles it down. So we might be seeing TBI answering back, as at this point basically should have been expected. Jin and Loon's other ideas, but Gainer will still keep things relatively even, leaving Jin all alone now. They'll barrel towards A. They know Jin was over towards B. Oh, missed shot though. Still a chance.
There's a ballsy fight to be having there as Dirty, but Jin, let's see what he can do. Can he stave off the golden round? Doesn't look too promising for him. He would be aware that Dirty escaped out toward A-Long, but he's got no idea exactly where Booker is. That's why he's being so cautious, checking all of these angles on the site. Just going to have to go for the defuse. He's going to sit it. That's risky business, but the peek comes through, and now Jin in the 1v1. He's got 10 seconds to play with. He can't get Booker. And we go again, but we only go one more round.
Yeah, the old golden round here to the side. It's got to end at some point. I mean, honestly, I feel like if we let these guys just continue playing it out, it's going to be continuing like this. Back and forth, back and forth. This one is for all the marbles. Got to get that 13. Lazarus, they've had 2 separate map points in regulation and in overtime and failed both times. Surely, third time's the charm.
Smoked off on the A side of the map, on the B side of the map, and in mid. TBI, they won't be going anywhere quickly. King has got a lot to say. Wish I could lip read. I would love to know what is being said for TBI right now.
Yeah, pretty vocal, right? I mean, and they know as much as we do how important this round is. Jin, going to be playing up close, jumping on the angle. I think he's wanted a bit of information. This doesn't want to overplay his cars, dip away, maybe semi-reluctantly give up that control, but he knows it's probably better team-wise.
HTZ going to be critical, especially if Madison goes down early. Flashed off. He's hearing those footsteps. He's going to take the initial fight. No real connections. King down low, but HTZ's being swarmed. It's a 1-for-1. Lazarus haven't looked too great on the retakes on A. This is bad news now that they have lost control of that site. Jin still yet to come across from B. Plant yet to go down. Yeah, haven't cleared out A long, so they are scared of that. 20 seconds left. TBI still with plenty of time. Eventually now deciding to put the plant down. He's a bit hesitant to push back through in from mid to long, so he's just going to regroup, I think, with Loons, and here we go. Lazarus, 30 seconds left to play in the round to make this retake happen, to secure the 2-0 tonight, and it started well. Jin gets King, but falls straight away. Dirty holding the line, nearly lines 2 up, but he's done enough surely now. Madison in the 1v2. Catches Gainer quickly. Booker, the spray, gets him low. The pistol out now. 4 shots remaining for Madison, and he can't save the day. It's TBI that are going to do enough to get themselves the dub on at least one map.
Celebrations.
And I can't even tell if they're happy or not.
Yeah, it kind of seems like they are, but then not. It's kind of weird, but hey, at least they got a map, right? That's all that matters. The draw is what we're going to be getting here between these two. I mean, honestly, like I said, I feel like if you let that game play out and let them, no golden rounds, get them going, it would have been one of the longest maps we would have got. There was back and forth. There was zero consistency, no consecutive rounds being had. And I think in the end, honestly, it had to come down to a golden round. TBI see it off at the end, and it's good for them. But Lazarus kicking themselves. 3 separate opportunities to close out that map, and all 3 they failed. I mean, there's no excuse anymore for that. They should have taken that 2-0. They didn't, and they'll be kicking themselves.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think both teams there can really kick themselves a little bit, right? Like, both maps were winnable for both teams. There's things that you're going to go back and look at and say, yeah, we could have done that a little bit better. I could have individually maybe got an extra kill here or not died there, and that might have made a big difference in the round. Highlights package is probably going to last a fair while. This is as long as a game of Crossfire can potentially go, the maximum 25 rounds. And frankly, a lot of those rounds were very, very long rounds as well, right? Using up pretty much the full 2.5 minutes that you're going to get on the round timer. And even then coming down to some pretty last minute clutches, and defusers and stuff like that. So it was a very, very long series. And for Lazarus and for TBI, I don't know if it ends up being a day that either are really, really stoked about, but
I'd agree,
both at least get some points on the board. So, you take it as it comes, I suppose.
I think you're right, honestly. I think neither of them are going to be thrilled with maybe how they played. There's a lot of mistakes that crept in. There's no kind of two ways about it. I mean, it's a map in which I think both sides can probably take away a lot from it, and there's a lot to learn. But yeah, I mean, a tough one, a real tough one indeed. And I don't know. This is yeah, one of those where I think it's good that TBI take it. It actually might be quite, I guess, it might have quite a lot of consequences looking forward for Lazarus, who are obviously, you know, like we spoke about, kind of pushing for that playoffs. They sort of needed a win here. You've got Anubis, who are, well, before this game, were 1 point ahead. Getting a win will put a lot more pressure on Anubis not to slip up later today. But, you know, we already kind of mentioned that Anubis have got a game which feels very winnable on paper. They're against SG, right? So already, I don't know, that might be kind of what was the chances potentially of playoffs for Lazarus, but maybe they're slipping away.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with you. Looking at the rest of their matches that they've got, you know, you've got the top 3 teams in the competition still on the books for Lazarus. They've got unKnights and LCK next week, and then they've got 3BL in week 7. So not a particularly easy run towards the last few weeks of competition here for Lazarus, and I tend to agree maybe that was their chance taken away from them. TBI, though, I suppose in the grand scheme of things, you do have to look at that and say, job well done, right? You take points away from a team that's higher than you on the standings. That is punching above your weight in theory, right? Like on paper, that should be one of the easier matches for Lazarus, and every match is a tough one for TBI when they're one of the teams at the bottom of the standings. So overall, great week for TBI. They go 3-1 over the 2 days, and can't be too disappointed by that as the team that came into the week pretty much at the bottom of the scoreboard. If not, I think they were actually 8th until they got that 2-0 against SG. So all things considered, job well done. Today wasn't even really, you know, a hard carry performance like by Dirty or something like that. It was a bit more of an effort by committee from TBI, which I like to see as well. And interested to see who's going to pick up the MVP for this matchup, because it'll be a tough calculation to be making, and it is Beva in the end. So 1.36 over the course of the 2 maps. That's not a shabby performance in a 1-1.
Yeah, it's not, honestly. I mean, fairly decent little showing, all things considered. I mean, Beva, well played to him, just consistent. I think that's maybe basically the main thing. You know, we saw a couple of individuals over towards Lazarus who were decent towards map number 1, but it's, again, that word where the consistency just wasn't quite there, simply put. Ladies and gents, that's only our first game. We've got 3 more to be bringing you throughout today's action. That was an absolute marathon, so we're going to take a little bit of a break. We've got GV versus unKnights coming up next. Sit tight. You don't want to miss it. I'll see you soon.
one. There's another right on top of you there, Sloxy.
When HPV is just doing what he's doing.
Has to get at least one. Good for one, good for two. Green's good for three.
But again, he can't find more than one, but it's HCT!
All right, well, we're back on into the swing of things. It's GV unKnights that are getting ready to play now for game 2. I can't believe it. That was a very, very long first series.
Yeah.
So, you know, it feels like we're pretty deep into the day already, but in fact, we're actually only have a quarter of the way in. We've still got a lot of games of Crossfire to get through. And GV unKnights, you know, another interesting matchup on paper because look, you have this unKnights roster that have been doing really, really well, and they generally tend to be considered one of the better teams in the region. But then I look at GV and I think, you know, they've got some pretty good names on that roster. Just doesn't seem to be coming together this season, though. So I'm not too sure what to kind of make of this one. Obviously, unKnights are the favorite. There's no doubt about that. But I don't know, man. I find it hard to go past GV sometimes.
Yeah, it is. You know, they do have the names. I mean, one for me that I always look towards is Awesome. Very, very talented player. Really, really good. And when he gets going, can be pretty, you know, pretty solid. But, you know, unKnights in a pretty solid position, all things to themselves, right? They're sitting here now with Anubis got a game later on, fair enough. But this is a very winnable game. At least it should be in their eyes. And in doing so, can not secure it, but get very close to locking in that playoffs is kind of guaranteed. And it already does sort of feel kind of guaranteed. They're just a little bit ahead of that pack behind them, but they're never going to catch up with the likes of the LCKs and the 3BLs of the world. But this on that side, they're very talented. They themselves have a lot of stars who can really step up. I mean, I look at them as one of the more talented teams outside of the top 2, or the most talented team outside of the top 2. But we're running through GV, and you kind of mentioned them already. Name value wise, there actually is a lot to like here. I mean, this is a side who have played very, very good Crossfire last season, coming in towards this season as well, but maybe not as much in the second half of the year, where we've seen them be making more errors than we're used to.
Yeah, I don't know what it is really for this team, but I guess it's something that we'll potentially see rectified tonight. I would say GV's very much going to have to be on their A game if they even want to take a map away from unKnights, let alone the series. I think the series is actually probably a little bit too much to ask, but, you know, if you've got, let's just be real, like your 4 fraggers kind of popping off, that would be Snox, Creeds, Awesome, and FaZe, and obviously 7 coming in as the IGL. You know, if he's being able to sort of rally the troops in the right capacity, then maybe they can be a bit of a challenge tonight for unKnights. Have to see what the maps are going to end up being. Compound and Kara, the 2. So have a quick look back at the last matchup they played was Port and Kara. So it was a 1-1 actually, and Kara was picked up 10-4 by GV. You know, and that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, I think if GV do show up, you know, and the individuals are firing, like they actually do pound for pound have enough firepower to sort of take it to pretty much anyone in this league, but certainly to unKnights, and see whether or not that's going to come again today. I mean, a 10-4, that feels a pretty decisive result, so I'm not sure I'm going to predict quite that one-sided of a game against unKnights, but we'll see. It's going to be Compound first, so we'll jump back into that one and see if unKnights can continue to try to push for a top 2 spot.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But, you know, there's a couple of players over towards unKnights that I'm really going to keep an eye on heading into this. Alucard being the main one for me. Very talented with the sniper in hand. Actually very adaptable. Happy to use the rifles, the pistols, all of the rest. Beck, another very decent player over towards unKnights who can step up in a big way. HZZ as well. Also, you know, all of these guys have picked up you know, MVP so far this season. They've been very good. The only one with an MVP over towards GV is Awesome, who has, you know, credit to him, being very talented in his own regard. So we'll have to see kind of where things will head. But I mean, overall for me, I'm looking at this as being a really decent kind of matchup for unKnights. It's a little bit chaotic, a little bit of carnage. Yes, last time they played was 1-1, which I think was probably one of those things of a on the day type vibe. And GV are a team that on their day can be very, very good. But the big word, and I guess it kind of is stuck off the back of our previous series of Lazarus and TBI, is consistency, and that's something that just does elude GV at the moment. And you know, for honestly, with where they stand at the moment, a win here would be huge for them if they're able to get one. It puts them above Lazarus, gets them out of relegation. It's so important. So there might be a little bit more for them where they've got a little bit more of that fight about them. But, you know, unlike same sort of vibe for them, they're in a decent position where they're getting to the point of already kind of being guaranteed in for playoffs heading towards the tail end of the season. But they do just want to lock in and make sure there's no doubts about it. Either way, we are live here on Compound to kickstart things, and we look to see what GV can do, setting the tone early. And okay, Awesome as Snox combining with a killer piece.
Yeah, it's a very good sign, definitely. Look, GV, a lot of experience on this roster, players that have high ceilings as well. So if they come out the gate strong and they can maintain that over the course of a map or two, then who's to say it's impossible to find a 2-0 tonight for GV? I do genuinely believe that at their peak, GV could take 2 maps against unKnights. And I don't know that we're going to necessarily see that. I don't know that we're going to see the peak GV, but that's already a pretty good start, and it's a very, very positive sign with how things are going. HCZ receiving a nade or two in his direction. No real damage onto him just yet, but it has now been smoked off. And GV might just in the end decide to go for an A split. HCZ does get himself the kill onto Awesome, who was the low HP player. GV are going to take things slow and maybe give Snox some time to work on A long.
Aid gonna come down on HCZ. Decent damage behind it. Oh, the drive-by though from Creed is beautiful. Pistol pulled out, looks for more. And actually being given the opportunity to, I say, fights there on a car, but he can only get 2. That puts the new boy of Kiko in a 1v2. He goes the wrong way, tapping away into Faisal. He should know Snox is below him as well. Snox looks at the fight. It's a messy one. Kiko doesn't actually need to give it to him. Hasn't planted the C4 yet, so onus really was on Hanover on GV to get something done there. C4 will go down now. So timer goes above his head. Oh, Kiko. That's a beautiful 1v2 played by him. Really nicely done. And unKnights are going to start well here.
Yeah, Kiko was pretty clutch yesterday, and that seems to have rolled through to today as well. Got to be a little bit disappointed there, unfortunately, for GV. Started the round so well. I mean, started the half so well too, obviously, and 3v5. Let it slip. It's not a great sign. Nades are going to go a little too far behind GV to cause any issues, and so they will maintain that mid control without losing too many hit points for their troubles. What's going to be the aim of this round for GV? How do they make amends for the last? Ooh, that's nice. A good setup from FaZe, just getting quite aggressive up in mid and sets himself on the line, and Alucard swings right into it. So another player advantage for GV to start the round with.
They're not going to complain, but it's about converting it now. HCZ, Kiko, on that corner to try and lock them out as they head towards B. Smokes and flashes are really good, and HGZ is pretty decent with the sniper himself. Kiko stepping up. Not bad. Up close, missed shot. Awesome gets another double, which isn't bad at all. And now he can actually just park up if he wants to. 3v2 numbers favor GV, but they're not going to commit to the fight. Beck's rotated over, and they're a little nervy.
They do have time. They can play with it. They can try to put the element of doubt into the minds of unKnights. Beck's going to go hunting for a bit of info and will get it. Loses his life for it. It's going to come down to another 1-on-2. Yeah, Tro, though, can pull these kinds of rounds off every now and then. So let's not count him out just yet. Just waiting to hear that plant go down. Not going to get too much, but peeks his way in early, and Awesome will shut it out this time. No harm done for GV. They equalize it at 1 apiece.
Yeah, all right. Not bad. Decent little response there as well. Not a good work done there by Awesome. Guy, highlights are coming in towards the game. He is one to keep an eye out for. Faisal had an opportunity there, but just misses it. On scopes for half a second, it's enough for the cross to come through. Pietro. Jump around the corner. Just going to tag as well as he falls away. You're not going to be able to fully drop back, I don't think, and he will actually be caught in rotation. Snox, relentless swing. FaZe or another one from him. Catches back, second time of asking.
Slows down into mid, but not for very long because GV want to go through that smoke and Kiko can't do anything about it. Alucard will double down the collateral quick scope and it gets unKnights back into the round. GV won't be pleased with that at all. It's made an easy round quite difficult now, but Snox is doing work to salvage it. He's got to go back for the C4. HCC will find him and it's on to 7. These are rounds that GV should be winning easily, and they are having to work extremely hard for it.
Yeah, not easy, is it? HCC. I mean, 7. He took the C4, but I don't think he realizes he's going into a bit of a precarious spot. Oh my god. 7's gone into danger rather than away from it. And HCC will see it off. My god, that was really, really risky for a second. And 7 kind of his own worst enemy, unfortunately. He goes back into danger. Thinks he's running away from it, but gets the wrong read or misinformation or something of the sort. It's unKnights. Take back a lead, 2-1. 7 though. Lead on that corner. He falls away from it. Doesn't he actually need to even stick around for the fight, but kind of reluctantly giving up a lot of control in via kind of B to mid. I mean, look how much space they've got here on that. Pietro, big swing. Not the easiest of fights, but they're working. I say that until Snox does double down. Still, though, numbers are good for unKnights.
Well, Creed's not quite going to be able to do too much about that, as unKnights are happy to back off and continue to play this Wolfpack style. I mean, GV, they could just fang it into A, get the plant down, and really put that time pressure on unKnights, but they're not going to go that quickly.
All right, well, I mean, they've got the side, at the very least. But nothing. C4 will go down as well. So now a big rotate. Retake about to come into fruition, but taking their sweet time about it.
20 seconds only to make this retake happen. You see Kiko's being very, very wary, waiting for the assistance of Beck to clear that room out. Now they go forward. Beck gets the wallbang headshot. Ooh, the flash onto Creeds, and now it's on to 7, who doesn't even get the chance to fire a shot. So unKnights with supreme confidence. They know their limits, and they make that timing work out pretty much to perfection. Again, it kind of feels like another pretty comfortable round for unKnights, and even though GV are making them work for these rounds, you can see that there is a bit of a class difference at the moment between the two teams.
Yeah, no, it has to be said when it comes to these real late round moments, unKnights just look so composed in these situations. Another opening kill for GV, which is good, but it's already yet to convert them. HC's going to chunk that grenade there. Tempted with a swing in the corner. Swing is good. Alucard and HCZ combining for one apiece. Alucard can look for another. I mean, even sticking around for the fight there is risky. He will just get away. 3v3, and he's given the opportunity to reset. And now has Beck in support too towards B. C4 not committed, but still the best opportunity they've got at getting somewhere. Look at the flank that is coming through, though. The big wrap all the way through spawn. And a real timing play here by Pietro, but he's going to get so much information that they are still sticking towards B.
Yeah, love the position from Pietro. Doesn't need to do anything from here. Can just tuck behind that crate. Wait to see if any shift is going to come through from GV, but as of yet, not seeing anything. So, as you say, there's no reason for anyone from unKnights to move away from the B side at the moment. But here's where Pietro comes into play. Rotation is in from GV. Are they going to have the chops to check the angle? Doesn't look like 7 is going to do it, but Creed's wide swing saves him. And then Pietro down as well. So that becomes a bit of a headache now for unKnights, and they have to go searching, hunting for their own information. 2 players pushing into the waiting arms of GV. And so there is another round for GV pretty quickly.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, for Pietro, I don't hate the... I guess the idea, right, where they kind of come in towards this, and he's going to just park up and hold for rotations, but you do have to sort of go 1-for-1 there. It's a big swing. It's a really nice sort of, at least, idea of it's possible. Flash to the corners, good. Beck, full blind alongside Pietro. On a piece there, ain't bad. Swing back in for Beck, though, is a big call, and one of which doesn't work out for him as Awesome gets a trade.
Yeah, C4 is going to have to be recollected by GV, and they'll have to go on their merry way back toward pillars, it looks like. It's smoked off in mid at the moment. We want to clear pillars out. It's going to be the job of FaZe. Awesome's just decided he wants to run through mid, taking matters into his own hands, and this is where he does tend to do some of his best work, when he's playing with that kind of confidence, that sort of don't give a F attitude. Has been spotted out now by Kiko, so that element of surprise will be lost. FaZe also quickly moving through the map, setting things up somewhat nicely for a B split here, GV, though with the C4 having to come through from mid. Comes down to Awesome, doubling down, and that opens the round up. My God, how does he continue to do it? He goes forward for another one. Confidence plays from Awesome, and that is Awesome doing what he does best.
Easy. Got to try and bail them out from a potentially embarrassing round to lose, where one man has kind of ran riot, and he's not being spotted by FaZe. A bit of damage, but this could be Awesome seeing it off in what was an immaculate round from him. 30 seconds just shy of on that timer of the C4. Does he swing as Awesome to get yet another? What a round out from him. Brought up his name coming in towards it, and this is exactly why he's an absolute masterclass here. Showcasing, I mean, just how good he can be, and just how good GV as a team can be too. Really decent response, and they tie the game up once again. unKnights, they're being made to work for this.
Yeah, very, very explosive player, Awesome, and he is always on the tip of my lips when I'm watching this team play. I did say yesterday I felt he'd been a little bit down on his output, and that's because I'm used to seeing a little bit more like that, which is what we have gotten today. 9-4 after the first 6 rounds. It is definitely a good day to be in Awesome's shoes, of which he has plenty. But is that going to be enough to get GV over the line against unKnights roster? I don't know. That potentially a bit more of a difficult discussion.
We'll see. So those pillars grouping up 4 of them. I'll leave one as a lurk out via mid. If anybody gets Langsty, starts testing the waters there, well, could be costly. In the corner, in towards window, nothing really offering up, and a pop flash will come through alongside the smoke. They're swinging in. HC just going to get out of there. Doesn't want to stick around. He's kind of fumbling to get on towards the side, but will be given that luxury. Kiko catches FaZe, that lurking via mid off guard, and now they committed all the troops towards B. unKnights, they've got the knowledge. They know this is where they're trying to commit to. And they force them to pump the brakes.
Good connection there from 7. Gonna have to keep pushing the issue though, GV. And again, it will end up being a B split, with Snox being out on that flank. The rest of the fight happening in through mid. Snox's timing looks to be perfect. He catches Beck, and then HZZ. B site taken. GV with a numbers advantage. A retake required from unKnights on the most difficult site to retake. Don't like their chances with the numbers deficit.
Good. I'm with you. On a card. For a pixel. Just slightly spot one, playing up close, but it's such a tough angle to play, and a shot from him has left them all alone. Teammate falls on Pietro, and this is now asking probably just a little bit too much. GV are going to take a lead towards the tail end of this half, and this is not bad at all. My God. 4-3. GV causing a bit of an upset here. unKnights coming as the favourites, but they're not playing like them right now.
No. Yeah, I mean, GV, they're a team with a very high peak, so when they do manage to hit it, then they're going to be a tough team to go up against. There's no doubt about that. A lot of international experience even on this roster as well, so they know how to dig deep. They know how to play under pressure. Now playing well tonight. Oh, 7. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome. He is pretty low.
Let's see, I mean, a little nervy about playing in my window here. I guess we're going to swap the Orm for the AK instead. Mid. Behind that smoke is where they're playing around, but it kind of feels like, especially now in this kind of mid to late round, they don't really know where to go. 7 got Uto. Potentially that can be set up, but they're not going to commit to anything just yet. 1 minute 10. unKnights kind of happy just to play back on towards the sides.
Flash going to go up over the top. And there'll be an attempt in through that smoke for GV that works out nicely. Snox and FaZe able to find entries this time around. But if they want to go A, they still have to grab a couple more, and that may be more difficult than it sounds. Or perhaps not. And Beck went down so cleanly, and Alucard, well, he was pushed by Snox. I suppose you can afford to give up one player in those circumstances. But 3v2 definitely feels a lot more winnable than a 4v2. We'll see what Alucard and HCZ have to say about it. He's still making his way across, but will win the duel against Creeds. And now, all of a sudden, it's on for unKnights. 2-on-2. Alucard will still be smoked off, but that's starting to fade. He's now getting to have a bit of a look in onto 7, which leaves the job onto FaZe. There's only so few places that he can be. Round the corner, he catches HCZ. Alucard doesn't have many options left. He wants to go for the tap. He wants to go for the defuse. He won't sit it, but he will hit the shot. And he will have the time for the defuse as well. Alucard, calm under pressure. And keeps it even.
Yeah, not a bad clutch at all, is it? And honestly, really needed for unKnights. I mean, it sort of felt like they've been losing control of this game just a tad, so they needed a bit of a hero. Of course, it's always going to be Alucard. Fairly decent game out from him, 8 kills. HGC just a little bit ahead on 9, but, you know, Alucard is traditionally the man you look towards on this team to bring out, you know, the firepower, the numbers, all the rest, and showcasing just how good he can be. Beautiful work. Kiko going to get caught, though. Faisal with the arm, making it sing. Not a bad little start at all, but let's spam in the corner here. In case anybody's trying to sneak their way through that smoke in mid. Doesn't seem to be the case, but numbers advantage for GV, again, is kind of how they started basically every single round, and of course includes the final one of the half.
Faster play this time from GV. They're not messing around. Where will they end up, though? C4's been left isolated in mid. If that player were to drop, it is 7 and he's low. Could get awkward. But they are looking to overwhelm A, and they have done so without too many difficulties. There's Pietro and HCZ. And Pietro has done a good job of getting that shot onto Creeds, though he sticks around a little bit more than he was welcome to. Leaves HCZ alone. Awesome wants to wrap it up quickly. Good shout from him. Playing with confidence is GV. And they've been given the benefit of the 5-4 lead at the end of the half.
It's got to be said, this is a game which still feels like it can absolutely go basically any way. Kind of seen these two sides where they've really looked very back and forth. Neither really developed any sort of consistent game plan here. Still feels like a tough one to call. We're heading towards that second half, and we have to look at this and say, I mean, for me, a lot of opponents are on unKnights. We've come in towards this one, definitely in our eyes, the favourite, and you know, they're not playing like, how are they going to change things up?
I don't know that we'll see much of a change up though from unKnights if we're being real. I remember watching them yesterday. They're another one of those teams that tends to take that slightly slower style, try to use as much time as they possibly have. GV do show a little bit more variety with their pacing. So don't half mind from them.
For now, we wait. said much slower. It's just the classic that we've kind of seen out of these two sides. But on the corner, looking to have a little fight here. They're already popping through. It looks like they want to wrap in towards A, but take the long route in doing so. Yeah, that is going to be the case. First fight going to come in a second. Creeds can't connect. He's open for the fight in the corner. Pietro will swing in to get one, and alongside Kiko and Beck as they flood in towards the site itself. It's a really decent take. I'll give them more. C4 should be able to go down, but there's no rush to plant just yet. 35 seconds on the clock, and now it will be planted, putting that pressure on to the shoulders of GV on the retake.
.36 seconds left in the round for unKnights, so tried and true very much so. Taking their time, and it's worked out perfectly. 7, the last one. It's not many players that I would say can convert a 1v4. 7 also is not one of those players. So, unKnights right back into even situation. I want to see a bit of a change up from GB. I don't know that you beat unKnights by playing super standard, especially when you've got someone like Awesome kind of going off. You know, Snox and FaZe are not having a bad day either. So I'd like to see them try a little bit more aggression, and that's kind of what they have done in this round. They've gone into pillars aggressively, but they have lost Awesome. So that kind of hurts. It's a bitter pill to swallow. It's one of the tools in your arsenal that's been pretty swiftly dealt with.
I'm with you. I feel like if you want to try and beat a side like unKnights, you've got to be just a little bit unpredictable. I mean, I don't think you can afford to kind of come into this and play this sort of default style player. It's just not going to work. Tap on the corner. Nothing really gained there for Pietro Bar. A little bit of information off the noise cue. Kiko, hang on a second. Does he realize what he's just seen? Yeah, he does. Risky fight here. That's HGZ around the corner to support. I don't know if you want to pop through this door, though. It's such a tough fight. It's such a chokehold as well.
They're waiting.
Yeah.
Waiting for Beck. Problem is, Beck has the C4, so you don't want him to actually be that first point of contact. And there's the fight. HCC in danger of potentially going down as well. The nade, though, won't quite go deep enough. So unKnights are going to be sent scurrying away from pillars, and instead their choice is going to be to go toward mid. Pietro leading the charge. If they go B, it's not a bad shout at all. Snox caught a little on the timing. Alucard and Pietro both go down. It comes down to Beck to get the trade. That's not good enough from unKnights. Should have been a little bit cleaner on the entry there. Now Creeds gets the better of HCC. Almost definitely GV to pull ahead once again.
See. C4 gonna get planted. It's not impossible. It's gonna be so difficult though. Creeds is low. That's the one thing he's maybe got to work with. He's trying to isolate fights desperately. Flash is decent to buy him a little bit more time, but now he starts to get overwhelmed. They're flooding in, and down he will fall. Beck caught, and a pretty simple retake, all things considered, by GV. Nicely done. I don't think it's the retake that's really the good thing. It's this sort of player here. Bit of proactivity. He said a little bit unorthodox is how you're going to find success against a side like unKnights. That is exactly what we get. Much, much better. Oh, not bad. Not bad. 6-5 and a little lead taken here for GV. Extend it potentially to a 7-5, and we're talking about putting some serious pressure on the shoulders of unKnights.
Don't know if it's going to be unKnights to crack under the pressure, though. We saw yesterday they were pretty confident in that game against LCK. Yes, they ended up losing, but even in those close rounds, they were putting up a good performance. So have to give them the benefit of the doubt that they're going to be able to do that again today against the GV.
Holding. Easy on the corner. Got Pietro kind of just poking and prodding around. The flash is catching him a little bit, but moves his way forward and he's trying to barrel in through the smoke, and he might just try and sneak forward through it. I don't even hate the decision. Eight in the corner. A lot of damage being dealt to Alucard. He's the only one who's taking these sort of serious tags here. Missed shot with the Orm Phaser trying to reset himself. He's desperately around this corner, but it's actually the rifles are doing all the work, all the heavy lifting. As Snox and Creeds get 2 apiece. And Awesome will see off the 5th in a very simple round, all things into the GV. 7-5.
Okay, starting to pull ahead again. If GV can win this next round, then I think I'm going to start to believe that they can get map off of unKnights tonight. Alucard, though, is instantly going to drop 7, and if it were not for that shot hit, then the nades that followed certainly would have done a number onto him. If not, maybe caught him as well. This will be a little bit of an easier round now for unKnights to play out, but I'm not getting the sense that it's going to speed things up all that much.
Yeah, I'm with you. unKnights are just hoping, I think, that GV makes their unwarranted and unforced errors, but it's just not something that they traditionally do. I mean, GV are, or at least we know them as a side solid enough. It shouldn't really be that much of an issue. Yeah, for now. All the slower once again.
What a shot.
The back of the initial fight. 7 gets caught there, just an elbow showing, but enough. 1 minute to work with. You got to try and pull this back in their favor. Pop flash is good around that corner, but he still will fall to the hands of Snox. Nice work.
It's a very sharp shot from Snox, and FaZe clean as well. All of a sudden, back to a 3-on-5. unKnights had the lead, had the opener. Haven't been able to enter the site just yet. They're being held at bay, although Awesome having gone down now leaves the onus really on FaZe. He doesn't even know if the commitment is in just yet. The push over the top. HCZ is going to go and jump into the site, which puts too much pressure on FaZe. That is a round that unKnights do sort of salvage in the end.
It's a weird one, though, again. Very kind of scrappy round, which doesn't really feel all that great. This one is so quick off the offset. Kiko gets 2, and then Beck and Pietro combine for another one towards Creed. So immediately unKnights put themselves in such an advantageous position with 7 and Snox. They're kind of scratching their heads a little bit. How do we find this in our favor? Pietro running and gunning, delivering. Snox is the last man. He's a known quantity in via mid. Realistically, they don't even need to fight him.
It might be time for a tack timeout from GV. Lovely for Snox to pull this one off, but tough ask. Spray's not really connecting. Colt's come out. That's a good headshot. Oh, might be in for it, but the 1v1 will not go his way. So it is going to be unKnights at 7 apiece. Once again, equalizing the score.
Bit by bit, this game opening up once again. This one felt like potential to have these slightly kind of quicker rounds, but I mean, similar to what we saw in towards game number 1, where a bit of a slower tempo, slower pace, a pause being called it, then, you know, the conversation to be had. And of course, I think in my eyes, it's primarily towards unKnights still. I mean, we look at this and we say, I mean, what is kind of the way in which they're going to see this over? GV are playing a little bit unorthodox. It's enough, at the very least, where it's keeping this unKnights side at bay. Fortunately, this pause actually is of a technical nature, but still at least a bit of time to have a bit of conversation and all the rest. For now, though, unKnights, pressure for at least from my eyes, feels a little bit more on them. They are the quote-unquote overdogs, I guess you could say, coming in towards this sort of a game. They're expected to win. They need a win as well to kind of really secure that that playoffs berth, which is super important for them. Who are in a decent spot. You know, there technically is still the possibility of land for this unKnights side, so they need it.
Yeah. GV probably not thinking the same thing, but playoffs definitely for GV is a potential conversation, if not even just the conversation around making it into CFWL next year. We'll get back into it after a bit of a chat. Some very, very close matches tonight.
It's true.
And everything has been thrown in as we get deeper and deeper into the season.
Well, once again, I think Seven sort of learned from the mistakes of that previous round, peeking into pillars and getting his arm caught there and falling early. It's something that just GV just cannot really afford to be doing. Quiet though, 1:35 and Beck holds and waits. Not a huge amount being offered, and the C4 not committed either. I mean, you got 2 playing out towards that B side who are having a look in. You got 3 in via mid, but neither of them are really committing to all too much. The big one is whether Pietro has a little look over towards A long, because he might actually get tested in a moment. Never mind, he'll pull away.
Ooh, yeah. Snox just having a little cheeky peek around the corner there as Pietro jumped over. Neither spotting one another. Snox maybe even falsely assuming that A-Long was clear. Pietro definitely floating around, but it's not going to be a hit towards A. I can tell you that one for free. 55 seconds left on the clock, and unKnights are still in pillars. They're going to start to work their way in. There's a lot of util being tossed in mid, but it's just Pietro kind of lurking his way through there. If he even can get one, that can really go a long way. The rest of the offensive from unKnights straight into B. It's on to 7 to try to lock it down, and he's got 2. One of them a headshot. That's good news. Creed's not quick enough in to stop the rampaging Beck, who's found 3. Even despite a fairly decent hold on that B bomb site, unKnights also getting the entries they needed. Alucard needs to be very careful.
It's a lot of damage, man. It's actually pretty doable now. He sees the barrel. Sees the barrel, and he will get the kill. Now down to 1 man. Beck will get his.
Ace time.
Uh-oh.
1 more kill required to get the 5k in the round from Beck. Can he get it? No! It's going to be FaZe to save the day for GV. And again, GV will just pull ahead by a hair.
Bit by bit. These 2 sides. I mean, they're keeping this competitive. It's keeping it an interesting game, but my God, neither of them able to really get a solid read on each other. Dropping nades over, neither of them doing any sort of damage. A little bit actually too late, both of the nades, in all fairness. They get thrown half a second earlier. Actually, the one on towards unKnights getting a fairly decent amount of chip damage in towards the pack, but not this time. Grouping up via mid, and there are the standard smokes thrown here. No mid smoke, and this especially there. No smoke towards the front of A main, and it gives FaZe a freebie to start things off. However, they still have lost the sight. Super labored spray from Awesome. First real time we've seen him make a grandiose mistake like that, and it's cost them.
Yeah, that could have been a big moment for the round, and actually a big moment for this map. If he gets that kill or 2, GV have a couple of bites at the cherry, but now it's very much unKnights' favored to win this round. Seven's going to be flanking around in mid, seeing what he can spot. Doesn't see too much. That's crucial time being spent by GV. 15 seconds to make this retake happen. It's a good shot from Snox onto Beck, and he gets Kiko as well. Hold on a minute. There might still be a conversation to be had right here. Creeds goes down. 7 gets the trade. He's on to the defuse just in time. It will be GV to take the round, and they've now got 2 map points available. Did not see this one coming, but GV can't afford to let it slip now. Job's not yet done.
Honestly, really thought we were going to be coming in towards this and talking about unKnights kind of quite comfortably taking a map, but yeah, no, like you said, not to be. Really decent work. And I'm enjoying that, you know, kind of what we're seeing out from GV, who are playing a little bit more unorthodox. It's a little bit more of a riskier style, but it's working. unKnights They're trying to set the tone. They're trying to be a little bit pacier as well. And in this instance, it'll work. Question being, do they clear 7? Boost on the corner. He now, as time starts to tick, can be flanked both ways. He's waiting for a push from Pillars, but it's not coming, and it might actually cost him his life. Does Kiko clear him? It doesn't matter. Basil gets one, but back one Kiko will get the other, and in doing so, this probably should be around for unKnights. It's going to be a tough retake.
Have a look at this fast flank, though, coming through from Creeds. Kiko posted on the line, waiting for that one. A couple of shots have been fired there, actually, in Pillars now, so they'll be aware of that push coming through. Smoke, not going to be a happy time for Creeds. He's got Snox coming as well. I don't know that GV is going to make this retake happen. It's like, how do you even get in? It's way too many smokes. You can hear them continuing to get refreshed. Alucard, just falling off the line at the wrong time, but Kiko's there to help him out. Creeds gets 1, needs more. He needs 2. Probably needs to get 3. Time is of the essence as well, and FaZe is dropped in the meanwhile. Creeds is straight into the site. There was no chance for him to win, even were he to kill everybody at that point. So it's a 1-round game. Another 1-round game. Could be the second OT of the night out of 3 maps.
Let's see. Yeah, are we going to get another, right? Again, another game in which just does not feel. But end is in sight here just yet. Feels like maybe there's a little bit left in the locker. There's already been a bit of a marathon of a map. GV, they felt comfortable when they hit towards that 9th, but sometimes a lot of teams, we will kind of see it throughout the season, they can think, just take their foot off the gas a little bit. Let's see, 1 minute 45, going in towards Pillars. I don't realize it yet, but there's just nobody here. Pietro jumping across, spots nothing, no real presence being shown. unKnights are playing all the way back towards site. And they're kind of sort of happy just to give this up. No real issues.
It's very unKnights play style, really, isn't it? Not going to do anything until forced to. And they're still not going to be forced to for another 30, 40 seconds at least. Taking their time. Back and forth across the map. To have Snox just jump spotting over toward A. He's not seeing a whole lot. There's no reason for anyone on GV to move just yet. And now the util gets tossed. Smoke left side and right side of mid.
Hang on. Timer starting to tick. Not the smoke going to come out behind this. A flash 2 will at least try to keep them at bay. Creed has got to get at least 1 here. If he doesn't, could be in trouble. Thankfully, he will. That's important. Good for information as well.
Yeah, Awesome's cleared it out as well. So where do you go now as unKnights? Kiko's going to give up his life for free, and 7 actually calls for the rotate. This could still get awkward. FaZe missing the shot on A. It's a chance now for unKnights to take the site. FaZe will step up for at least 1. Awesome needs another. He's pushed back. It's 3 on 2. GV, the map is in their hands. There's 19 seconds to plant the C4. They've got to deny it. unKnights cannot be allowed to get a C4 down cheaply. As soon as they hear that plant, they've got to go. Util's getting tossed over the top. This is the time. They've got to push their way forward. And Beck somehow gets 2. He remains unchecked. Can you believe it? Creeds gets the first. He needs another. Beck's very low. 28 seconds to work with. Creeds has time. He has the shots. He has the info. And he's got the win as well. GV, by the skin of their teeth, will get it over the line. 10-8. And they're going to have to give Creeds a pat on the back for that. But geez, GV, they made it as difficult as they could for themselves.
Oh, absolutely, and they don't exactly look too enthralled about it either, right? I mean, it's good that they've got that map over the line, but yeah, that was a tough one, hard fought, and unKnights, honestly, not looking like the side that we sort of expected. We kind of came in towards this one and saying, you know, unKnights are the favorites. They're a side who get a win here, and you can more or less already start to talk about them guaranteeing playoffs. I mean, that's how decent of a position they find themselves in, and now we're talking the other way and talking about, you know, they pick up a loss here. It absolutely throws a spanner in the works for the table as a whole. I mean, granted, still another map to come up, still the potential of that tie, but I mean, I'm looking at this with kind of open eyes and saying GV, for the most part, played actually the better CrossFire in towards that game. They were the stronger side. They were changing it up. You know, unKnights, I think they kind of live and die by the sword a little bit, and they can be maybe a little bit stubborn in terms of some of their play styles, in terms of some of the pace and the tempo they bring as well. And hey, I think it cost them.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I guess unKnights, they have to figure a way out to deal with that kind of thing. There was, no adaptability, no change-ups, nothing really too exciting. But to be fair, I think you do have to kind of also give some credit to GV, because GV is putting on a pretty good show today, right? You had 3 of your players stepping up in the time that it's required. You're against a good team. We know this GV roster have the chops. I said it at the start of the day as well, and I say it every day, right? I think for me, like, I'm a closeted GV fan, if that makes sense, right? Like, I don't, I wouldn't say like I have a bias towards any team, but I do look, whenever I look at GV, I think, man, this team is kind of better than what the actual standings represent at the moment. And I say that every time. And I don't say that for every team, and there's a reason I say it for GV, right? And it's because of games like this, right? And you look at that and you think, okay, if they can do that, they can play like that against unKnights, why can't they, for example, yesterday maybe put up a bit of a better challenge to 3BL, but more importantly, things like last week, how did they go down 2-0 to SG? That just doesn't seem like it should go that way. 2-0 loss against Lazarus as well. To be fair, both of those were in the OT, which is pretty hard to go past. But I don't know. I feel like GV just, sometimes they let themselves down with a little bit of that inconsistency. But when they're on, they're a good team.
They are. And honestly, they play a very decent kind of style, which, can be pretty enjoyable to watch and take on some big names. I mean, unKnights, they're no joke of a team. Be able to take the map like that, especially a map of Compound as well, which is, I always say, it is that real litmus test of a map. It really just showcases how good a team actually can be. Really decent little victory there as well. Take a look at the scoreboard, pretty even across the board in all fairness. I mean, Awesome was actually really decent to start off, but he did peter out a little bit, especially towards that second half. But Snox picked it up, Phase at his moment as well. I mean, you look at the unKnights, there was a couple of individuals back, no surprises there. A very, very talented guy, but he just he couldn't do it on his own, right? I think he just needed a little bit more, and that's the whole thing on unKnights. We needed to see just a little bit more in general from them. They weren't good enough. They weren't playing to the level that they should be, and it cost them. So Snox will take that MVP, no real questions asked. And now, honestly, good confidence for them heading in towards map number 2. I mean, there's a big chance here.
Yeah, certainly. I don't know that I'd be feeling super confident about a 2-0. I don't really think you can ever really go into a game against unKnights and say, yeah, this is going to be a foregone conclusion. So, GP going to have to dig deep again and probably play another pretty grindy map. But in saying that, their run on Ankara last time was pretty good. 10-4 against unKnights. Maybe today's the day a 2-0 comes together for GV and they can go back up those standings. But something that we'll catch up with in just a second. It's time now for a quick break. Don't go too far away. We'll be back soon.
We're getting in towards map number 2. Welcome back. We are straight into the action. Yeah, for this one. GV taking on unKnights. GV took map number 1. And they're looking to try and go 2 for 2 here. Heading in towards this one. I mean, honestly, a pretty decent game for them, all things considered. Right at the tail end. Seeing themselves into a winning position. 10-8. unKnights just looked a little tentative. They weren't exactly themselves. So we're hoping for a little bit more out from them. We'll have to wait and see, but a nice, slow, tentative start is kind of what we've come to expect here, Jordan.
Most definitely. I don't think it's going to change for unKnights throughout this season.
Yeah.
Minute and a half left on this one. Creed's just having a little bit of a look into the mid-con there. Timing could be okay here for unKnights. Creed's has to be pretty on point, make sure that he doesn't let anything slip by the wayside, because if they get up a little closer, which is exactly now what's kind of happening, he gets caught with a nade in hand, and it could have been very awkward indeed. Doesn't actually manage to calibrate in for a kill. FaZe does get one, but that's just not good enough from GV as far as the hold is concerned. Snox, though, on this retake. Can he find Alucard? If he could have been something. Now, though, 7 trying to make it happen in a 1v3. I think that's too much to ask. We'll give it a bit of a crack. Nade in behind the boxes. There's nobody there. And he's going to wait and see if anyone from unKnights is going to give him any kind of an opening, which we know, given unKnights' tendencies, is very unlikely to happen. They might be the most patient team in the league.
True.
They do start off with that first round of their own.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. He'll take it. Every day of the week for unKnights. A bit slow, but I mean, I guess ultimately slow, but if it works, just to complain. A bit of a spam in the corner there by Beck, and not going to be getting all too much, but it's Faisal who will deliver that first, using that sniper to good use. And in doing so, now we can start to look on the other side. You know, for this GV side, when they get proactive, they're actually a very scary side to kind of try and play against. Get a first, they dip away. They're going to triple man set up over towards B.
No aggression following that from GV. Not even really going to look for info over toward B. There's a resmoke at A main. unKnights just going to work their way in through the vent. Might not be a bad shout. 7's sort of keeping an eye on it. Awesome tucked into the corner. Will be put under a lot of pressure. 7 hasn't even spotted the players coming out the vent. It's actually going to be the job of Awesome. He only goes 1 for 1. 7 will fall as well as Creed's. Pietro just lining a couple up. It was a good start to the round for GV, but unKnights have definitely brought it back to see if this nade can make a difference. It doesn't land onto the head of Pietro, so Beck eating the brunt of it, but still alive. And Snox and FaZe at a numbers deficit for the retake, coming through from one angle. It's kind of going to be like shooting fish in a barrel here for unKnights.
It's tough. It is. Beck can just play on the high angle. Avoids the flash. They're swinging their way through. Spam is good, and he will exactly get himself one. Alucard alongside Pietro, going to see off the last, and just like that, unKnights make it a 2-0 start. Exactly what they need. Honestly, this is a fairly decent start for unKnights off the back of what was a bit of a lackluster ending. This is the sort of position where you get a lot of confidence to work with. Snox, I mean, the GV likes to get proactive. That's not bad. Snox to get one. Looking for a second. He won't get it, but Creed will trade. So they keep the numbers. This is a very chaotic start, but one which is doing really well for GV.
Yeah, the nade in there as well from Creeds to finish off Kiko, who was set up in pit, but very low on HP. Creeds is not shying away from any fights. Goes for another one. Just HCZ to recollect the bomb. He'll have to take the fight against Creeds, and that is not a player that you want to be challenging at the moment. Bit of a shift up. And I imagine, off the back of that, unKnights might slow things down again.
Let's see. Let's see. Hazel Oh, dang, he gets caught by the flash. He will actually manage to tuck his head in time, but he might get tunnel visioned in the wrong way. Oh my god, they've kind of gone past each other like ships in the night. Beck had that little peek out, didn't quite spot him because he was looking left-hand side. FaZe is given the opportunity to just fall away here. We'll see, but C4 gonna get recollected and go, it looks like at least back towards that B side. They're taking the long route to get there.
No contest from GV on the forward hold at B. So GV will allow unKnights to get into hotel for free without really too much in the ways of difficulty. Snock's not going to have a fun time if he's having to watch both these angles.
It's true. It is very true.
We've got two guys watching mid. There's two guys from GV watching mid. They need to bring one across to try and back up Snox. Look at that from FaZe and Creeds.
Holding the same
have
angle.
a read that something's coming from mid, but Snox having to play that 50-50. In the end, though, maybe they are going to be proven correct because unKnights have worked their way actually back into mid, back into GR spawn, and they're going to try and jump into one of the sites from there. They've slowed things down off the back of that initial pick of Snox, waiting for the rotation across. 7 needs more than just the one kill. He wants to get aggressive, but that is going to open the door up to go toward A. Awesome waiting. FaZe gets the info, and he gets a kill onto HCZ as well. This is a cheeky angle for Awesome, but it is checked by Pietro. And in the end, unKnights quite healthily actually get into the A site.
Yeah. As C4 goes down, this is impossible for FaZe, or he'll be caught. So unKnights once again extend their lead to that relatively comfortable 2-round buffer. And they can go in towards the towards our second half with at least a kind of a round lead at a 5-4 half, if not made better at a 6-3. I think they put themselves a decent spot. So in the corner, Awesome, going to get both. Beautiful work. They've done this aggression multiple rounds, and unKnights still aren't learning their lesson.
No. unKnights don't like the early fights, and there's a reason for that. You can see Snox a 1-for-1. That'll be good enough. Pietro wants to clear out connector. In fact, maybe the call is going to be to try and get back into mid and go back to A, but Kiko didn't get the memo and stuck around a little too long. FaZe has found him out. It's on to Pietro now to try to save the day alone. Should be a pretty easy one there in the end for GV, and that is the end result. So, a couple of rounds. But still early days in the map for sure.
Very much so. Aggression again? Why not? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Hey, he's right out there, but Alucard will catch one overextending. A pop shot from FaZe. Doesn't quite connect, but he got the right idea. At least he kind of knows that there's two in that direction now. Opening kill. Something in which unKnights are happily going to take, considering where they are round-wise. On the corner, Kiko. We'll get one more. Slox falls. This is looking very decent for unKnights.
Yeah, FaZe is trying to push the issue, bring it back. Creed's there as well. I don't mind this aggression from GV. You know when you've got numbers disadvantage that you do need to make somewhat of a play. Maybe both of them pushing through A main. Catch Alucard. He is being spotted. He's being watched. Big movements happening from unKnights now. Even if GV were to get that pick over on the A side of the map, it comes through a little bit too late. And they do. It's a 1-for-1 though, so that's not ideal. And also the fact that in that meanwhile, unKnights have kind of waltzed their way onto B. And got that plant down. It's a pretty good setup. Creeds is having to spend so much time even to get rid of Alucard, which means he's not going to be here for the retake for another 5-10 seconds or so. To be fair though, there is a smoke keeping 7 out of the site as well, but 20 seconds left, 3-on-2 retake. Gun barrel spotted, but 7 not quick enough on the trigger finger, and Kiko just able to tap away at a couple of heads. Will secure another round for unKnights.
Yikes. Well, it felt like potential for a moment, but in the end, not to be. 4-2. Knights again extending that lead to 2. They're keeping this buffer. They may lose it, but it's only ever briefly. They pull it back in their favor. This kind of back and forth affair, but it's back and forth with unKnights on a sort of somewhat comfortable sort of lead. So all in all, I don't think they mind all too much. I got hold of that push once again. He got a kill with it last round, so I don't blame him. 40 and not a lot. Giving up in the early part of this round. Heading once again. It kind of feels like they at least want to head sort of back towards B, but it's pretty heavily stacked. unKnights are sort of starting to learn their lesson. They're realizing what's the default for unKnights and where they want to try and finish, and it's that B side.
Solon said he wins the race. unKnights reverting back over to A. Wouldn't be a bad call right now. It's only 7 holding A. I'm not sure what's prompted that extra rotation from GV. But if they don't get a player rotating back across quickly, very unlikely to get more than 1 kill out of 7 in a position like this one, especially now that he's been flashed. He'll tuck behind the box. It's a pretty standard position. Tough one to dig out, to be fair, and the timing's actually good on the util coming across. FaZe got a good kill too. Sitting up in the boost on the sniper's nest. It's actually numbers advantage for GV, but plants down, and unKnights are setting themselves up in the post plant all right. Yeah, everybody filtering through from one angle as well for GV. That never usually bodes well. Let's see what happens here. Beck doesn't manage to chime in with too much. It's Alucard, and he can't get it done. Creeds and FaZe are living by the sliver of their teeth.
This is kind of GV that it feels to a degree as well. They're living right on the edge. Still playing catch-up constantly, but at the very least, keeping within an arm's reach. Keeping with that 1 round distance. Still doable. Best that now unKnights could do is 6 at the tail end of the half. And the way things have been playing right now, I don't think that's really going to be likely. GV, not bad. Slow again, but unKnights now kind of trying to learn their lesson a bit, but not a huge amount offering up. Early smokes, and they'll just wait for them to dissipate.
Kiko being pretty proactive. Looking to clear out mid. He's been able to do that. The same setup from GV. So really expecting some presence in toward mid, in toward B. And kind of leaving A on an island. This time they might be rewarded for it. An equalizing round would be nice for GV. Keep that pressure on unKnights. Certainly hasn't been quite as dominant as the last matchup, which was 10-4 favoring GV, but they'll take a win either way. Make it 2-0 tonight, and that's just not something that any of us really would have predicted. Alucard, though, starting well. Looking to try to keep that advantage healthy for unKnights, put them up to 5. Beck catching Creeds out in no man's land, and it's on to Awesome to try to find the rest of these trades. He's helped out by FaZe, but he can't hold it down behind the boxes. unKnights are doing enough to keep it pretty comfortable for themselves. 7 found in the side for free. FaZe can't get the trade. He can't do much. It's unKnights that will pull ahead a couple of rounds again.
This is the age-old story, but actually a much better round coming through from this side where, at the very least, GV, the second they find a bit of success, the second they find something to work off, unKnights changing up a little bit. Bit of a tempo shift there. Keeping them on their toes, and it's working. It's primarily defaults, in all fairness, from the unKnights side. They're not really doing anything too deep into the strat book just yet, but honestly, it's been working. Can't complain.
Well, similar approach from GV from unKnights straight into mid again with Kiko leading that charge. But they do slow it down once they take that mid control. Much different setup from GV with 3 over toward A, and that's not a particularly good timing for it to be pulled out. This could end up being a 6-3 half from unKnights. Awesome's quite low. FaZe is half HP. The B hold is quite weak. Awesome at least gets the early information. He's able to dump some util, but tucked in the corner here. He surely can't get away with this. FaZe good for 1 and a second as well. Has actually dropped the C4. This maybe starts to get a bit problematic for unKnights. 7 also on the rotate over. It's getting very tough indeed. 3 on 1. Beck with 2 low HP players at least that he can try to find, but pulls out the orb. Maybe that info wasn't given across. Either way, he is just going to go running straight into the stack of GV players, and so 5-4 is the halftime score again.
Yeah, as even as it possibly can be. I mean, I guess good thing being the advantages being taken here, but all in all, you look at it right now, and this game has a lot left to give. Knights, how aggro will they get now that on the defensive side is the big question for me. GV playing pretty similar themselves, a little bit slower. A huge amount being offered up, but it's exactly the same way that unKnights played. And so the thing that we spoke about as well, actually, when there was attack pause in towards that first map, we said if GV want to win these sort of games, they've got to come with a little bit more of an unorthodox playstyle. They've got to come and kind of try and change things up. And I think at the moment, haven't really offered as much as they did towards map number 1, at least for my eyes. It's been pretty standard play. I want to see them be a little bit more out there when it comes towards the playstyle here, now that they're on slightly more attacking side, but it's slow. 1 minute 30. Plenty of time still left to work with. They've looked for information. They've gained nothing. It's waiting for smokes to fall.
Well, slow progress being made by GV. But they are going into the more heavily defended side of the map. C4 making its way in through mid. 7 and Snox. Beck caught on a timing. That's a nice one from FaZe. 7 as well, catching Alucard. This is about as good as it could get for GV. It's a great call. Snox in the perfect spot to cut off this rotation of HCC as well. And if not even, just buy a bit of time. Sets it up nicely for 7 to get the trade. So Pietro and Kiko with a very tough road ahead in the 4-on-2. 20 seconds is all they have time to really play with, and they just haven't been given too many opportunities. Oh, never mind, I lie. Pietro, he has found 2. 15 seconds left, though. It might still be the sticking point that unKnights cannot get past. They cannot do anything about the time. They're going to have to sit that defuse right now. Kiko to hold it off, and GV, how do they lose that round? There's just no reason it should go that way in a 4v2, but Pietro has to take a bow for bringing it back.
It really does feel like, as well, that round comes down to both sides sort of massively overthinking the situation, but it's unKnights who steal it away. Kind of ridiculous. It's good that they did in the end, but my God, what are we witnessing? Flashes. Only really going to catch Snox there. Back on the swing. Damage dealt, and he'll just get out of there. Doesn't need to stick around all too much. Beck falls back. The 2-round buffer, which is very good for unKnights, but it's always been the thing that they've held above GV. GV, this is the game has started. I've been playing catch up.
Pietro, definitely on a bit of a tear. He's going to be pretty active as well. I'd like to actually see him make this push. He goes through the doors. It will all but confirm that GV are outside of A, and he has done so. In the meanwhile, you do have FaZe kind of making some moves in mid as well, but looks like he'll potentially come back and rejoin the troops. unKnights have the perfect setup for the hold, but Beck's gone down early. Still, Pietro and his timing is going to be critical. C4 is going to come rotating past him. Oh, this could be huge. Could be another big Pietro round, and there's no one to even trade this C4. If Awesome drops here, it is potentially round over. He will drop indeed. So Pietro has made the round-winning play again. I don't know that it's necessarily going to win the round, but if it does, that was it. And that's a sharp shot onto Snox as well.
Bit of a beaut. 40 seconds. Yeah, Tro, right there. Right, fine. C4 is still down. GV have to try and collect it and then head towards the site. I mean, Basin will pick up the C4. Where does he go? It looks like towards B, which is actually the perfect call. Will he realize that there's still no one here? I think he's basically got to commit to it regardless, and he will. Crosses, plants, 1v2 setup. Has a smoke, but opts against using it. Wants to get in towards the fight. He's looking the wrong way, and Alucard will get it. unKnights going to extend their lead now. 7-4. 3 rounds ahead. 3 rounds away from seeing off the map and tying this game.
What a round from Pietro. 4 kills in it, and all 4 were huge impact frags. He's so clean. It's a great map for him, 16-6, and a big reason why unKnights are more than likely looking at pushing this one back to the 2-2, sorry, the 1-1 scoreline for the night. Snox down low, Pietro down as well. Beck's going to get aggressive into mid, oversteps, and is going to be punished for it. So a chance back in for GV, and one that they can ill afford to let slip now.
It's true. We saw a lot in towards that first map as well. This is a pretty kind of common way that rounds would start. GV get that opening kill. It's just they didn't always capitalize upon it this time. Looks like they might take GZ. Had the chance to double. Only gets 1. Not good enough, but still. All needed. And Kika, I don't really expect all too much from him in this one. He's looking for the fights. In this sort of situation, I don't think he's going to be giving them. Half HP himself. I mean, it's never going to happen. A 1v3. Looks like he isn't going to get off the ground. So GV going to find themselves a 5th. It's not bad. They're still keeping the name in the hat.
Okay. Gonna give it a crack, but it was wishful thinking. Yeah, GV never far away, that's for sure. A lot of their maps tend to be longer ones. You know, they lose a couple of OT maps here and there. Unlikely to see them just get completely rolled over. They're a good enough team to avoid that. But it will be a reserved approach into round number 13 for GV. Taking their time. It almost surprising to see Awesome holding onto the C4 there in mid. I wonder if he's aware, because normally it's 7 that will be carrying the C4. And Awesome, you know, that was a pretty... I mean, I don't think he knows he's got the C4.
True.
Look at this. This is such an aggressive angle. I mean, yeah, now he's got his team coming, but he was out there isolated a little bit. Maybe they've gotten onto that, and he'll be in the pack now. But it was concerning for a moment. If he would have got picked off in mid, that could have been a very disastrous moment for GV.
Chance it. Alucard holding. Oh, misses a shot on the swing, though. And going 1-for-1 isn't bad. If he can find 7, that'll be good, and he will deliver. Nice shot. Swing on the corner's not good enough, though. Creed answer back. This round's still on. Minute on the clock, and a 2v3 ensues. Advantage unKnights, but at the very least, the deep part of the B site's taken. So the C4 will go down. This is doable. Respawn set up. Maybe a chance here.
Round for GV. They need this one. Oh, and that's exactly what you'd want. The collateral HC and Kiko lining up. Alucard, a bit of a collab master himself, but no connection this time on either Creeds or FaZe, and that is another one for GV. They'll close the gap, bring it back to 6.
My God, the collab is huge. But honestly, You could just see how nervy it felt unKnights were in that retake. It felt like they just didn't back themselves at all. Man, GV given the opportunity to get a C4 down, set up a really strong post plant, and now look where we find ourselves. Decent little position where, honestly, if GV can tie up 7 apiece, it once again feels like it could go anybody's game. It's always felt like GV been playing catch up. Now might be where they finally do it.
Okay, nade into the vents. Not really going to be too much of a concern for unKnights, who, for their own right, are actually exploring mid this round, or thinking about it at least, and they do go ahead and take that push. It's going to force Awesome back away. Timing on that from Pietro in the Acon works out perfectly. Kiko in from Bent as well, and unKnights just respond straight away. GV picking up a couple of rounds, but that is a perfect answer from unKnights.
7, spot him 1. I get overwhelmed and he will. Had an opportunity maybe to line up a couple on that little flank, but he does get spotted out, and that'll be unKnights again. Same old, same old. Moves around, but onset right back. 8-6, 2-round lead, 2 rounds away. Spray is good, but it's better. Stocks and Creed. Answering back, it's a real scrappy fight, but it's actually pretty favorable towards GV.
Yeah, you take it. And it's so early in the round as well that it gives a lot of options here to GV. Creed's just going to keep his head down for the moment, but someone somewhere for unKnights is going to have to get a little bit busy, and it looks like it'll be Alucard into mid. Doesn't see much there. Has a look into the A connector. Again, doesn't see much there. So unKnights are still lacking a bit of information. GV have cut sound. They're not doing anything. More than happy to wait patiently for the mistake to come through from unKnights. But unKnights are making their moves, and they're really not seeing a whole lot. So they're, by virtue of not getting information, kind of painting a bit of a picture that there's really nothing happening outside A. There's nothing happening in the B connector. So nothing in mid. Probably they're going to be coming from Hotel, and that is going to be correct. HCZ has set himself up behind the box. The trigger finger is disciplined. Good enough only for the one, though. The shots weren't super clean, which is what it would have been required of to find the 2K.
Goal posted. Should get one here. Oh, I say that he misses a bit of a sitter, and that costs Kiko his life. Oh, man. GV are going to answer back again. This is going to be them making it a one-round game, as has been the entire way through this matchup. It's just back and forth that we're getting here. Barrel's brought it up close. The flash is good. Alucard, dead man walking. He's not going to be able to do anything. This round's done. GV are going to make it 8-7. Require heroics from Alucard, and it's something that he just does not have in the locker for this one. Once again, GV reaching distance once again, and they go 2 rounds down. Answer right back.
Man, this is the night of the close maps, and considering we've got 3BL and LCK at the end of the evening as well, I have to imagine that's going to be a pretty close series too. This is potentially going to be an all-time longest day of CFWL.
Oh, it's up there. It's 100% up there.
Yeah, GV will slow things down outside of A once they've taken that control. Nade's pretty nicely timed actually there onto HCZ. One into the vent won't do a whole lot. Might give Kiko a pause for thought.
Quite off the back of it. 7 holding for a push, and one that really isn't being given his way. 1 minute 20 on the clock. No committal play being made just yet, but it does look like they kind of want to finish towards A. C4 still towards top mid. Well, I'm not looking. Now that smoke's faded as well, they can start to maybe poke and prod. The early A exit. Kiko getting aggro, lining up. Well, he spotted 3 there, kills one of them. And then just drops a flash as he tries to fall away.
I want to see what Pietro's going to get up to as well. He's spotted out actually by 7. So that's brought back to the 4-on-4 and the key player down for unKnights as well. Leaves Alucard with a lot of ground to cover. Big stacks happening on A. Creeds is even getting work done over there as well. This is just going bad to worse for unKnights. Unless they make the brash call to just go and stack B right now, it's only Alucard who is here to defend. Seems like unKnights do have a bit of an inkling that it might end up being on that B bomb site. Alucard gets the nade through as well. It won't do too much damage, but a bit of a tickle onto FaZe. At least unKnights are set up outside of B for the retake pretty quickly.
Maybe. Just maybe. Beck, only the charge. Jump around the corner. He misses his opportunity. Will fall. At least the trade going to come through from HGZ. Tries to make it a second. Does decent damage through the box, but all alone as his known quantity now is top swing. Gets FaZe, but he cannot make it 2 for 2. Awesome will trade. And GV tie this game up 8 apiece. This one might still have another overtime written all over it. We had a 10-8 map number 1. I don't know. This one feels like it might have a little bit more length in it.
Yep. Could be another OT on the cards. I mean, GV, to be fair, they staved it off on compound. They could get themselves another 10-8 victory. That would be a big, big result. A 2-0 over unKnights. That would be the envy of most teams. Similar kind of an approach as they do set up outside of A initially. Wait and see what the timing of 7's going to look like. It was 7 versus Pietro, that fight over the B doors that sort of opened that round up for GV. That was maybe about a minute left on the clock when that push occurred from 7. So Pietro, see if he waits around a little bit longer watching that line.
Oh, they are waiting. No overpeat just yet. There's a bit of a move being made here by unKnights. They've pushed B a little bit. Now they drop a smoke. Pretty standard stuff as they are baiting a bit of a fight. Pietro happy to play behind it. This is a position which is very strong. If you can get a kill and fall away, it puts you in a good standing. If you do get caught in transition, though, it's tough. You're going to completely hightail it. I don't actually blame him. There's no point dying for nothing there if you're so far away from the site.
Kiko, sole defender on A at the moment. And Util getting tossed across very quickly. Beck is trying to scramble over. Flashes don't actually catch Kiko, but FaZe will. Beck has to back away. Creeds is going to grab Pietro as well. This is going from bad to worse for unKnights. And I dare say they're not making this one happen. 5-on-2. It's a tough ask. It's some good spam onto FaZe, to be fair, but really doesn't shift the needle all that much. What's the conversion rate on a 2v4? Not high. To be fair, Beck and Alucard are doing pretty well for themselves, given the circumstances, but how far can they really push it? Awesome. Good to at least provide a distraction that Creeds can capitalize on, and that is GV up to 9. We'll get another timeout here. And are we going to follow the same trajectory as our first map? Or are we going to follow the same trajectory as our first series where we had that 10-8 and then an overtime? Could get that again.
It's very true. It's very true. And honestly, if GV are able to kind of do that as well, if they're able to kind of steal it away once again right at that final hurdle, it's heartbreak over towards unKnights, but it's such a good victory to pick up if that is the case. I mean, even if we see a tie coming through here from a side of unKnights who are kind of favored in a lot of the matchups they have, it's still not bad. Down to map point once again, and hey, look at this, and GV just looked like the slightly more composed and calm side. unKnights constantly getting kind of pulled out of position. They're constantly getting caught in rotations, and that's where these opening kills are getting kind of pulled away from them. Not too much of a conversation really being had here, but we're getting back underway in just a second, and I think this is a pause just to kind of recoup their thoughts a little bit. unKnights pressure on their shoulders.
Yeah. They don't look too bothered by it, though. Like, they're a pretty cool, calm, and collected team. I don't know, I feel like maybe I'd be feeling a little bit more nervous if I was actually in GV's shoes right here, knowing the opportunity that's available. A 2-0 against unKnights would kind of get them right back on track, particularly with the difficulties that Lazarus had earlier today against TBI. And, you know, then you're back in the conversation for 5th, and a couple more weeks to go. You'd be playing Anubis first up next week.
True.
That's the next team that you're trying to chase down. So this could be a big late resurgence from GV if they get it together. And, you know, this next round might be the catalyst for it.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Hopefully, heading in the way in a second. I think the pause of a tactical nature might have changed to technical, potentially. Tough old spot. All in all, GV, I think for them, they more or less want to just try and hope to just get into it, right? I mean, they're a side who have a decent little resurgence in these last few rounds. Well. 9-8. Potentially the final round here if GV can see it off. If they can't, they go for some more.
They've got to take this as the golden round here, GV, and this might not be a bad call if they just go straight into A there. I thought maybe that nade that got tossed over was going to be a smoke, and it would just be the fast contact play in from GV. Not the case. In the end, it gives time for unKnights to rotate an extra member across, but it's still only 2 players to hold right here. Kiko found out by FaZe, and HCZ unable to double down. That's the site taken by GV. Becca's trying to come across. Util's getting tossed over onto him. Nade does some good damage. Smoke down. It should provide the plant for GV. Poised perfectly to get the 10-8 victory, to get the 2-0 tonight over unKnights, and get their season back on track.
If they can, it would be huge, and now's the time to do it. Numbers advantage. Post-plant here for GV. 30 seconds for unKnights to get him towards the site. He is now or never. FaZe going to be first contact, it seems. A little bit of Utah coming over. A decent little nade, decent tag. FaZe wants to try and swing into the fight just on the edge of this smoke. He eats a flashbang. He's probably a dead man walking. He's going to walk away for kill, though. How? Pistol pulled out. Looking to see it off. It's Alucard, the last, who actually does get himself a double. Hang on a second. There is still a bit of time for this. Alucard's on the C4. He's going for the defuse, but Snox will see it off. GV steal away another map and make it a 2-0 in the series. That's a big, big win for GV.
Man, Alucard had me worried for a second there. That was a quick 2-piece, but just ran out of time, and there's nothing you can really do apart from stick the defuse at that point, and you can't win, really. So, wow, GV, that's kind of getting them right back on track, and I feel a little bit vindicated because for like the last 2 or 3 weeks I've been saying, man, GV is kind of a good team. They're just not playing that well at the moment, and then they would lose to, like, who did they lose to last week again? Was it SG? Yeah, they lost 2-0 last week to SG, and I was like, you know, that's just not GV, right? And then, yeah, lost 2-0 against LCK, fair enough, but I knew that there was something more in the tank for GV, and I feel like they've proven it today with a win over unKnights, and that's a very bad week for unKnights. 0-2 against LCK, 0-2 against GV. Not going to be too happy with how that has played out. So they going to have to go back to the drawing board for next week. But, man, what a day for GV.
Yeah, and this is the thing as well, right? We look at it and say, you know, sometimes that's sort of how the cookie crumbles. You know, you have one bad week, it can absolutely have a massive knock-on effect in terms of where things are. And, you know, in terms of the table itself, it's a pretty dire sort of situation. They really did need that win, right? I think for unKnights, and just in terms of probably confidence of their own regard, they wanted to come in towards this and say, you know, a win here feels like it locks them in towards playoffs, and now it definitely throws a bit of a spanner in the works, especially if Anubis are to get a win, right? If Anubis take a win earlier, then, I mean, potentially we look at them, you know, taking that 3rd place. You've got teams who have potential to catch up, like Lazarus, maybe even GV as well themselves. I mean, really will have a little change. I think I'm right in saying with that win for GV, they now go, I think, only 2 points behind on Knights themselves, and joint level on 11 with Anubis. So it's a pretty interesting sort of position now in that kind of top 6, essentially, with they're all so close. On Knights, tough one to lose. A series in which on paper, coming into it, they should have taken, but they just never really consistently played the way they should have. They had these moments and these periods of consistency, but it just wasn't enough. It wasn't there for us to be, I guess, too happy about. 10-8 at the tail end, and a pretty good map, as we safely said, out of Creed's 2.11. Over the other side, it was only really one man who showed up, Pietro.
Yeah, Pietro, I thought he was actually going to get it done, though. Like, it felt like he was having a huge amount of impact. And particularly that round where he pushed into the BL spawn and was able to catch the C4 rotating over, but it didn't end up happening. And Pietro will be a bit disappointed because he really did put in the hard yards and ultimately wasn't really rewarded for it. But yeah, like you say, hard to go past Creeds there with a 2.11. And GV will be pretty pumped with that kind of a result. It'll get them really back on track for the season. Who's the overall MVP? It's going to be Creeds as well. 1.48 over the 2 maps. And a solid performance today from, again, one of the veterans of the CFWL, which is, to be fair, what you could probably say about the vast majority of those GV players. But yeah, Creeds has definitely been around the block quite a lot and handing a pretty hefty loss to unKnights. So I'm quite excited to see what the GV lads are going to be able to do next week.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I'm with you. And of course, this next matchup that's coming up, right, it really could once again put a lot of pressure onto unKnights, and it could really change things up. It's Anubis taking on SG, which will be coming up next. But before we get there, we're going to throw us one to a quick break. Ladies and gents, sit tight. We'll see you soon.
All right, back on into the swing of things. It's SG and Anubis, the two teams that are getting ready to go now. We're halfway through the night. And for SG and Anubis, a fairly big game ahead, right? Both had a very good sort of, let's just say, last couple of weeks, right? Because yesterday didn't go very well for SG, but last week did. Obviously, last night went very well for Anubis. They got that 2-0 over Lazarus. Want to see if they can kind of keep that rolling. Want to see if SG can bring back some of that form that we saw from them last week. And I don't know. I mean, this is a hard one to call because I find SG to be one of those sort of streaky, somewhat inconsistent teams. There's also the server to kind of talk about as well, where they play on NA and then they play on EU, and there's that factor. But pretty important now for Anubis. If they do get the dub here, then unKnights with that third place position are actually in jeopardy of maybe not holding on to that, having now dropped to GV.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it really is a bit of a spicy game. I mean, you come into it and the expectations for us or Anubis to kind of be the favorites. Actually, just I mean, at least from yesterday's perspective, they didn't look that great. And I think there's a lot of things that they need to fix, which takes a bit of time. Time is something they haven't had in between the kind of the two games. So I look at this with Anubis with pretty high hopes. If they can take a win here as well, you mentioned that third place position then comes up to grabs. We then look at unKnights and Lazarus then fighting for that fourth spot. I mean, a really spicy finish is kind of the potential towards the tail end here. So I'm kind of quite tentatively looking at this, thinking this is a really important kind of game that we've got on our kind of on our hands here. I really do like what I saw out from Anubis yesterday. They looked like a very solid side. We got to see some of these individual showcase just how good they actually can be. I'm a fan, man. This is a very interesting time. We're past the midway stage of the season, and now we can just see how important each and every one of these games are.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's see how good SG are going to be today. Josh, there on your screen, had a pretty, good couple of weeks, I thought. Kai's last week in particular was a real standout for Swamp, but wasn't really able to put it together yesterday. On the other side of the coin, Anubis, they're sort of fast becoming one of those teams that you can actually look at and kind of go down the list and say there's a few players here that are of interest that you can kind of rely on in those clutch moments. So getting a bit more of a positive vibe, positive feeling for Anubis this season than what I did last season. I think that they're slowly but surely becoming one of those teams that's going to be able to contest toward the top. But of course, they've got to get past SG first. If they do that, yeah, they're up into the top 3. If they fail to do that, that just opens the door back up for GV to potentially come storming back into the top 4. So lots of implications based on how this game actually ends up playing out. We'll take a look at the maps again. It's going to be Compound and Port. So look, in addition to having some very, very long games, we're also not getting a huge amount of variety out of the pool tonight. So it's going from bad to worse as far as that is concerned. I'll take a look at the results between these teams last time they played. 10-3 on Black Widow for Anubis, then 13-11 on Compound. So we might be in for another pretty close Compound here, but we'll say the jury's out for Port at least.
Yeah, I mean, Compound is just one of those maps. It's kind of unfortunate, it's so commonly played just because it is kind of the bread and butter. Everybody knows it's played so commonly online, and just in terms of the pugs and stuff like that, it just becomes the map that everybody kind of defaults towards. The issue is that I think of all the maps, at least in my opinion, I think it's the most boring. I think it's the slowest. It doesn't really offer anything new, at least when you see some of these other maps come through. There's a couple more gimmicks, a couple more kind of interesting plays that we do see. However, the issue is because there's gimmicks, there is weaknesses there, and I think teams just don't want to risk it. I can understand it. You want to play to your strengths. You want to play to not really let anything slip through. There's no counter-stratting really in terms of the pool here. They've just gone to the old defaults. But yeah, I think the issue for us as well, yeah, we've had some long games and long games on the same maps. They all kind of blend into one. And this one has been seen across all the series. It's going to be Compound to kickstart things here. And yeah, the big onus, I think, is on SG to really try and change the tempo up a little bit. They didn't look great yesterday. They were very flat in terms of how they approached that game. They have to come in with a different kind of idea. They need to come in a bit of pace, just a bit of onus in terms of how they want to approach this game. And that's when maybe opportunities will arise. You can't allow Anubis just to sit back, especially when they're on defense like this, and just let them run riot.
Yeah, that onus is definitely going to be on Swamp to start things off. But not a particularly quick out of the gates here for the first round. Tipsy hasn't even been pushed away from his position either. So Swamp haven't really taken any map control away from Anubis just yet, and they've used about a minute of their time. Jaguar will fall back on a long step or two.
Still though, not a huge amount on the cars just yet. What is the play? Creeping their way forward. Once again, it will look like they want to go join up with a little bit of a mid to B type of play. There's a lot of util dumped up towards front A, but no real commit being made off the back of it. We're going to try and make a little move himself. Popped around and he spots nothing. So it's good information. But I mean, let's be real, SG, fellas, 40 seconds and they've got no information about anything. I mean, it's a really risky kind of round that they're putting themselves into. They have quite literally no information about what any sort of setup is. Flash on the corner. Jaguar might get dropped, and he will, in all fairness. Master backside has to go huge for at least one here, if not more, but he misses his shot. Pistol pulled out. And here's where the ping differential could make the difference. Design gets one, but it's not good enough. They've popped in towards the side, and it's all over the shop.
Yeah, look, I don't know yet, but I'm going to hazard a guess that this might be the map that's been played on North America, because that didn't look very clean at all from Anubis. The shots, you know, you would expect them to be a little bit cleaner there, but just missing a few egregious ones. Either that or, you know, they're just not properly warmed up into the server, which again can also be a factor. It is the first round, so I'm not going to read into it too much. Design and Dipsy, they're not making the same mistake twice, so that's a little bit more like it from Anubis. A bit more aggression out from the GR side, which has certainly caught Swamp this time around. It's just Josh and Famous in the blink of an eye that are left in this round.
Oh, maybe, yeah, responded in kind. So, yeah, first map, I think from Ryan saying, is North American, on the North American server, that is. So, it would actually kind of make a bit of sense when about what happened in that previous round where, yeah, just looked like they were a little bit behind because they probably quite literally were. Ping difference made all the difference. And that's kind of where you need to see them swing a little more, be a little more aggro. Dipsy, gonna get one. Famous caught, and this is the round basically done here. It's Josh, half HP, hoping a dream in a 1v5. This isn't happening, no way. Not with 1 minute 10 on the clock either.
Wow. Much more decisive round there from Anubis. Great start from Dipsy. And great finish from him as well. Perfect. Exactly what you'd want to see from them. Dipsy Design, like maybe the two that maybe the ones leading the charge today, but it's early days. Let's see what Master can do with that Orm in hand now as well. Similar kind of setup, just waiting patiently for the push from one of the SG players and punishing them. Twice now, SG have gone into pillars and lost that opening duel. So I wonder if they're going to think twice about doing it again in the next round.
Excavate, holding. Nothing really offering just yet. Of course, as Brando's fallen, 1 minute 30 and SG, it looks like, you know, hoping maybe for some sort of overextension, a bit of a mistake from Anubis, but they don't need to. They've got a util down. The onus really isn't on them to make any sort of a move, so we'll see. Moving away through mid now. Master holding fine, a nice shot. Quick reactions. Lost the leg of another, but a little too late, but a second time of asking will deliver. Beautiful work from the sniper here. Master delivering on all cylinders.
Yeah, wow, this is just not even close. Master not quite connecting on that one, but SG much worse for wear. Dipsy around the corner, then Design as well. You can see they tried to time it nicely, but ended up lining up. A little bit surprised that there wasn't a swing coming from the A players in that meanwhile as well. It does look like they kind of want to get this one over and done with, and they will aggress in the end. So 2-1, and Anubis have more or less found their feet now. Which begs the question, what is Swamp going to do to answer that? The change-up is in. Master not taking the Orm over towards pillars, rather toward mid, and already a huge chunk of damage to the vast majority of the Swamp members off the nade stack.
Ain't bad. Down up close. There's a bit of a kind of a mentality shift, a shift as well when you're maybe, if you are, for example, the likes of Anubis who are on the higher ping, about how you try and change things up. At least for me personally, I play a lot of Counter-Strike with American friends, for example. And, you know, sometimes I'm on like 100 ping. And normally when I'm on 100 ping, I try and play quite aggro. I swing quite a lot. I try and get into kind of fights early because I know when I swing, it's, you know, because of that delay, you can have a bit of an advantage there. And Doom, Design, both going to kind of agree with that. The flash over, the swing and the fine. Beautiful work. Got to get a little aggro. I think you got to change things up. If you try and hold angles when you're on, you know, like 100 ping, for example,
yeah,
you're going to lose. There's no twist about it. You have to be the one getting proactive. You see things later if you are holding. So yeah, good work. I think that's a nice little kind of showing there from Design. Swinging into the fight, wins it, and then actually giving the ability to fall away too.
Yep. Another good looking round for Anubis kicking off here. Jaguar. Spotted. No, he wasn't. I thought maybe Kaiser might have had the line to get the info, but it didn't seem like Famous got that come through at least. And so SG are going to lose another member. They're down 3-on-5 now. It's very hard to dig yourself out of a hole like this one, especially when Anubis is really not giving up too much at all. Master claims one more. So Swamp are really struggling at the start of this map. Bear in mind as well, this is a map that Anubis, the last 2 times I've watched them on it, have started very, very strong. And against teams that are stronger on paper as well than Swamp Gaming. So maybe that first round was a bit more of an anomaly and we're kind of getting a trend back toward the mean. This is a very convincing round again from Anubis.
Let's see. 8-1, Anubis looking good. And the map not on their server again is actually, it's pretty impressive. It's something we didn't have last season, so it was never really, I don't know, kind of too much of a talking factor, but yeah, I look at it and say they can really set the tone in towards this one and make it work is good. This round, however, not to be. You know, they've already lost 2. Marshall and Dipsy both fallen. Not exactly impossible, but definitely not going to be easy either. Design maybe wants to get a little active himself. 2 have died here towards pillars, so they might not actually expect the 3rd so close. They commit to it. Here's the play. Here's the question.
Okay. Doom looking to peg one back. Not over just yet. Let's see if we'll get a little bit more aggression out from Anubis. Doesn't really look like it'll be the case now with the smokes going down. Doom's happy enough to sit behind that for the moment, but maybe it'll be designed to push. In the end, Doom, the fight with Brando through the smoke didn't go well for him. At least it opened the door up for Jaguar to get one back. Jaguar's going to have to do a little more, though. He's up onto the window and spotted out by Excavate, who got in faster than Jaguar had expected. Design here. Spotting the first, but no more than that. And so it will be a second for Swamp. They're not letting Anubis off the hook too early.
True. It's a good round as well. You know, 2 nice little opening kills, and then they just call for a little pause. They actually don't need to in that situation. Anything too audacious. Early nades come through. Don't do any sort of damage, but trying to set a bit of a precedent here. They're trying to get aggro Anubis, and it's working. Master going to find himself on. It was Brando who got away with maybe a little bit too much than was that previous round. This time will work. You can't hold angles. That's the thing. When you're on this higher ping, like Dipsy just saw, by the time he even reacts to the shot, dead man. You've got to be active. You've got to stay on your toes.
Well, Design's getting pretty active, actually. Thinking about it with the smoke in hand, but actually opting to toss it into mid instead. Doom's going to go and have a little bit of a look. If he wins this duel, then now you start to get a bit of an idea that this is going to end up being a B hit. That one kill Really shows quite the trend from Swamp, and it's going to bring the rotation across. Anubis reading the play quite nicely. Design around the corner. Ooh, a messy spray onto Excavate. But still, the door's looking pretty good here for Anubis, and it's certainly opened up. Just Famous left alive, and look, in fairness, he is a scary player in the 1vX, but Anubis, they're looking solid tonight. They're not really putting a foot wrong at the moment.
They are. I mean, honestly, you saw them. You know, a couple of moments where Anubis just showcased their class. I mean, especially Master, he's looked very, very good. When he gets proactive, he's a bit of a joy to watch. You can tell he just backs himself. Good util damage early. You can't complain about that at all. Brando down to below half. Josh taking a serious tag himself. But they have at least got this now mid to sniper's nest control. And in doing so, decent little spot to work with. He's got this 2-round buffer, which is very good for them. They can lock in at least the 5th. Honestly, for my money, that's a pretty decent first half.
It's a very tight line by Master. Coming to play though. Ooh, shot didn't quite manage to land, but util is really keeping Swamp busy. And that's enough for Doom to slide in from behind and clean one up. Jaguar goes down. Design though on an off angle. Not quite going to be checked immediately by Josh, and that'll be enough time for Design to get 1 or 2 more. He is shutting them down. And Anubis are starting to run away with the map now. 5-2 will be the lead. Swamp are being left in the dust.
Yeah, they're kind of starting to get farmed a little bit, it has to be said. Just in terms of the raw head-to-heads. Honestly, this is raw. 5-2. Is that lead guaranteed in? And the way they are playing right now. Honestly, this is showcasing just how good Anubis can be. Already, yeah, street down to 4. It only takes a matter of moments and they lose complete control. You can see them. They've got an idea that they call out a spawn, and the second it falls apart, that's when they get lost. That is a great shot, though. Good swing and a find.
Yeah, it just goes worse and worse for Swamp. And Anubis said it yesterday, say it again today. They're a bit of a momentum-based team, so pace picking up. It's bad news for Swamp. Confidence plays from players like Dipsy. This one probably should have still been his, but just missing a couple of shots. It's not a bad play per se. You know, he put himself in the right position, just didn't execute on it.
Famous making a little move. It's not impossible, this. I mean, Famous is low, yes, but we've seen these 3v4s converted. The big thing that it comes down to, they've got to get that C4 down. That's the main thing. If they can, it's on. To work with, though.
Well, it's more so about if they can get past Design without losing a player as well. You know, 2-on-3 post plant would be workable, but 3-on-3 feels a lot scarier. And just have a look at this line Design is holding. He can potentially see a head pop up exactly like that. All it is a pixel gap, and straight away he's screaming down the mic, they're going B. Did well enough to get the 1-for-1 and put a bit of damage in as well before falling onto that second player. So overall, he's definitely done his job. It's a good cheeky angle that works out. And Anubis are going to get their 6th. Swamp. Don't know that they're going to be able to find a way to salvage this one unless they get that 3rd round of the half.
I don't know about you do, but I'm not feeling too hopeful about SG right now. Honestly, you know, the first couple of rounds, we were thinking, this feels okay, it feels relatively competitive, and it's just fallen apart completely. That is labored. I don't hate the idea, but the execution was a little rough, to say the least. Master, a hopeful pop shot. Work, and second time I'm asking, my God.
He hit that. He actually hit that on Shikai's. That was a good shot. Doom very nearly swings a little too far around the corner, but in the end gets the better of Brando. Yeah, Excavate's gone into B in the meanwhile, but Design is still holding on. And Famous will have to get past him. I don't know, maybe Design having now been spotted out. It's going to change the game up a little bit. Excavate really under the pressure. Pistols out. Famous can't get there to get the kill in time to save his mate. But he can get the trade at least. Headshots on offer here. Jaguar down low. Both players at about 50 HP or less. But Famous is clutch, as he always is. And gets that headshot through. Cool, calm, and collected to at least secure the third for SG. It leaves a bit to be desired on Compound, but
Yeah.
could have definitely been worse.
It's better than nothing, but I mean, man, you look at this and it's a very good first half of CrossFire coming out from Anubis. I mean, realistically, they haven't actually broken too much of a sweat. They haven't really been able to work too much for this, but we'll see. We'll see. 6-3. Where we've been at the moment as well in this very, very kind of back and forth game in terms of the rounds themselves, but not the results. SG just need a little bit of fortune in their favor. Getting close. Just cannot seem to get that final hurdle over the line.
Pace pretty quick here from Anubis. It's a far cry from what we've seen in the first two series. They are just not messing around at all. Brando's under pressure. And Famous, a little bit too late to really make a difference here, but Kai's is chiming in, and Brando is able to line a couple up. The shots are decent from Dipsy, but perhaps not enough to win this round just yet. C4's been dropped. Anubis held in awkward positions now, and so Master will have to pull off something special. He's got no bullets left in the Colt. Never a chance with the Orm there. A 1-for-1 was always going to happen, if not a 1-for-0. And so maybe we'll see Anubis slow things down off the back of that one, because
True.
they did try to come out the gate strong, but it's kind of blown up in their face.
Oh, man. It is one of those where Anubis tried to be a little audacious. I don't hate it, but yeah, I mean, the execution was pretty dire, wasn't it? They just get massacred just immediately. You start, though, in this one. As you said, they slow it down a little bit, and hey, got themselves an opening kill, and once again, not in any rush here to start to make a move. Sit back and wait for mistakes. I mean, they're all looking towards A. There's 3 players here for SG, but Master, right idea, excavate. He's tucked on the left-hand side. He has to cross as well, so he was holding. He probably would have got a freebie, but he doesn't. Double checks back in. A little bit of a fight there, and Expert will just fall away.
Guy's not able to peg the numbers back at all, and now that push from Anubis is going to come through again. They really are not afraid. This will be an approach into the B bomb site this time around. They did have a quick check into the A connector, and Kai's, he is in trouble now. The swing should come through from multiple members. He runs out of bullets anyway. Would have been traded down regardless. So 4-on-3. Tough retake to ask for from Swamp. Especially with the smokes coming through quite late in the piece as well. It's going to cut a lot of time off of that defuse. And I don't even know if SG really have the ability to wait these smokes out. I think ultimately they're just going to have to go through. Tossing a bit of counter util of their own. You just surely can't get past this one. Master, good for a couple. And that is a very easy hold from Anubis. There was just nothing happening for Swamp there at all.
Let's see. Let's see. 7-4. I mean, 3 rounds ahead, 3 rounds away. Anubis, I don't really see them letting up anytime soon. Shots. However, from SG, Dipsy tries to go aggro. And it very nearly does work. The numbers are good. The pistol pulled out, but it's actually very simply done there by Brando in a double. 1 man left. Jaguar's got it all to do, and no C4. So, yeah, this one's never getting started.
You got the face of resignation for a moment there. He's kind of just like, well, what do I do? At least it was a quick round. He didn't have to go through too much pain. 7-5. Getting through these rounds a lot faster than we were in some of the previous series. But the rounds themselves are continuing to stack up. Swamp can peg back another 1 or 2 here. We were in for another very close map.
slip.
Mars has
Top
been
shot.
good on the opening picks, but he's still hunting for him in this round.
Yeah, bit of a smoke in his face this time. Bit of a change-up as well from SG. They traditionally like to leave that open and try and fight behind, or kind of fight in and around that gap without the util. This time, I think just a little bit more of a passive approach to it. Control taken. Standard util set going to come over now as well. Smokes that on main of both sides and a flash behind as they take mid control. The question is where do they want to finish now? It looks like potentially over towards B as they have got an opening kill in that direction.
Taps back and forth, but Kais is the one to bring it back to the numbers advantage for Swamp. There's a lot of map control here for Swamp as well, but with Excavate having been taken down in mid from behind there, does give a little bit more freedom over to Anubis. Doom's got himself another one. Dipsy wants to go B. Josh, close on the line, is going to get the freebie and doubling down as well. So it was a nice little cheeky spot to be in. Not one that was cleared, undoubtedly. And Swamp get themselves another. We're back to a one-round game, which has been pretty much the trend for the night.
Okay, attack pause here by Anubis. Feeling the pressure a little bit. I mean, honestly, it didn't really look like they ever felt any pressure in towards that first half, but just shows you when they're now the ones in control of center of the tempo on that attack, it's not that easy. They are struggling a little bit. Kind of get this idea and this read about what the setups are looking like. SG is starting to kind of clamber their way back into a pretty strong position. I don't know. From what I've seen so far, not fully convinced. SG. Last couple have been pretty decent. Anubis, big conversation needs to be had. Not too much of one being had on the cameras at the very least, but I think also part of this is, you know, take a breather, take a break, and just try and kind of recoup the mental a little bit. It was so confident heading into the second half. They've kind of just lost touch a tad.
Lots to be said. Not a lot back in response. So maybe there's just this quick focus game plan that they've got already locked in that they're going to just, you know, quickly implement. You know, it's not a case of, oh, this is now is happening on this side of the map and this is what we should do. It's just, okay, guys, you know, let's go back to the basics. Make it happen. Swamp also pretty mute at the moment.
True.
It's another one of those times where I would say I think you probably could cut some time off of these tack timeouts. I think that they do last a little bit too long.
Yeah, I mean, you see the teams themselves don't really use the last minute of them, right? They kind of just sit there.
No.
1 minute,
Yeah.
in and out. And then we're looking at that and saying, okay, we're cooking back underway. But yeah, honestly, I mean, all the pressure, at least at the moment, feels like it's on Anubis. They kind of losing control of this game a little bit. So they kind of quite desperately need to get back into it. And you can see them getting a bit vocal now. They know how important this next round is.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair. How far can Swamp really push this? That's good damage off the nade already. No further commitment from Swamp, though, into mid. So a little bit of a sting and run. Master is waiting for any over-aggression into pillars. It's not going to happen from Swamp here. Famous is down to 1 HP, though. Where does that damage come from? Just spam, I guess.
Just hoping a prayer and it, winging it a little bit. Famous. He's probably giving me that first contact. It's actually a very strong setup, in all fairness, from SG out this window. Normally one flash can be enough to at least give them an opportunity to isolate it, but anything more, I don't know. Decent little spot here, though. SG, like you mentioned, that early kind of damage they dealt with was decent. Well, he's barely alive. Famous is still alive. Oh my god, he's on 1 HP and he chooses to swing. It's so ballsy, and I respect it because he's got away with a kill.
Take it. Real offensive, though, is coming toward A. And Brando doing a pretty good job of holding that one down until he's taken out by design. Excavate is still there and still a bit of a headache. Jaguar gets a shot into the back as well of one of the members rotating across. C4's been picked up. This is a chaotic round. But with Jaguar having control of B, it's a big start. Famous should be a freebie. Is. Where does Design end up going, though? He could actually go back to A, and that might still be a free plant for him, but it won't matter if Jaguar just doubles down like that. Oh, my. 8-6. Anubis are right back in control.
This game is looking on, isn't it? I mean, it's a good pause, right? You look at it, 8-6, 2 rounds ahead, 2 rounds away. Actually getting a little aggro in towards mid. It's the one time, really, that Anubis take no precedent in going there. Josh, he is tucked into a very strong position, though, and he has support round the corner, which isn't too bad either. That's Famous on the swing if need be. Master will hold. Common angle for him. Excavating Brando, who is sticking around for a fight. He's actually going to play in and around the smoke. It's risky. I don't hate it, though. Does he clear close left is the question. The answer is yes, but the shot doesn't quite connect. He will fall. The trade's good.
Yeah, good enough. But Anubis still have some work to do in this round. It's going to be a deep smoke on A long. Progression smoke, really, if they want it. I've got to be honest, though. It doesn't really look like they want it. Maybe Design just having a bit of a peek here, but not a whole lot of movement happening elsewhere. I'm somewhat concerned about Doom's position if Kais and Famous want to get aggressive into mid. Dipsy coming across to reinforce. And that C4 is going to be collected. Dipsy spotted, but great trade by Doom.
All right. It's quite around it. 45 seconds. Got to make a move. 2, now 3. Now here towards A long. Brando going to be that first contact. He has support too. A bit of a crossfire. The swing is decent. The spam doing a bit of chip damage. The kill still not coming through for Brando. Desperately hoping for the pistol pulled out. It's not enough. And it's now put Josh all alone in a 1v3. This is tough. 20 seconds. C4 should go down momentarily. He will do. And I think this is probably going to be game set here in all fairness. 30 seconds for a 1v3 and Josh is down to 15 points of HP. I do not see this one happening.
The important thing is it's not matched just yet for Swamp. Josh not able to do too much there, but yeah, you got to now look at this as still a very difficult task, obviously, for Swamp, but not over yet. 3 rounds in a row is what it would be requiring. And I find it difficult to imagine that that is going to be happening, but they're not out of it. Not just yet. And Anubis going to get out of the gates pretty quick. Smart again in towards mid. The nade. Just a bit of chip damage onto Dipsy. Design doing okay, but 5 through mid. And Anubis aren't slowing down all that much. Brando is going to have his hands full here. It's the contact play, and he's good for 1, but no more than that. Anubis want to finish this one off quick. Smart. They're just getting stopped in their tracks by Famous. 2 good, quick headshots, and they've still got to clear out A long. It hasn't quite been the entry that Anubis wanted. Similar kind of approach to the first round of the half, and that was one that did go the way of Swamp. This, however, starting to swing back in the other direction, and a great call to go B.
I like this. They don't realize it yet, but it's free. The only thing they've got to cross mid, and Josh isn't set up himself at least enough to stop them on that rotation. C4 down. Now the post plant sets up. Now or never, really, for SG. Flashover's good. Moss gets caught by a full blind. He tucks his head. How all comes down to whether Design can deny on the close fight, and he can't. Great swing and a really, really great retake coming through from SG. They stay alive bit by bit. Not done just yet, but there's really no room for error.
1 out of 3. 2 more to go. You can get that. Why not get the next couple as well? So in we go again. C4 playing back very, very, very safe. in the BL spawn. It's Doom holding on to it for the moment. A bit more of a default setup this time from Anubis. They're not going to try and go as quick. Dipsy's holding on to Pillar. And the other three set up outside of A long. Excavate, hiding behind the smoke, watching for any push there. It's not going to happen. This time Anubis are taking it a bit slower.
All right, well, Dipsy, another opener to work with. Joshua 4. This time it's one that they've got to try and convert in their favor. Don't want to allow SG to get within 1. That's where the pressure does start to flip. We'll see. They're grouping up here. X-Fay close right. It's a big fight. If they win it, that'll change things. That's a huge one for Design. Good swing.
One might think this is all she wrote. Famous is going to try to make the play into pillars, but Dipsy's waiting for him. Can't land the shots, though. So Famous pegs one back at least. It's still not really enough to get Swamp into a favorable position, though. And they don't actually really know where the hit's going to come in, which is making it even a bit more awkward. Anubis will rotate their way over to B and maybe just leave Design to try to catch a timing on A. If they hit B and he starts to work out A, he can catch 1 or 2 players in the back as they rotate. That will be the dream.
Famous. Gotta hit 1 for free here. Tapping away. Gets pretty close in all fairness, and he will actually catch 2. Okay. Round still. Oh, no. Brilliant work. Backside Famous delivers. Beautiful. Beautiful stuff. And 5 seconds. No chance. No time. Just like that, SG stay in this game. And he will go down regardless. Famous. That is beautiful work backside. Single-handedly might have just kept them alive.
Yeah, well, yeah, he has. Not might have. He definitely was the sole reason that they are still in this game. That should have been 10-8 every day of the week, or 10-7 rather. But now, best case scenario for Anubis, it's going to be 10-8. Otherwise, we go to another OT. I mean, every game, every map tonight pretty much has gone the distance. And why not this one as well?
Aggro, Jaguar, swinging in the corner towards window. I don't know if he's got really too much information to work with. I don't know if it's worth going for that. Maybe slightly overzealous push through. Looks like they might want to try and chance it. They're actually popping out of the smoke and it works. Dipsy gets the first. Famous is around that corner. Labored spray, and this time he can't deliver. Guys, backside, has to. Will get the first. Looks for the second, and he can't quite deliver as the sniper on the other side is. Pistol pulled out. Flash is good. Flash is great, and he misses a freebie. Hang on a second. Felt doable. Excavate's got it all to do, and he can't. 10-8, the 4 rounds in regulation, but it's Anubis who take it. It will be them stealing away map number 1.
That was very, very tight indeed, and a bit disappointing for Swamp. Not sure where that camera on the top left has gone, but maybe a bit of a death slam has put it out of position. Not sure. Either way, man, I don't know if I was expecting it to be quite that close, actually, in the end, because, you know, Anubis, they really were looking like the better team for the majority. Obviously, Famous, bit of a nice clutch in there from him. Brings it back 1 step, but it's just not quite going to be enough. Anubis class above for the first map, but you know, it's still very much in the realms of possibility to see SG come back on that next map. The issue that I have is when we saw them play in the first iteration of this matchup in week 2, Compound was the close map, so they've kind of got it close again. They've lost it again. Pretty rough feeling. How's the rest of the map pool look like for SG? Well, I mean, we're not going to Black Widow, so that at least is potentially a good sign, but you just kind of get the feeling that maybe Anubis is a little bit of a stronger team still on paper, and I'll back them in for the 2-0.
All right, fair enough. I'm with you, though. I feel like it's all, especially now that they're going to go on towards you know, kind of one of these situations where the ping's gonna be so much better for them, and I think they might feel a little bit more comfortable. When you're playing on kind of, I guess, 100-ish ping, it is a little bit tougher. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what things look like. But I mean, I'm with you. I think Anubis, they look like for the most part the better side. A couple of hiccups towards the tail end, but all in all, you run through these highlights and you can just see where a lot of that dominance comes through. A lot as well for SG. The rounds that they would find would come off the back of individual brilliance rather than the team-wide performance. The ideas weren't all there for this SG side. You still have a lot more to be done to try and break down Anubis. But, you know, heading in towards Paul, I feel like it's a map in which, of course, you can step up. It's very common territory. All these sides have played it a hell of a lot. And we'll have to see. But for now, I'm still pretty heavily leaning in favor of Anubis. A look at the better side. This victory will be huge for them as well in the runnings. I think they know it. So, let's see.
Yeah, we'll have to kind of keep an eye on things. Obviously, there are some key players that maybe went a little bit missing there for SG in map number 1. I kind of want to have a look at the overall stats once we get there. That scoreboard. Brando, Kai's are the ones I'm keeping my eyes peeled on, and Kai's 0.93 is not awful, definitely. Brando was quite good last week. He was actually one of the kind of focal points of SG, but not really doing enough on that map to get us too excited about it. And really only Famous was the one that was putting together any numbers for SG. So that's not a recipe for success. Master and Doom, a little bit more consistency across the board from them. Who ends up being the MVP for that map? I mean, you could definitely make the argument that it might have been Famous. If Swamp would have won the map, it definitely would have gone his way. But jury's a little bit more out when it comes to Anubis, so we'll have to check in with that one. But yeah, Master, a lot of opening duels being won by him, which was quite nice to see.
Individually, very, very confident. I mean, the MVP was taken by Famous, who basically at times single-handedly kept this side alive in the game. And I honestly, you look at it and say, without him, that actually could have been a landslide. That could have been a bit of a mass burn. We could have been talking about kind of a 10-5, 10-6. So I think they really did need him. They needed a bit of a hero. They got one. They're going to need him heading in towards map number 2, because, I mean, where we're sitting, it's a little bit kind of dire straits over towards this SG side. They, you know, bottom of the leaderboard. Things have not been looking good overall. They absolutely need to be taking at the very least a map here. So it's tough. Now, that's all they can pick up now that they are one down. We'll have to wait and see, though. We're going to throw this one to a break. When we are back, Port is up next. Hello, welcome back. We are heading to Port, our map number 2 here in this series, of course. It is a fairly decent position. Find yourself in if you are Anubis off the back of that one. But the questions do arise around SG. They didn't really give us consistently a hell of a lot to kind of fall back on, but honestly, tail end, especially for how good Famous was playing, there was maybe a chance. We are just about to head on the way in towards our second map. If Anubis pick will win here, they're in a really good spot. They start to look, in a pretty confident position where we could talk about them, heading in towards playoffs, that top 4 overall, all that you want to see from a side kind of their quality, of their caliber, but something we didn't see last season. They went down into relegation, had to fight their way back through it as well, which is a bit of a rarity for a side of kind of, their stature. So it's good. I mean, talk about a recovery. Last season, in that relegation zone, heading down to relegation tournament, finding their way back in and going straight towards playoffs, that is already a marked improvement.
Yeah, most definitely. Looking forward to seeing how this one is going to play out, though. Obviously, when we look at those overall standings now, a real chance for Anubis to go up into third. 14 points is on offer, and unKnights still remaining, unfortunately, on 13 after dropping that series to GV. But, of course, that would require Anubis to get the 2-0 tonight. Every single map that we've had so far has been 10-8 or even closer, so you couldn't really ask for a much closer game, much closer evening, certainly, but I think in this case Anubis will be hoping to maybe get a little bit of a quicker, cleaner one done here on Port. Goodness me, it's getting difficult to talk at this point in time. What I will say is, Blacklist side start. It's going to make it a little bit more difficult for Anubis to keep this one clean, because they are expected to lose a couple more rounds in this half than they win.
We'll see. We shall see. Quiet though in the offset. I mean, bits of util damage, but nothing really too kind of major brought in towards this round. In comes that first though. Sniper Akai has done well for that first. Looking for more as he took himself over towards the left-hand side of the ladder. Pop shot towards Doom. Doesn't quite connect. Looks for a second crack at it. Trying to fall away. On the ladder gets the shot, but he's starting off. Anubis have taken the site.
Yeah, they have not just taken the site, but they are taking some heads as well. It's only Excavate left. He's not going to be able to pull off something Famous-esque. First round will go the way of Anubis. Those rounds on the Blacklist side as well are always going to come through at a premium. More presence straight into mid from SG this time around, and Kai's catches Dipsy. They've got 2 players into the connector as well. Wonder what Anubis are going to do about that. I don't know that they even have the ability to do anything about it. Design's going to push up over the bridge. What is this timing?
God, look at the flank he's got here. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous, the amount of information he can get single-handed. As long as he doesn't get caught kind of blindsided, he should be able to guarantee them this A side. He might even kill Josh as well. Oh, but he actually misses the opportunity that he had. Thankfully, his teammate is able to see it off. Doom drops him.
He's the fox among the henhouse, and he's the one that's kind of caused that chaos to start to ensue, and it's given Anubis the chance to get onto the site. Jaguar will fall. My big concern as well is the flank coming through from Famous from behind. That's being watched for by Master, but he'll miss the shot. It was coming together for Anubis, but Famous has taken matters into his own hands, and now it's just Design. That round just disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was a good setup for Anubis, but Swamp execute much better on it and hit their shots, and here we are at one apiece.
It should have been one. I mean, they really did let it slip away. Messy fights, and they get a little lost in their own game plan. Nice swing. Dipsy. We'll find one as Design starts to move his way forward as well. What are you having a good opener like that is exactly what you want to see. Now the onus does become once again on SG. Try and respond in kind. I mean, they did it last round, so it's not completely impossible. Nice little 2-2 split as well. There's 2 towards B. Could be a very strong hold.
slowing things down now, Anubis, since they get that opening pick and waiting for the inevitable push. There it is. Somehow Famous is getting away with that. Swamper not too keen to try anything else anymore. Time's running down as well. Things will have to shift back to the onus on Anubis.
Let's see. Yeah, what is the play here? Nova Doom trying to make this jump work. He's not getting it. Swing behind. Jack has spotted him. He's got to go down. Surely. Oh my god, they fluffed their lines here. If Brando gets a kill, that's bad.
What?
And he actually does. Him and Josh combining. Oh, I cannot believe it's another round that's fallen apart for Anubis. They had the opportunities right in front of them. And how have they even gone down that badly there?
Josh got an ace, by the way. I have no idea. How that's gone so wrong for Anubis. It's like they were trying to hold the trigger discipline for some reason, but why in that circumstance would be the question. It's the whole team, not just one guy rotating in and trying to be a bit sneaky. It's the whole team. Someone's going to get spotted at some point. By the way, Anubis have started off well again into round number 4. And so maybe we'll follow the same suit. Slow things down after the opening pick. Wait and see if there's going to be any push from Swamp, which of course there would be. Famous out into mid. And he'll exchange a bit of damage with Design, but neither player going down.
Let's see. I mean, guys, he answers back. He's untraded. He crosses, which is pretty risky. You know, it takes a lot of spam damage, but will be able to get away just about with his life intact. Design holding. Decent chip damage has actually been done both ways. Jagger and Design, and of course Famous guys too. Slow 1 minute to work with. Now they're going to pop over towards the 8 position over here on long. Shot coming through from Kais. He was actually blind when he hits that. He'll take it and he'll double it down. In fact, pistol balled out for a third. Kais, what a round out from this guy. Excavate sees it off. It's a beaut. As SG extend their lead.
I don't know, if they can keep getting it done 4v5, then you're going to have to start giving some credit to SG. This A hold is looking quite menacing. And I'm not too keen to see Anubis go back toward A, but that's exactly where they're going to head. This time, though, through long rather than through mid. Nade, a bit of a savage one landing right in front of Josh. Yeah, Anubis will be very disappointed with the proceedings so far. They could be the ones up 3-1. Probably should be the ones up 3-1. But another long road ahead.
Little pop shot. What connects? I mean, it's been a bit of a consistent factor of Anubis getting opening kills, but not winning the round. The last 3 have all been exactly that. A long presence again, but no commit there. Doubling back. C4 still in towards spawn, so by no means are they committing towards the A site, even despite the little bit of pushback that they felt from SG.
It's the very same approach from Anubis every single round, isn't it? Just a real setup, watching mid. Couple of players to keep an eye on the pushes out from B and A, but nothing really changes until that sort of last minute or so of the round. And this time the approach is, again, looking like it's going to be toward A. But you've got the creep coming through from Swamp. They've got the early information. Brando, Josh, both set up here. Kais has pushed across. Famous not too far away either. And Excavate still seeing nothing at the warehouse. This is quite readable from Swamp at the moment, but they don't manage to land their shots. It's Anubis getting the entry. Still Brando doubling down before falling. It's not quite enough to keep us interested, if especially Famous goes down. On plant for Anubis. This one they have to convert.
Surely. Numbers advantage. 2v3 in the post barn. You cannot let this sort of one slip away. Ipsy up close. Gets the first. Damage be dealt with the second. Famous is low. The spam is close, but the cigar. Interesting. He's trying to bait him out, but it ain't happening. It isn't happening. Swing on the corner. Will get himself two. Oh my god. There was a moment for a brief second. Thankfully, Dipsy there to trade. So, another round of the second put on the board to make this a one-round game. Even still, though, Anubis, they have really been made to work for these. I mean, it's not been kind of clean or comfortable crossfire.
Yeah, Anubis are not doing it the easy way, that's for sure. Nothing about today has been easy. There's a good shot, though, onto Excavate. That'll certainly make it perhaps not so difficult, if not easy. Smokes down, B site taken, plant as well to come in just a second. It's a 5-on-4 for the post plant. It's everything you could really ask for as Anubis. They even have warehouse control. So time working in their favor. And Swamp still trying to figure out where they want to make this retake happen from.
Yeah, where do we go? Street. Looking at the swing here, but have to wait for that smoke. I mean, fellas, time's ticking. We've got to make a move. 3 coming in via main, and actually they'll get the first. And the second, nicely done. Beautiful retake coming through. Time is still of the essence. There still is one alive, but I don't think he's going to do enough to deny. He does! It's going to be close. It's going to be very close. I don't think they have enough time. No. Oh, and they don't. 1v3, and all he does is just kill the diffuser. Beautiful work.
That was just way too close, though. Such a crazy retake attempt from Swamp, and the fact that they're making it as close as they did is a testament to the game that Josh is having. He's 8-3 right now. He's having a bit of a belter. I wouldn't honestly mind seeing Swamp kind of like throw something a bit more aggressive in the mix here. If you know, send Kais or Josh to see if they can get a bit of work done early in the round. Unsettle on Anubis a little bit. Both those players seem to be feeling it enough that I think you could back them to do so. Once again, more than happy to play that more passive style.
Mid. Bit of a move as well. Now the smoke's come down. Still not a huge amount on offer. They could be good here, actually. Brando's around that corner. Could do a fairly decent chunk. And it might just, one in response, put a swing off the back of it. Dipsy, nice work. Looking for more. Won't get it. As Famous nearly doubles down. Thankfully, the trade is there. Excavate also gets traded himself. And in doing so, this round opening up, it's Kai's left it all to do. And he will get one.
Not going to get any more than that, though. Caught in the back by Doom. It's a stoic effort from Swamp, really, isn't it? But Anubis still drawing ahead, and you also have to consider they are playing on Blacklist, so that's even more of a tick in the book, even if the scoreline isn't super one-sided at the moment. I think, again, Anubis are giving that same sort of vibe as what we saw on Compound, where they are just giving the vibe that they're a little bit stronger. Maybe they've got that extra 10% over Swamp tonight.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'll start either for Swamp in this one, where Josh down, damage on towards Kais as well. Never going to help. Start to see a couple of trends as well, where at the very least, Anubis just got that confidence about them. It's been pretty scrappy in terms of their approach, but if it's working, I don't really blame them. The smoke going to come down. This is something they like to utilize a lot. Famous head tucked playing behind us, so any util shouldn't make a difference. They spotted him, they'll swing, and they're just overwhelmed. Nothing he could possibly do there. Excavate's actually in a bit of trouble too. He should get overwhelmed as well.
Random's run down. And you were right about Excavate. He just got deleted by Jaguar. Kais has been found too. Flash in his face. no real sense in Anubis trying to chase this frag. They are more than happy to wait the timer down. 30 seconds, and they'll win the round. There's not a whole lot that Kai's can say about it. Rotation would be a massive one, so he's kind of forced to now try and take the fight through the smoke, but real problem is going to be Dipsy coming in for the knife, and he's missed it. Oh, he's got the second chance. All good. Yeah, a bit of insult to injury.
Oh, well. Got there in the end. Second time fasting. Yeah, 5-3, guaranteeing that lead, which is good for Anubis. They make it 6 out of a huge, nice little fadeaway shot there as well. There's Doom. We'll catch Kai, as they were actually tempted by the retreat, but now they've got a kill. May as well give it a go.
Oh, Dipsy. Good shot onto Josh, but is he expecting another player from the same position? Famous, waiting for his time to strike, and Brando's definitely opened that door up. Dipsy now getting the information that Famous was hiding in the cutout behind the box. Huge damage done to Excavate. Famous found as well through the smoke. The round still looking favorable for Anubis, and the swing will come in from Dipsy alongside Jaguar. 3-6 will be the scoreline at the end of the half. It's definitely a favorable one for Anubis. Took them some time to really get rolling on the map, but now looks pretty dire to come back from that, moving onto the blacklist side as Swamp.
Oh, well. Spam on that corner. Dipsy gonna just tuck his head back in. Gonna play behind it. It's a bit of risky. Common spam angle. The Utah isn't bad, though. Stuck onto the left-hand side regardless. Famous is, you know, the guy who's probably the most important in towards map number 1. He hasn't been as active here in map number 2, and it wasn't on defense where he did a lot of his best work. So far, nothing offering up. But a really good first half from Anubis. I mean, they're already so close to the finish line. The question is just, of course, is, I guess, can they see it over the line?
Well, right now, it's not really up to Anubis. They're just going to have to wait until Swamp decides to push the issue. Swamp are not going to do that too quickly. They have got options. They've got warehouse control. Design is not letting them out onto A long, though. So that's going to send them scurrying into mid instead. Famous is going to see if he can find a timing. Doom around the corner here, looking for it, waiting for it at least. Oh, hasn't showed too much presence just yet, but Famous creeping across. Brando has been spotted now, and that will prompt the swing from Doom. Jaguar on the other side of it. Got that information that Brando was pushing up the steps, and will shut him down as well. This round looking sublime so far for Anubis, and can't imagine that'll be changing up now that it's a 1v5.
I think you're right. Nice, very nice round though, right? It's all that matters coming through from Anubis. Setting the tone, setting the tempo in such a good way, and 7-3. Here you want to find yourselves. I mean, you're getting so close now. This is beautiful work. Beautiful work. Anubis, question is, can they? Once again, Design is playing in the smoke itself. He can hear so much information around him. He doesn't realize what is going on. How is he not fallen? I mean, how is he not even taking any damage? They've been spamming right next to him, and he might get away with a freebie of a kill here. Oh my God. I can't believe it. Please kill him, please. Oh my days. I've seen too many trigger discipline mistakes already today. He will only go 1 for 1 though.
I've seen a few too many as well. Enough for the week, at least. But honestly, 1 for 1. It's not going to be enough to win this round for Anubis, and there's still a lot of fighting to be had in mid. Doom pretty low on HP. Jaguar's going to go down. I'm sensing a Swamp round being put together right now. Brando doesn't manage to find Doom, though. But B is completely open, and Swamp are making the read. They're making the correct read to go in that direction. Doom will get across, so you got a little bit of defense over there, but really not a whole lot to get too excited about. He'd need to be pixel perfect with these shots and isn't. Dipsy gets himself one. Smoke down now, and Dipsy will opt to go in front of it, try to take the fight to SG. I don't hate it, but Famous will finish it off, and Swamp do get their fourth.
Let's see. And for Swamp, felt like a round which was, at least at one point, already quote-unquote lost. But trigger this way move actually got a lot of information, but not the impact, I guess, that you'd want. Sometimes it's better just to take your fight to confirm them. Even if you go kind of get 1.5 in terms of damage on towards the second, you take that, but the spam is huge. The damage, not so much. A little tag on towards Brando. Really all that you really care about.
Not a huge amount of presence being shown by Anubis in this round. Smoke onto the bridge in mid. Maybe that'll open something up for Famous. But he's not interested in getting too aggressive. There'll be a counteracting smoke out from Doom as well. Anubis more than happy to dump a bit of their util and try and keep Swamp at bay.
10, fellas. What is the play? Nobody's really actually taken a true head-to-head fight here. Just a bit of spam through walls. Svate, the first to be spotted. They're swinging out. One apiece. Jaguar comes in, trying to get a second. It's such a laboured spray coming through. A Doom will fall. Design pistol pulled out, and he is now in the flank too. Flash in the corner. It is scrappy, but it is going to be Anubis taking it. My, oh my. What a weird game we're getting here, but a game all the same.
Eight to 4 though. It's not really looking particularly pleasing for Swamp. Not going to change too much up in this round either. Forward smokes again in the warehouse from Anubis, and Swamp are not willing to test that. They're not willing to go too quickly in any capacity, honestly. Re-smoke through as well. Just to buy some more time. This nade from Jaguar could be a big one. Round that corner. Tags up a couple of members. The shot's decent enough. 1 for 1. Until Kais chimes in with a kill onto Doom. Now it starts to slip a little bit for Anubis. And Kais has another. When does Dipsy look to activate? His timing will be critical. And it actually looks pretty good. There goes Josh. He might not be expecting more, but he'll catch Famous as well. He's at least made this one interesting for Master, who had the right idea but missed the shot. And Swamp get another.
This is a game which still feels like has at least a little bit of life left in the eyes. I mean, Swamp haven't exactly been playing the cleanest of gameplay recently, but still keeping the name in the hat a little bit. They need to as well. Honestly, it feels like a map is an absolute necessity for a side who are, you know, new to this season as they came up through the relegation tournament on the brink of going right back down. Master. Doom playing up close here. This is so scrappy once again. They look out towards a bit of util, and the second there's any sort of response of any presence, they immediately say, yeah, that's not worth it. But we're actually even seeing how many people are out there towards A.
Quick pop flash in from SG. It's going to allow them to start to explore warehouse. Backward hold though from Anubis, back on the sites this time around. SG happy with the map control they take there, and they might actually end up on the A site here. Pushing through mid. Design's going to be looking for it. Oh, perfectly placed. And Doom there to help out as well. This is perfection from Anubis. They had their pieces in the positions they needed them. And the execution was there as well. C4's been dropped in mid. It's a recovery mission first from SG, and then they can start to think about winning.
Brando making a little move here. Trying to creep in the back lines. 45 on the clock. C4's not in hands either, so they got to first get to prioritize getting that. He's trying to get a flank, and he might just get it because Doom's running backwards. A little labored, but Brando will get it nonetheless. Now 2v2 ensues. They still got to pick up the C4 though. Kai is going to be the one to try and collect it, but he gets his head ripped off his shoulders, and that will be Anubis one away now from seeing off this one in a 2-0.
It's going to be a pretty comfortable win for Anubis on the second map, and this is the cleanest map of the night, at least if it does go 10-5. No doubt it has been a pretty solid effort from Anubis. They had to work hard on map 1, and it hasn't been quite as difficult here on map 2, but Swamp not out of it just yet. Flash is popping in the face of Famous. Not just that, but nades as well. He's looking a little bit worse for wear. But Swamp chilling out for the moment.
Oh, the corner. Oh my god. Pretty ballsy to go for a swing like that. Dipsy will get one, he'll fall away. Get a second in a moment. Opposite the pistol, and they'll get it. This is a wild time. Famous might fall as well.
Doom will actually be the one to drop. C4. It's in a bit of an awkward spot, though. This is definitely winnable for Anubis. They've spotted Kai's, but Jaguar wasn't able to hold on to that frag, and now it's on to Dipsy. C4's been collected on the way through, and he falls to Famous. So, it's not done quite yet. Still got themselves in the game right here. Bit of spam in through mid doors from Josh, but nothing connecting. Brando's also a serial M4 abuser in the sense that he's actually got a lot of success with wallbangers. I see it a lot more on Black Widow from him, but having a crack at it for sure. Not really anything doing though. Swamp not too perturbed by how things are going in this round.
Spam the corner. Finding too much here, but this is for survival. Or Swamp, so really no room for error. They've got to make this stick. Brando and Famous gonna try and group up as they look towards A. There's two players here to meet them. One up on high, standard angle with the Orm from Master. And of course, has the support of design not too far away. And the cross is being held, especially now that smoke starts to fade. It's pretty treacherous going towards A at this sort of stage. No real mid control. Doom could do a lot of work to deny them unless he gets smoked out. Which, in all fairness, he will. In they come.
Doom starts it nicely. And Master doesn't have a very difficult job to do. Just has to hold that line onto the ladder to get the freebie onto Josh. Now he'll get Brando as well, jumping on down. It's a 3v1. Kai's is done. 10 on the board, and it is 10-6 for Anubis. They'll get the win that they were looking for, and they get the 2-0 that should push them up the standings into third place overall at the end of this week. It has been a very successful week indeed for Anubis. The 2-0 yesterday against Lazarus. The 2-0 today against SG. They go rocketing up those standings. And for SG, unfortunately, a very, very tough week by comparison, going down 0-2 to TBI yesterday and 0-2 today. It's a bit of pill to swallow after what was probably their best week in week 4. They've gone back to kind of really just achieving nothing in week 5, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a huge one for Anubis when you look at it. I think, you know, if I'm right in saying this now puts them into third place overall. I mean, they're in a really good spot where we're talking about playoffs. We're talking about them starting to really recoup the losses of last season. Last season was pretty dire. They never got going. They never showcased as anything, but we knew in terms of the individuals, they had a lot of talent. They just actually never really got going in the way that I think was maybe expected compared to seeing. And now we are seeing, you know, maybe it took a season of a bit of a dire showing for them to really kind of get a bit of a kick up the arse and say, right, we know how good we are. We've come from relegation and we're playing actually pretty well. So they're in a good spot. They're in a very good spot. We're running through some of these highlights as well of what was, I think, if I'm right in saying, probably the quickest map we've had today. And it's not saying a lot. We had an absolute, you know, we had some marathons, but yeah, even still, SG, I don't know, man. This is a side who came up through open from North America, have, of course, ping advantage / disadvantage depending on what server they're on, and I don't know, they've just never really looked that clean for me. There is the externalities about ping and the rest, but they're not very proactive on the defensive side when they're trying to lock down sites. When they're on attack, again, they don't set too quick of a tempo, so they never really make, you know, their opponents feel that uncomfortable. And you know, this weekend has been a pretty decent showing of it, where they just really look so damn rough.
Yeah, we've had 5 10-8s or closer in a row, and then this 10-6. So that was, without a doubt, the cleanest map. But even look, 10-6, like that's still a fairly competitive scoreline, actually. SG, they had their moments, but not quite consistently enough. And I just think in general across the board today, Anubis, like no one really went missing. Everyone was having solid performances. Dipsy, obviously the standout on that map. But that's exactly what we want to be seeing from Anubis. 2 days in a row, everyone showing up. Master in game 1 was, you know, really quite solid. So you can give him a little bit of respite for just having a 0.58 there as far as the KD is concerned for game 2. Didn't really have to dig too deep for that one. I think that's fair enough. So where did it go missing for SG? Well, you know, Famous again did pretty well for himself. 2 good maps there. Kai's certainly was a standout on Port, but not enough on Compound. If he would have come together with that performance on Compound, then at least it's a 1-1 tonight for Swamp. But it's just a case, unfortunately, of players sort of showing up at different times and not all at once.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Famous might still walk away the MVP at a really good map number 1, despite the last 1.75 there, then 1.4 into this one. It was overall not a bad performance, but there was a couple over towards that of Anubis, Dipsy in particular, who also has his consistency where he just shows just how good he really can be. And you know, that's a very solid raising out from him. 2 on the board. I mean, just was so damn difficult to play up against. It is actually going to be Dipsy who just pips it at the post at 1.29 overall. A very good player. When he gets going, very hard to play against. He's very difficult to shut down. Very confident as well. We saw these kind of slight gimmicks, playing out of the smoke, the trigger discipline, all of the rest. I mean, that's where he kind of does a lot of his best work. So a really good showing nonetheless. I mean, credit to Famous though. For me, I think he really showcased how good individually he is, but as a team, sadly, it was not to be. We've got one more game to be bringing you, and it's arguably the absolute pick of the litter, the best of the bunch here, as 3BL take on LCK. It is number 1 versus number 2. They're joint for points, and they're both yet to lose. Will that remain? We'll have to see after the break.
So, last game of the day, ready to go. It's 3BL and LCK. This is the one you've been waiting for. It's the one we've been waiting for pretty much the entire season since we got to see it back in week 2. It was a very close affair there. We're expecting it to be a very close affair again today. Obviously, both teams, as you mentioned, going into that break now, pretty much just fighting for first at the moment. If it ends up being a 1-1, we'll continue to split hairs, but a 2-0 could be on the cards one way or the other tonight. We'll have to wait and find out.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, just a quick update on the standings. I mean, we're talking about these two guys at the top from 21 points, but Anubis has now creeped their way in towards third off the back of that win, which is pretty damn huge for them. So fair play. But of course, the big talking point, both of these sides are yet to pick up a loss. Is right now, right here, going to be the time where we see, something change. Let's take a look and see. But 3BL, the favorites each and every time they enter the server, no matter who they play against, the winners of last season, the favorites coming in towards this season too, and a super, super scary side who honestly are such a joy to watch.
Yeah, I really don't know which way I'm going to lean for this matchup, to be quite honest with you. I think, generally speaking, I do feel as though 3BL are still kind of the strongest team in the competition. But in saying that, LCK is consistently right there with them. They are the other team that can compete really towards that first or second spot. I just think that, again, 3BL's a little bit more consistent. That's the one thing for me. Like, you do tend to get at their peaks, like same kind of numbers, same kinds of levels, it feels like, from both teams, right? When you've got the individuals firing, I think they're kind of tit for tat, but that level is definitely hit on a little bit more of a consistent basis by 3BL, and that's why you do generally see them outperforming LCK. Maps today, again, Compound. Can't go without Compound for a series today, apparently, but we're going to go to Black Widow again, which was one of the maps that we saw them play back in week number 2. So that was a 10-7 victory for 3BL. LCK in this instance have opted to go towards Compound as their pick. So look, end of the day, Black Widow, it's not going to be a disappointing one for 3BL to end up on, but how do they feel about Compound? Well, honestly, it's actually, of the teams in CFWL, 3BL is one of those teams that doesn't, tend to go towards Compound as much maybe as some of the other ones, though they do still have a pretty good track record on it. Like, let's be real, you obviously have to play it quite a bit in this region, regardless of if it's your go-to or not. So they've got their chops on it, but LCK certainly feeling as though that might be the map that they can get over the line. Yeah,
exactly. I think, when you look towards Compound, it's sort of expected. It's a classic. We're always going to kind of see it happen in most series. I am interested about that Black Widow, though. It's a map in which the top teams actually do like to have in their pocket. LCK, we know they have Eagle Eye as kind of their map. It's probably the one which I think is probably the argument for me. I would say they are the best in this region on that map. Hence why it's not coming through here. I just don't really think 3BL want to risk it. When we look towards Black Widow, though, it does open up a couple more opportunities. Very sniper heavy. Has a lot of angles which are very good for individuals like Spoxy, Flex to get quite active on. I look towards over 3BL as well in their rifling core, and actually just generally, a couple of the players there, Snare and Slayer are always two I'm going to mention. These two very, very solid there. I mean, they've been two of the best players throughout this entire tournament thus far in the group stages. Their consistency has been kind of immaculate too, so they're definitely going to be the ones to look towards. Over on towards LCK, I'm always going to bring up Spoxy, and I'm always going to bring up Lion Claw. Those for me are so impressive last season. They've arguably should be impressive again today and towards this one. And well, we maybe had come in towards today's action, and we were kind of off camera saying, maybe the first 2 games might be a little quick, but this one should be long. None of them are quick, first of all, but we are expecting a banger here. We're expecting this to be very, very competitive. These are the 2 teams that, maybe where the rest of the West League kind of can't, but at least these 2 can compete internationally.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess that's going to be something for sure that we will be looking forward to finding out at the Summer Champs, which shouldn't be too far away, and it does definitely look like it will be these 2 teams to make it there. But in saying that, I don't know, the international performances from the West League last year did leave a little bit to be desired. Wow, we're quickly into the swing of things here, and already 3BL are out the gates, and that's... Look, this is kind of what you're going to get between 3BL and LCK. They are the complete antithesis to what we saw from unKnights and from SG and from GV and like these teams that play a little bit slower. These 2 teams, they kind of double your key a little bit more.
Yeah, and honestly, this is the thing that we kind of spoke a little bit about off camera. If you're one of the teams who are maybe not inside of this top 2, you surely look at the two best teams in the region and say, why are they the best? It can't be just purely because their individuals are better. What's their playstyle? What's their way of approaching these? And look how quick they take mid control here. Both sides, they understand the importance of taking mid and not actually pulling away from it. Brilliant util early. 3 players on each side pugging in towards crate immediately. This is this proactivity we like to talk about. You know, there's a bit around the bush. The first 3 games today were pretty slow. Not a lot happening and not a lot on offer. You can already see the strap looks quite deep here on these 2 sides. Horus gets 1, but he will be traded out. Zane gets 2 though, and Lion Claw will add to it. Beautiful work. I mean, already great pace being set. 3B off on the first, but LCK are about to get the second.
Yeah, Slayer's going to try and do something about that, but I just don't really see what you do here. Too many angles to be afraid of. That has taken about as long as 1 round would normally in any other matchup, so we'll be progressing through it pretty nicely here. LCK look like once again they just want to go take control of mid. They've got 4 players there. The nades not really doing too much damage, and 3BL have slowed it down this time.
Snap. Planning flex is a pretty big one. CK. We say normally want to play a little bit more passive, but actually they're opting to go even more aggro. Working in their favor. The Zane's getting active. Oh, it's a good reaction from Snare. What a flick. Snake will add to the tally as well. This is quick crossfire. This is how 2 of the best play.
Yeah, it's a very different game when you see these 2 teams playing. That's why it's so easy to put them both on the pedestal above the rest. Shots are just so much cleaner as well. Like, it's not even just a conversation about smarter play or better play or, you know, whatever. It's also just they are individually so much better than the vast majority of players in the league. And to have, like, sort of 5 of those players on the same team is where that difference is being made. Again, LCK aggressive into mid, and again, it kind of works out with Flex getting that pick onto Snare. Slayer's trying to peg it back. They've got to be a bit aware, though, of those players that are still sort of working in from the connector to pillar. Spoxy's got one too, so BBL doesn't seem like they're going to be getting ahead too easily. Tot is working hard for those refrags, though, and he'll get a couple at least to bring it back to the 3-on-2.
Slayer, alongside Tot, kind of seem a little bit unnervy about where to go here. Not an impossible round, but still feels a little improbable. Flex is tagged. That's the one thing they can work off, but they have no real information to go off here. It's a big issue. Raffin has been spotted, however. They're opting to pop flash here, but then instead, going to drop a smoke and then fall away. So you kind of pinch yourself in here when you do this. You drop in a smoke, you're not going to pop through a smoke. So you kind of innately are telling LCK, right, we're going to go back towards mid and then maybe default A, maybe split B, but we're not committing pillars towards B, at least just yet. Especially on the timer they have as well, and how long those smokes last. I can really only go A.
Seems that way. I mean, Flex is going to be a tough one to get past. He's got the orb in hand, so favorable angle for him to be holding on to it. These riflers, ooh, they're skilled enough to do that. And that is enough to actually allow them into the A site. There's no one there actually to stop this plant just yet. Lion Claw just standing outside. But he'll be smoked off. Plant not going to be tested until 20 seconds left on the clock, and that'll go down fine. Spot does drop pretty quickly, but Slayer, the spray control, oh, and then whips out the sidearm. It's 3BL to come up with the clutch, and they have the lead, which they had before, but it very much was going in the direction of a 2-2. Instead, they push it out to a 3-1.
Ah, said his name for a reason. Man, Slayer, when he gets going, is so damn impressive. Snare was the other one I mentioned, and he'll kickstart things towards this round. Finding Flex. No easy feat either. Flex has been one of the more talented players throughout this season on this LCK roster. One of the most talented guys from last season too. All in all, not a bad position to be in. 3BL with 3, looking honestly very confident.
Bit of a change up from 3BL this time around. In toward that B site might be where we end. That is not something that Raffin's going to be too keen on. At the moment, 1 and 3. Was a little bit of a slower performer yesterday as well. Let's see what he can do here. Ooh. Nice double, and even more than just that. So he's definitely heard me, and he's got a point to prove. That is very clean indeed. 3 headshots. Very quick though, the response from 3BL is pretty much just as good. Snare smoked off for the moment, but C4 has sort of managed to make its way into the site. Still doesn't look like they want to plant. It looks like they want to fight. Slayer cleans up 2. And it might just be 3BL's day today. I'm starting to get a little bit worried for LCK. They need someone to fire up.
How they even won that round? Raffin gets a beautiful 3 here. I mean, it's wonderful work. The fact that that's been thrown away is actually kind of baffling. And yeah, spot on. This just feels like one of those 3BL days. Well, that one does. That specific moment of the nade doesn't. But the rest of it does. I mean, honestly, how that round has been won, who knows? 4-1 though. Not a bad spot. Pop flash in the corner. No one to the right. Horus will continue moving his way forward. Flash of his own. But it will not affect Flex, who gets the first. Looking for a second as well, but will be traded. And they're wrapping through in towards his B side. They have spotted Raffin. They know where he likes to play. They won't deny anything. Smoke will come down. C4 should go down. And this is a tough retake.
Yep. There's a retake now. Plant's gone down. At the very least, they do have that 2-pronged approach. Raffin coming in from the backside. If he can win his duel, well, then it starts to get interesting. I mean, Snare's just nowhere. He's nowhere to be seen. It was actually a 3-on-4 retake. So that's a pretty nice timing from LCK. You know, again, and this is what we're talking about. Like with other teams, you might see a bit more hesitancy on that retake, and then Snare would be given enough time to sort of flank him behind. But LCK, they're a confident enough team to just say, yeah, we know what we need to do. Let's go. Let's get it done. And they make the retake happen before Snare can even come into play.
Yeah, fair play. Actually, a really, really good retake that comes through. Very solid. Don't even lose a casualty on that retake itself specifically. So you cannot complain. BBL, maybe a little bit too confident in how they played it. A little quiet of a start here. They're all going to be given mid for free here. LCK have normally tested in some way mid control each and every round. This time, they're opting not to. Looking in via event, nothing on offer just yet in probably the most tentative round we've had so far.
A minute and a half. You've still got all 10 players alive. That does seem a bit abnormal. Landclaw going to make short work of Slayer, but he himself, you know, no chance really when you've got 3 players from 3BL headed in your direction. It's not going to be enough for 3BL to just send it into the A site just yet. We're happy with that kill, and then a little bit of a presence being shown back in towards mid. But what they have done is left Horus with the bomb over toward A. So you have to be drawing your conclusions and saying this is going to be an A finish. But 3BL want to get something done in mid before they commit to this fight. And they're able to make that happen. He spotted out Dezane. This will be the go signal for 3BL.
Ooh.
Horus waiting patiently. Will eventually drop that bomb, but Spoxy will get traded down, and Snake and Snare, again, are going to be the ones to combine to allow 3BL into the site. Favorable post plant this time for 3BL, and Snare is going to get ahead of it by catching Raffin on the rotation. It's just Flex left alive now, and he's spotted out Tot, but he has taken so much damage, even just trying to work into the A site, that this feels impossible, and it is.
My God. The tempo which 3BL are playing right now is absolutely ridiculous. They look so good. Flex had a brief moment there, but all in all, 3BL are playing lights out. On boot camp, you know, they always have been. And it obviously works wonders for them. You know, they're the best team in this region. They were last season, in towards this season. I mean, especially so far in this head-to-head matchup between 1 and 2, it doesn't even look that close, in all fairness, right? I mean, these rounds are pretty dominant. So yeah, it's great to watch. It really is. I mean, kind of a battle of the mindsets here in a way, but a really, really good showing out from 3BL. LCK had a couple of moments, but nothing too drastic that has given them at least any confidence in our eyes just yet. I mean, they have the players to do so, which is the main thing. But so far, this map isn't looking so good.
Yeah. Tech timeout. All right. 3BL. Everyone looking pretty happy. I mean, no reason not to be at the moment, but probably still a few things that can be worked on. You've got to be taking this one as a learning experience as well for 3BL. It's not, you know, every day that you're going to get an official where you are, to an extent, going to be tested, right? This is going to be the one that's most difficult for 3BL in the CFWL. And knowing that they've got some more work to do a little bit later on when they go and play internationally, then, you know, you got to be taking every opportunity here to get some good practice in. Got a phone call going on as well. I mean, it's all happening.
Yeah, they're busy. They're multitasking. I can kind of respect it, in fairness. But hopefully we can get back underway in just a second. This is pause of a technical nature. So we're kind of in the dark as much as you guys are, really, but we'll see. We shall see. I mean, so far this has been really, really good from 3BL. There's very little we can really kind of complain about them. We need to see LCK actually kind of utilize this break, even though it is due to a tech pause, utilize it in their favor, right? You know, have a good conversation, say, right, what's going wrong? Where are we having these kind of areas? I mean, what I liked from them when LCK were looking, competent was very, very hefty mid-aggression, right? They were plugging it out, fighting up towards Cray, fighting up towards Sniper's Nest, and kind of trying to utilize that in their favor. When they start playing a little bit more passively, when they start stepping back a bit and giving up kind of mid-control reluctantly, that's actually where things started faltering.
Yeah, looks like this might be a little bit of a longer tech pause at this point. So everybody gets a little bit of a reset, a little bit of a cooldown, which might not be a great news for 3BL because they were looking pretty hot.
True.
Out the gates there. But it's just one of the natures of this online competition, you know, like you always going to have to run into some sort of tech issue here or there. It's not as controlled of an environment as LAN.
It's true. It's true. You do hate to see it. You really do. But we're hoping for a quick road. I mean, everyone's there, right? That's the main thing. Everyone's on the cameras and all that. So at least we know that the people themselves are here. You know what I mean? But whether that will hurry things up of us getting into the server, who knows? Who knows? For now, we hold and wait. But yeah, I mean, everyone's on the cameras. Seems like at least internet and power are there, which is kind of number 1 and 2 on the tick list. And then, yeah, I mean, I guess we'll figure out what the issue is, hopefully, in due time.
Yeah. Everyone's connected. That's the thing. Like, everyone's connected to the cams. So, at least on 3BL side, was there someone on LCK that might not be there? Looks like a TeamSpeak issue is what it actually is.
Okay, TeamSpeak. Sure.
I think we're sorting that one out pretty quick, smart. What I don't get, though, is, like, what actually is a TeamSpeak issue? Like, have you ever had a TeamSpeak issue?
I can't lie
I've
to you.
genuinely never had an issue with it.
But
I hear that all the time, that excuse.
TeamSpeak.
Right, you're a Zoomer, I forgot that.
I'm a Discord kind of guy. I can't lie. I don't, you know, yeah, it's one of those where I guess, like, for me, the people who I know who use TeamSpeak, they, like, compete. So, because obviously, because TeamSpeak, I think it's about half a second quicker than Discord in terms of...
The latency is definitely better, yeah.
Yeah, but, you know, for me, when I just, like, kind of just play, you know, games with my mates, you know, a little bit more casually, I guess. And then also, it's kind of good to, like, you know, you sometimes watch a movie. You know what I mean? Discord's good for that. So, but yeah, no, I don't really use TeamSpeak. I only ever use TeamSpeak if I've like played games on LAN, and even then, I've never had an issue. So yeah, I'm kind of with you. When I've used it, I've never had an issue.
No, I find that TeamSpeak, you know, the latency and the quality are a little better, but everyone, ease of use, Discord. That's where you go. So let's jump back into the swing of things. Scoreline 5-2. It's looking a little more dominant for 3BL than we had anticipated. But LCK, off the back of that pause, maybe there's something back in a round like this one. If that, you know, issue was on their side, potentially could be a bit of a factor as to why the scoreline ended up being this way. But not only that, it also just sort of slows the momentum down for 3BL again. In saying that, though, they are an experienced enough team to just sort of let that one fly off like water off a duck's back.
Towards mid, though, again. Has been, I guess, one of the bigger priorities, but Orton and waiting again. Not a lot on offer. Pillars is the main port of call here. A slow one. You just creep up towards the minute mark.
Snake on to Lion Claw initially. Ends up only being the 1-for-1. Spoxy now brought into play, but still the trades are decent from both sides. They're just so experienced and so focused. 40 seconds on the clock. It's still enough time for 3BL to rotate back over toward A, which is exactly what they're going to be doing. The call is made so quickly as well. Flex is going to be watching into mid, so he'll get the early information, but the damage exchange is about even. This is where 3BL can really throw them for a loop. They could go back toward B, and Flex was expected, anticipated by Slayer. He gets that kill, then he goes to cut off the rotators from B. The rest of the lads on their way into A, but Slayer might just win this round himself. Goes for it. Raffen eats about, 35 points of HP on his way through into the 2-on-1 now.
Not easy. What now? Gotta try and find a couple of heads, and they're just not giving them the fights. The right way to play it. 20 seconds, I say that. You will find Tart looking for the other, but Horus sees him off. There was a brief moment there where it felt like, for a second, honestly, I was going to be eating my words a little bit. It felt unretakeable, but he did put it down to 1-for-1, and he actually, credit to him, it's the pretty standard Crossfire, but he reacts immediately up to the close left, and it's pretty common for off-contact players to jump up there as well. Doesn't happen this time, so it is what it is. 6-2, though. I mean, I don't know about you, but Jordan, this is pretty dominant.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I don't disagree with you at all. And it's certainly not what I expected. I hoped that LCK was going to make this close. They still are. Spoxy and Dezane want to take that fight into mid. They're going to stick around. 3BL are here, though, and Snare's not shying away from that fight either. That's what I love about these two teams. They will just continue to challenge one another, blow for blow. Horus around the corner there, and traded down by Top, but there was too many numbers for him to deal with. So LCK get to 6-3 at least. But yeah, what you're saying is true in that 3BL coming out the gates really, really strong in this matchup, and the lead that they've got, it should be putting them in the right direction for a map victory. And I don't know, I mean, LCK, I do find are like that 5 or 10% behind 3BL on a general basis, but tonight they're not at their best form, I guess. That's the thing, right? Where 3BL, we talked about being a bit more consistent on a more, regular basis, and the level that both teams can kind of hit is close to the same. I would probably still say I think 3BL maybe has a bit of a higher peak, but also they have that consistency, which maybe LCK haven't quite gotten rolling just yet today. But if LCK can get going, if those individuals, Lionclaw, Spoxy in particular, are having a good day, then they will be a match for 3BL. But at the moment, that's just not really the case.
I think right now, I'm looking at this and saying if LCK can't get the first round in this second half, I really don't think they're going to be at least mentally able to check back into this game. That's the big thing that worries me. Oh, man. He, you know, this time, I have not given us a hell of a lot to offer. That doesn't mean we know they have the individuals. And Raffin, in all fairness, that's a pretty decent one. Nice shot to start things off. Snare Force is an important kill.
Hasn't really prompted LCK to try and do anything too quick off the back of it, though. So, wonder what 3BL is going to be able to get up to in the meanwhile. They thought about getting something done over towards pillars, but in the end, they just smoked that one off and send Slayer rotating back to the A site. But this honestly would be a situation where you want to be looking for a bit of info. You want to be looking for a pick back. LCK not really giving 3BL too much of that information. At the moment, 3BL really have no idea actually where LCK are. And certainly not what they're intending.
Making a move though, they're grouping. I don't hate this, but the only issue is there's 3 players here to meet them all the way on scope at the worst time. Oh, that's so costly. If he just held it for, what, a quarter of a second, he would have got a freebie of a shot there on the swing.
Snake. He's going to need to do some real work here, and he's got the first. The flash will force him back. It's, yeah, a very clean round, actually, in the end by LCK. Just top left. And he should be cut off by Flex. Pretty good one from LCK to start things off on the BL side. And obviously, you know, the game of Crossfire, it is a tale of two halves. You can't judge just off of one half.
He said, I said, you know, for LCK, if they don't find this first one, the mental checks out. However, finding it flips the conversation a little bit, right? We look at this and say, now it's a point of contention for them where they're talking about confidence, right? We're setting the tempo now. You know, we're on the attack. We're the ones who dictate how quick, how slow these rounds are played. And I think that's probably where a lot of teams generally would actually feel a little bit more comfortable. When you're here, you know, especially with how long these rounds are, 2 minutes 30, the average round, you spend a solid, what, minute 30, minute 45 at this sort of top level, sitting around doing not a lot, and you can just be a little bit distracted, not full focus. It's hard to, especially if you're, for example, a sniper, to be tunnel visioned in for that long. So I think when you're on the attack the way LCK are right now, you really do prefer to kind of set that tempo.
That said, Eagle's going to be the kind of team that's going to throw some sort of spanner in the works at some point throughout this half. It might not be early in the half, but LCK might not always be the ones dictating how this half plays out. And there's Tot to catch Flex, who just kind of went misking through the smoke. Maybe thought he had a timing, but ends up actually giving the 4-on-5 advantage over to 3BL. Slayer's going to wait patiently for Raffin and Co. And the flashes are good enough to force him to turn away. Snake, though, catching one on the timing, and Tot is, of course, going to still be a factor. So, yes, they're in to B, but player deficit for LCK. It's going to go down. Doubt that 3BL are too concerned about that for the moment, though. They will potentially start to be after Spoxy finds the double snare. Champ back in with one. Tot! He doesn't care about the 2-on-1. He faces them both down, and it's going to be 3BL for their 7th.
Man, all right. PBL answer back off the back of what maybe felt like the point of contention. Gotta be said that 3BL in that sort of fashion as well. Good to see. Top individually, good work from him. Now we look towards this and say, who's going to be able to kind of chain a couple of rounds together? And the big thing that we see, maybe at this kind of top level, is just if it's a slight lack of that consistency. If we can find just a bit of it, just some form to go off, then maybe there's enough to work with. 7-4, an opener from Snare there would have been nice, but not given that luxury. I mean, he still holds such a strong position. This is something we don't see with some of these lower teams. on this defense, you know, for 3BL, already pushed up here and towards window like this. I mean, it's such an aggro position to hold, but it's so strong if you can. And gets you a lot of info. So yeah, really good. These change-ups, and you'd hope that, especially on the teams who are maybe on the cusp of glory, but not quite there, your unKnights, for example, your Lazaruses, your GVs, to look at demos about how these guys play it. It's a completely different mindset.
100%. 3BL kind of corralling LCK into the setup that they've built. Look at that. It's too easy. Slay gets 3 top 1. Not much of a conversation to happen in that round. Wow. 8 now for 3BL. I mean, surely this is not the most one-sided map we get. You know, this was the matchup we were saying this is going to be the closest one. This is going to be the best match. So far, I mean, there's been moments for LCK, no doubt, but generally it's just been 3BL dictating everything.
Yeah. My God, I mean, it really does feel like maybe harsh to say, but a bit of an inevitability right now. I mean, LCK, they've had their moments, and it's actually these kind of flash in the pan moments, but they haven't looked on the same level quite now as 3BL. And you know, unfortunately, that was a story for everybody last season. Teams maybe had their moments against 3BL, but nobody could compete with them. Nobody actually could kind of hold a candlelight to how good these guys are. Snare again, showing his prowess. This guy continues to be such an animal. I'll always highlight them every time I cast 3BL. It's Snare and Slayer. When they play the way that they should, they are a joy to watch. And again, Snare showcasing just exactly what he can do. Flash is mean, though. That's a serious one. He had no clue where he was. Horus, at the very least, will trade on towards Lion Claw. Important frag to find, and Spoxy will add to it as well. With a decent little shot there, popping in. Slayer goes 1 for 1. It's not good enough, but Snake's quick on the rotate, and he might actually catch them in transition, and he does. Ooh. 1v1, it's on.
Yeah. Spoxy looking good, though, since the reset, 6-2. So Snake doesn't want to challenge him in the straight-up fight. That's Snake taking his time for the rotate across. Got to be imagining that Spoxy will be factoring this in as a possibility. But timing will be favorable for Snake. The spray is a bit messy. Oh, dearie me. Chances on both sides going begging, but there it is from Snake. And that is going to be a 9th for 3BL. LCK just can't get it together, even when it's a favorable situation. It's kind of still being pulled back by 3BL.
Bit by bit, moment by moment, but I mean, even pulling off that retake is kind of ridiculous. And fundamentally, look at it in terms of the grand scheme. 6-3 at the half, but 9-4. Oh my God! Snare, what is that? First shot and the second. Beautiful work with the pistol. It's still a 3 versus 3, but that is one way to wake them up. And a nice push from Horus, find another kill.
Yeah, might be all over here. 10-4. I believe it. Raffen, he'll go down. Dezane did get one in the meanwhile, but C4's been lost, and Dezane, his position is, of course, known, at least more or less. There's a good shot, though, onto Horus. Might not be done just yet, but Tot has been reliable. And he's not shying away from the fight. In fact, he's actually been able to cross. Has he been spotted there by Dezane? Seems so, but Tot will get it done. And that is 3BL with the dub in map number 1, and also our fastest map of the day. I cannot believe that that is the case.
I know, it's actually ridiculous, isn't it? The two most competitive teams that we've had so far this season, and it was probably the least competitive map, arguably. I mean, an absolute ridiculous showing from 3BL, and they are just that good. There's no two ways about it. For those who maybe new around there, didn't catch season 1, not really too sure about how things kind of play out in the CrossFire West League, 3BL, they are them. It's as simple as that. I mean, LCK, they're close, and they do actually put up decent series and decent matches, especially when we get to kind of best of 5 or best of 3 territory. But generally speaking, 3BL are them. They are the best team in this region. They have been in the showcase just then. Exactly why. Compound is the litmus test. That is the bread and butter. It's the map that everybody knows, everybody loves, and it's played basically every series, especially in best of 2s. And they have absolutely decimated LCK there. So fair play. You can't really say anything negative over towards them. They're just a beast.
In saying that, though, 3BL, they've still got one more map to get through. So if this ends up being a 1-1, you know, LCK, they can walk away from that, not too disappointed. Yes, a 10-4 loss is not ideal, but again, you've got to make sure that you're at least going tit for tat here with 3BL if you want to stay up to scratch with them on the scoreboard. The issue is going to be, and I believe off the top of my head, just quickly check it. Oh, I can't check it right now, but I'm pretty sure LCK are behind on the round differential as well. 3BL, I'm pretty sure, doing a little bit better in terms of like closing their matches out cleaner.
Yeah.
And so now, unless you win something even better than a 10-4 on the next map, you're kind of still conceding ground to 3BL, even if you do go 1-for-1. And when it comes down to how close these teams are actually together on the standings, those little intricacies actually do make a bit more of a difference when it comes down to, you know, seeding teams into the playoffs. And obviously if 3BL can take first seed again, they go straight through to that grand final, and that's a much easier task than what LCK had to deal with last time. And LCK will also be thinking in the back of their minds that, yeah, if we have to play during those playoffs, maybe an extra game over 3BL, for example, there's a chance we get knocked out without even having to face them in that grand final, which is what happened last time. So LCK will want to avoid that, but they will need a very clean win on the next map if they want to at least come out of this series with, you know, the positives more so than the negatives, even if it ends up being a 1-1. So look, regardless of that fact, we'll take a look back at the last map. Snare 1.75, not shabby at all. I thought Todd, though, actually not someone that, you know, we typically would highlight, but I thought he had a lot of impact actually on that map too.
And he doesn't always play the most advantageous positions, Tot, right? He plays a lot of these kind of slightly more anchoring kind of areas when he's on the attack as well. He's not really setting the tone. Sometimes he kind of uses a bit of cannon fodder. But, I mean, honestly, I'm really, really impressed with him. Really, really decent stuff. But Snare, man, always going to say this guy's name. He's an animal. There's no two ways about it. Probably arguably the best in terms of his role in the region right now, and he just continues to showcase exactly why. What a performance out from this guy. LCK, they've got to dig deep heading in towards map number 2. I mean, granted, it's a little bit of, I'd probably say a slightly more even map in the sense that LCK actually like playing it, but I don't know what we're going to see. That was not a good performance. They need to use this break well heading into it. We're going to throw this onto a break though. We'll be back in just a moment or two for map number 2.
Alrighty, here we go. It is time to head on to Black Widow, the second and final map between 3BL. Also the last map of the day. Last time they played this one, it was 3BL who won it 10-7. But LCK, they're going to want to make amends for what they suffered just there on compound, and hopefully they're going to be coming out the gates strong on this GR side.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll have to see. It's a little quick opening shot there from Flex to drop Horrors just as we got things underway. Good to see a new map as well. We first time we've seen it so far this weekend. We've had a lot of the same, a lot of the compound and the ports. Good to see Black Widow come in.
Yeah, a bit of a slower start, though, to this map than what we saw on Compound. First sort of 3 or 4 rounds of Compound were just balls to the walls aggression from both teams, particularly by LCK. This map doesn't really prompt that kind of playstyle quite as much. That timing, though. Ooh, okay. Zane actually does end up getting 1 before going down. Still, it's looking pretty good for 3BL. They've kind of waltzed their way into A and taken a couple of heads and said, well, now it's time for a post plant, 3-on-3.
Not an easy one to retake this either. Only 2 ways you can come from confidently. Moving up the stairs is always a bit treacherous, as Flex is about to find out in a second. This head glitch angle here, which Tot's holding, is pretty brutal. At times, they can be the first to Tot. Beautiful work. One of his own. Nice little work. And just like that, 3BL starts as they finish map number 1, confidence, and a really nice round on the board.
Seems we pick up where we left off. Quick smokes over towards A long, and 3BL going to challenge LCK for that position. Spoxy gets 1 as Horus tries to push through the smoke, but the issue's going to be these players coming in from the bridge. Oh. Snake should get 2, maybe even more than that. They're in for 1 as well. It's a bit more awkward for 3BL than they would have liked it to have been, but they get the trades they need, and now they can get that C4 onto the site. Issue is, Todd's a bit scared of crossing because he's low on HP, but he's going to make that move across in due time, and we'll get the plant down pretty quickly as well.
See, he might get a good timing onto posting up to try and catch Raffin if he continues wrapping around. The good thing is they have the C4. The bad thing is they just don't have comfort about planting. And Raffin's holding for exactly what Snare's doing right now. And he'll find him. Yeah, I mean, really well played. That's very good patience coming through from Raffin. Now, Tot, not a lot of HP, but a lot to do.
Yeah. Does manage to get into the window okay. And if he were to go for a big flank, that might have actually been the opportunity. In the end, he's just going to tuck himself. Look, time's a factor definitely for LCK. They're taking every opportunity to try to clear the site out as much as possible, but timing wrong for Tot to jump up there. Raffin was still watching the window. So it's 1 apiece.
They're not bad.
Good shot from Spoxy.
There's a couple of moments, especially here, right, when they swing out on towards Cat, you're thinking, all right, there's, you know, something to work with here. But yeah, I just think when they get into that 2v2, they just slightly overthink the situation a little bit for me. Mindclaw avoids the nades well. Got one of his own in his hand. A pop shot from Spoxy doesn't quite connect. Second time of asking, same result. Now he's blindly spamming through smokes, but not happening. 3BL are taking long control, and they don't actually need to move off of there. They can kind of just wait here.
Well, Snare will definitely be a focal point, part of that conversation. 4-1 for this second map already. And definitely up there as far as MVP performances are concerned for 3BL. But it seems like we're getting a bit more of a standard kind of game between these two teams now that we're on to Black Widow. Again, bridge is where 3BL want to make the majority of that push. Snake's got the 1-for-1. Flex unable to land his second shot there on the side, and that's going to be the difference maker in terms of the numbers. 3-on-2 leaves Raffin and Lionclaw with a lot to do. This is now the second time they've had to come across from the B site. Last time they had a numbers advantage. This time, It'll be a bit more difficult for them. Horus out in no man's land, but it's actually Snake to take the 2 kills away. And 3BL will maintain the lead.
Just barely, but it's good that they did. By a bit. Keeping this, the very least, a discussion to be had here. I mean, you've got to look at this in kind of the grand scope as well. LCK didn't give us a hell of a lot to work with in towards that first map. We'd hoped off the back of the second they can come in, show a bit of confidence, show actually how good this side can be, and sadly, so far, I guess not so good. They've had a couple of moments here, but we need to see that consistency. It's something they've lacked. Slow start to this round. 3BL look for a bit of a poke and prod of information, but again, no real kind of committal play here by any means. Just looks like they're going to hold and wait. It looks with the C4, the way they're set up, they've got B split on their eyes. The B site is, at times though, considerably harder to kind of at least initially execute onto.
Yeah, but it's also much more difficult to retake once it is taken. You have Snares sort of probing into mid. He's held at bay by a smoke for the moment. I don't know that 3BL, yeah, they're not committing. Not interested. Oh! Snares caught Spoxy. And 3VL lining themselves up for the 3-1 lead. If things go the way they have been. Quite good at converting these 4-on-5s. Snare, oh, he had a chance onto Dezane there as well, but Lionclaw also striking. All of a sudden, it's fallen apart for 3BL. That's just gone nowhere. It looked like a perfect call, but it amounts to not a whole lot. Top, that's 360, but only good for the 1, and so LCK will actually grab their second.
All right, and in for LCK as well. You know, they try and change things up a little bit. That mid to late round was a little bit of a questionable call out of 3BL. And hey, it doesn't really work out for them, so once again with 3BL, when they get stuck and the idea doesn't quite work, it's a bit dicey, isn't it? Let's see. Slayer waiting behind that smoke. Snare going to make a little move. I mean, entering with the Orm here, it's something he likes to do. He's very, very reliant on his own kind of mechanics, and you've got to back him. He always puts up the numbers to showcase what he can do, so I don't hate it. Looking for information. Nothing being spotted out just yet. Spoxy on the other side is a bit of a mean feat, though. If he can take him out early and towards his round, it gives 3BL such a good chance.
Breaks down. Long control definitely there. And Dezane trying to play the headshot line. He's going to be helped out by Spoxy, but there's only so much Spoxy can do. He's now the last man standing on A. Push is coming through. Util's getting dumped. Spoxy fell in the meanwhile, and Lionclaw, he's in with a chance, but Horus has it on lock. And 3BL pull ahead once again. It's great sniping from Spoxy, but asked to do too much in that round.
Individually,
Snare going to take the Orms out to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, Spoxy's one of those guys where really can showcase just how good he is on at least showcase individually how good he can be, but it's tough. The rifling core, I say, of the 3BLs, where actually they get a lot of their leeway over other teams. Not that it's particularly bad over towards LCK. I mean, Lionclaw, Dezane, both have actually been phenomenal so far this season, but it's not the easiest. Pop out the window. Lionclaw going to be able to get one. Flex one of his own, but instantly traded. That's now the site too. And the smokes come down. They can get the C4 down as well.
Yeah, it's a huge rotate being made by Dezane right now. If the C4 went down early, you'd really be putting that time pressure on LCK for the retake here. It's going to take Dezane a little bit of time to sort of clear things out. Even into the box room, he's going to have to clear that out as well. Snare's going to have a bit of a look. Didn't get there quickly enough. Missed that first shot. Quickly pulls out the sidearm. Still head spotted out by Spoxy. And we will continue to trade 1-for-1 for 6 rounds in a row now. It's been a better performance from LCK. I'll say that much.
Yeah, I mean, for LCK at the very least, last map, they just didn't even keep it competitive. This one, they are. So for us, that's all we care about, Snare. Nice shot. Gets away, and Dezane, he misses that small window that he had to trade, and in doing so, gives the opportunity for a double. Spoxy will get one with the pistol. Will he expect the second? No, is the answer as Horus finds him.
Claw, done like a dinner. A little bit too easy, that one for 3BL. So 4-3, and the onus is back on LCK to respond. Get the sense that eventually, if you know, they do fail to, and 3BL pulls out a couple of rounds in the lead, that's where things might start to break open a little bit. It's kind of what happened on Compound. It was a bit back and forth for a little bit, and then 3BL just started to really accelerate. All right, slow and steady for this map so far for LCK. One round at a time. Too much presence being thrown in early on in the piece from 3BL, though they do have Snake quite close behind the mid door, so he could try to maybe find a cheeky timing, and that will be it. Flex being forced away is going to allow Snake through for the first, and can't quite recalibrate onto Dezane for the second.
We'll see. Snap. Actually waiting, him and Horus, I think, potentially for the C4 to rotate over. It has to be collected here by top. Smoke comes down. He'll rotate and group up. Horus. First contact for him. As long as the sniper can trade, that's all that matters. And a missed shot is good. He jumps out the window. Oh, it's beautiful. Horus, Snare combining wonderfully. Zane will get one of his own, but this already feels very solid. 3BL, that is a masterful, masterful execute coming through.
Love to see it. This is potentially where things start to go from bad to worse for LCK. They're down now 2 rounds. 3BL finish this last round off and make it a 6-3 half. That is a pretty difficult one to come back from on a map like Black Widow, which is a little bit more of a 50-50. So it's quite important for LCK to bring this one back. Another slow approach from 3BL, though they do quickly get out onto A long. That's one interesting point to note. So Snare locking that one down. Give 3BL lots of options to rotate back over to the A side of the map. Finish over there with an A split potentially. Snare's pretty interested in mid, but Flex is watching for that push. So advantage LCK in this round, and we might still find ourselves at a 5-4.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, Snap. Looking environment behind that smoke. Flex was tempted to have a little look in. He's going to get tunnel vision here. Oh, he has the support of Horus. Horus just kept the sniper alive. Work from him. He's not one who normally gets heaps of praise, but in that instance, that's a really important kill. To find Swoxy, though, one of his own is good. And if you can get a second, that'd be huge. He's being overwhelmed, though. And they are on towards the site. The trades are huge and actually looking decent over towards LCK. Nade. Well, the flash, may I say, comes over. Smoke comes down. And no C4 under a minute. This is tough.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's definitely doable. Snake's got full HP. 1 minute, 50 seconds. That's definitely enough to work with. Waiting to see if there's going to be any information push for LCK. Not going to happen. Imperative, though, that he gets Lion Claw first, cleans him up easily, and then if it goes into the 1v1 against Raffen, well, that would be doable. And he lines them both up. No way. You couldn't ask for better timing, and Snake knows how big that is. You can see the cheer. 6-3 the first half. It should have been 5-4. Is that the straw that breaks the camel's back for LCK tonight?
Man, that's a tough one to lose. I mean, 6-3 again. I mean, I'm looking at this and saying, I don't know. Dire stuff, though, isn't it? LCK have not been able to compete. Simple as. Smoke out long here. Raffen and Dezane playing behind it, but 3BL. Last time they played, you know, you mentioned it was a 10-7, I'm right in saying, which feels, you know, pretty close on paper, but it's very obvious that 3BL have done their research so far in terms of how to make it a much smoother process, because that first half was pretty damn solid.
Yeah. Hard yards ahead now for LCK. But the default is going to be in towards mid, and already 3BL ready for that one. Slayer, Tot especially. Tot for 3. He wanted a 4th there as well. It was Flex to grab Horus back, but it's not enough to make us too keen for LCK's chances now. This is almost definitely a 7-3 sort of push for 3BL, and LCK are not displaying enough right now on the map to make you think they're going to be able to come back from 6-3, let alone 7-3. Especially if that's the way that the first round's going to go.
Yeah, that's not good, is it? I mean, again, another round in which LCK don't really even scratch the surface as to what 3BL are looking like on the defense. I mean, they still don't even have any information gained off the back of it. It's one of those where if you're going to lose a round, at least if you understand, okay, this is how 3BL like to set up, this is where their players play, and the rest, you get information from it, we can say there's a silver lining. But they didn't. They just lost Angels in mid, and now we're sitting here with them kind of going into this next round once again blind. But Spoxy will find the first, and it's the most important man to a degree dropped in that snare. Snake also, though, really been putting up an individual masterclass himself.
Not a whole lot of movement and shaking going after that initial pick, though. LCK probably trying to cross the T's, dot the I's at this point. They recognize this is a very important round to win. Flex giving away his position. Tot's going to try to capitalize on that. It is an isolated LCK member, and 3BL desperately needing that pick back. Now they need some more from Slayer. Can't quite recalibrate onto Lionclaw either. Has to fall back down the stairs. Holding strong, Slayer. How does he get away with 2? Let alone even a bit more damage onto the 3rd. He has made this one still winnable, but Tot is going to have to do it again, and he won't be able to. LCK getting through that one with a couple of players alive in the end, it has to be said, but it was a little bit close for comfort for mine.
Yeah, I agree. A little bit chaotic, but good to see Zane still individually showcasing what he's got. He's got joint most MVPs so far in this season. Only 2 in all fairness. He's joined with a few others, but that's pretty good. Really damn good. He's a bit of a hero, LCK, as well, because they haven't had those individuals step up, maybe in the same sort of way. A little bit out of the Zane, a little bit out of Spoxy, but it's not always as consistent as maybe their snares and snakes of the world, and even Slayer to a degree as well. Another one for the sniper as Snare finds one of his own with Flex and Spoxy, the 2 snipers over towards LCK down. It's a tough spot.
Yeah. Instant response from 3BL, isn't it? You know, anytime LCK starts to get back into the swing of things, 3BL right there. And Slayer. Ooh, okay. He's bitten off more than he can chew now. Maybe the storyline shifts a little bit. LCK, though, will lose Lionclaw as he tries to pick the pace up over toward A. Horus in mid, holding it down. There was a chance. There was a moment for LCK, but it has slipped by the wayside.
It's these moments that are kind of open up here where we look at this and say, at least on an individual notion, they've got something about them, but man, it's just not enough to compete, is it? 8-4, 2 rounds away. I don't know whether they've got enough time in this. LCK, they need to absolutely immediately turn things around. Bit of early damage being taken on towards Lionclaw and the same. C4 not committed, but sort of in the direction. Over towards that A side. A bit of information spotted via mid top. Bit of very good round number 1. Oh, confident fight and rips ahead. That's beautiful.
This might be over pretty quick smart now for LCK. The way things are going, we might be seeing another 10-4. Same down. It's 3-on-5. There's a quick strike back from Lionclaw, but very quickly and effectively dealt with by Tot, who again seems to be putting together a very good map. Tot for 2. Still Snare and Slayer, though. Snare's quite low. But dare I say, another 10-4 on the cards. I mean, 3BL
Yeah.
putting together a clinic today. They really came to play. Raffen won't actually get shot there by Snare. The shot did miss, but quick scope will be good enough. And that is 9 now for 3BL. They are 1 round away.
Man. So easy, isn't it? It's just so simple. You just get to showcase, I mean, really how good 3BL are in the, I guess, the grand scope of this region, right? I mean, they are just absolute cream of the crop, the best of the bunch. Showcasing why this is meant to be the side who are equal with them and their closest competitors, and it has not been a close game. And I think it's probably going to end in exactly the same way, unless a bit of heroics to the end. Lionclaw goes 1 for 1. Is it good enough? I don't think so, because Snare is just having one of those rounds, but so is Spoxy, and he very nearly reacts for the third as well.
Oh, the nade.
Nade will meet him, and he's on 1 HP. How? If he wins the round, that is ridiculous from Spoxy, and he dies to 4 damage, but it doesn't really matter. He has pulled off a 1v3 on 1 HP. That is insane.
I cannot believe it. That's one of the more personality-driven clutches I think that you're going to see. But, oh, 3BL, they're mad. Slayer and Tot straight off the bat. But Zane for 2. And there's another one. Okay, well, LCK. If 3BL give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. That's for sure. Horus working his way across. He spotted out the gun barrel of Spoxy. Surely. Did he? I don't know. Either way, he's won the round. There you go. Boom. It's done. In the blink of an eye, it's over. And 3BL, they know all about it. They're going to give us a little wave on their way out. And they seem very happy with themselves. Very pleased as they secure themselves undeniably in first place in the overall season leaderboards now with that win. And it's hard to imagine that's going to be taken off of them over the next couple of weeks.
It's just such an easy day at the office for them, isn't it, right? I mean, really just showcase how good this side are. There isn't a comparison right now in the region. And this is, you know, we've maybe been, as the West League, a region that haven't been able to compete as much internationally with some of the others. Talk about South America, talk about China and the rest. But you know, our best opportunity feels like it's with 3BL. They are seriously good. There's no two ways about it. These guys play immaculate crossfire. They're dominant. They don't pull any punches. They don't take any chances. And they just have the deepest strat book. I mean, LCK, they've got some good individuals. And it's obviously, you know, it's safe to see him. Spoxy, I'll always highlight this guy. He's one of the most exciting players in the region. But as a team, LCK, if these are meant to be their closest comparison, it says a lot that it's, you know, these 10-4, 10-5 sort of score lines. Really dominant. Really a joy to watch. And beautiful work coming out from 3BL. Always good to see.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how they go, obviously, when they do play overseas. But the thing is, you know, you say they're a good chance, and I'd love to believe it, but I tell you what, I've been casting Crossfire a long time, and the teams from the West, they really don't hold much of a candle to the Brazilian and the Chinese teams especially. So it'll be something that, you know, I'm sure 3BL will be cognizant of. They know that, yeah, they can be dominant in this region, but they need to find a whole new level when they do get to play internationally, and that is something that, you know, now with a bit of time under their belt, obviously a few of these players have played at the CFS Grand Finals last year. They'll be aware of what's going to be required of them to a better degree this time. So I am hopeful. I will have my fingers crossed, definitely, but I don't know that I will be predicting it. Either way, that's a conversation for later on down the track. We have got Snare at the top of the scoreboard there this time. 2.0 KD, very good stuff from him. Unfortunately, a couple of the members going amiss, really, for LCK. I don't know that it was necessarily the guys towards the top that were so much the difference maker, in the sense that you had a couple of members actually performing there for LCK in both those maps, but there was a couple that sort of just went a little bit missing there for LCK, and wasn't really the case for 3BL, where they had all guns blazing.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, no in my mind at all. I mean, it's just the easiest MVP ever going. I mean, Snare was absolutely unstoppable. And now the first loss for LCK, still unbeaten, still yet to lose 3BL. And I honestly very much doubt that's going to change. If I'm right in saying that was exactly what happened last season as well. They didn't pick up a single loss all the way through and then ended up, of course, winning in the end. But LCK, that loss, I mean, if things go the way they're meant to, with no real upsets, you know, both of them should win out the rest of their games, no problems, but it will mean that 3BL kind of get that automatic run all the way to the tail end of the playoffs, where LCK are going to have to fight through it to some degree through that kind of quote-unquote lower bracket sort of system that we have. So, I mean, expected. Let's not beat on the bush. I mean, 3BL are the best team in this region. We've kind of already said it. We saw last season how it went, but we maybe expected a little bit more of a competition. We kind of came in towards today's action saying, if any game's going to be really competitive today, it's probably this one. And, well, it wasn't the case. Ladies and gents, that is us done and dusted. It's been a bit of a marathon of a day. We had our first 3 games going overtimes, getting the full rounds, 10-8s, all the rest. So I think we're pretty happy to be heading to bed, and you guys too as well. Thank you very much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure. And until next week, we'll see you soon.
They're gonna have to be ready to deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
Are you ready for mind-blowing crossfire action? The second season is here, and you better put your helmet on. A massive prize pool and spots to the regional finals are at stake. Starting from June the 1st, 8 ambitious teams will have 7 weekends, fully packed with intense fights. Who will top the leaderboard and secure spots for the playoffs?
Man, we have only one goal: win all matches.
We will do our best to secure the playoffs.
And who will be eliminated?
The last season wasn't easy for us, but we remain positive and we want to give the best show for our fans.
It's time to break the ice fast and show what we're truly capable of.
Tune in on the 1st of June and support your favorites.
About to live it up, I'm about to level up.